Well, a very good morning and welcome to Hove for the penultimate county championship match at Hove this season. A quick shout out around the ground to make sure that there we go, the hats are waving, they're waving in the Spenkarma Pavilion. Lovely to see them over there. Great to have you all here today. Thank you for listening. We should just say a very sad moment here, just a couple of moments ago, a minute's silence in memory of Daniel Oliver, who was a board member here at Hove, a highly respected man around Sussex cricket, who passed away very suddenly last week. So from everybody here in the commentary box, our condolences to Daniel Oliver and his family, in a minute's silence here, impeccably observed before the start of play. I'm Adrian Harms, Nick Webb from BBC Radio Wales. Nick, good morning to you.
Very good morning.
The news from the middle is that Sussex have won the toss and they are going to bowl first. Sussex unchanged from the side that beat Derbyshire here a week or so ago, that sort of cemented their place at the top of the county championship. They're going to bowl first. Looks like Ollie Robinson's going to open the bowling from the Cromwell Road. And what's the Glamorgan team news, Nick?
Two changes in the Glamorgan side. Tim van der Hoogten is rested, and James Harris is fit again for his first game in a couple of months. And then Mason Crane has picked up a late pelvic injury after being originally named in the squad, and that allows the fit again Ben Callaway to return. And it's Sam Northeast and Asa Tribe opening the batting. Tribe in only his second first-class game.
So it's going to be Robinson who's going to come down the hill from the Cromwell Road in on a distinctly autumnal morning here at Hove. Quite chilly out in the middle, quite a breeze blowing across the ground. And the wicket is the same wicket that was used for the T20 quarter-final here against Lancashire last week, and that's a change from the proposed wicket, but it's been so wet down here. Talking to the groundsman, he was telling me they've gone back to this wicket that was used last week. So it's a used wicket, but only used for about 30 overs or so. Anyway, in comes Robinson down the hill from the Cromwell Road end, bowls to Northeast, who's forward. The ball strikes him on the thigh pad, bounces out into the offside, and there is no run. The third member of our commentary team for the 3 days this week is Asif Nawaz. Good to see you here. A little while since I've seen Atif down here, but great to welcome him to Hove. So Nick, Atif and I will be doing the commentary over the next 3 days. And a good morning as well to Ethan Bent, who's joining us today, a student at Preston University, to see how it's not done, but great to see you, Ethan. In comes Robinson, a bit of sunshine across the ground. He's in and bowls, and Northeast is again just playing from the crease. The ball bounces out into the offside, fielded by Hudson Prentice, and there is no run. So 4 slips in place: Alsop, Clark, Coles, and Tom Haynes. Finn Hudson Prentice at backward point, Daniel Hughes at mid-off. And then on the leg side, there's a fine leg, mid-wicket and a mid-on. And it really is quite blustery out there. You can see the players' trousers rustling away in the wind as in comes Robinson, bowls. And the first runs of the day just steered away by Sam Northeast through backward point. A good chase by Finn Hudson Prentice prevents a boundary. It's a good bit of fielding, and he's got a cleaning bill for his trouble as Finn Hudson Prentice. He's covered in mud. There's been a lot of rain down here over the last few days, so Finn did very well to stop the boundary, but he's got mud smeared all the way down his trousers, and he's just shaking off his hands as well. So well done, Finn. Glamorgan on their way 3 without loss.
I can't imagine there'll be too many threes in that corner of the ground, down towards the Cow Corner hospitality area.
No.
Third man. Asa Tribe, just his second first-class innings, played on for 4 against Leicestershire. Glamorgan only batted once in that match. 20-year-old from Jersey, not an opening bat by trade, but like England, everyone gets a go at opening the batting.
Well, this is going to be quite a test. In comes Robinson, bowls, and his first delivery lets go outside of the off stump, taken by John Simpson in front of first slip, and there is no run. Atif was very pleased because as he went out for the toss, John Simpson recognised Atif and he's said hello. So from Atif's days when he was up covering Middlesex as well. So I don't know if John's parents are listening over in Spain, where I expect the weather is a lot better than it is here, or has been over the last few days. And if you want to get in touch, sussexcricket@bbc.co.uk via email. I'll get Nick to give you his details after this delivery from Ollie Robinson, who's in down the hill, bowls and let go outside of the off stump, taken about knee high by John Simpson, and there's no run.
Yes, I'm still swimming in the moral seas of Twitter / X, which is about as clean as our waterways these days. And Nick Webb 2017, and same sort of email, nickwebb2017@gmail.com.
I don't think anyone would disagree with you, Nick.
I'm with Fergal Sharkey on this one.
Yeah, I think we all are. As in comes Robertson. Final ball of the opening over of the match, in down the hill, bowls, and a good leave again. Outside of the off stump, taken by John Simpson. So the end of the opening over, an over in which Robinson concedes 3 runs, all 3 runs to Sam North East. 1 over goal. Glamorgan 3 without loss, just to reiterate, having lost the toss and been asked to bat first this morning.
Yes, the environmental campaigner Fergal Sharkey, former lead singer with the Punk New Wave band Undertones,
Yeah.
whom I saw play 4 encores in one gig. I've never seen a band play 4 encores
Wow.
before.
Where was that?
I was in Bath in
Wow.
late 70s.
Okay.
Yes, they'd run out of material, but because the crowd was so desirous of more, they played a couple of their earlier songs again. Right.
A good night.
Tell us about Sussex's relatively recent signing, Adrian, briefly.
Yeah,
for
Jade
Welsh
Evanucat.
listeners.
So he came for a couple of games last season, and Sussex have got him back for this season. Left-arm seamer, who's quicker than he looks, to be honest, bowled very well here against Derbyshire. Although Jack Carson got the headlines, picking up 11 wickets in the match, it was Jade who picked up a couple of really important wickets with the new ball, so he's been an excellent signing.
Here he comes then. Unadkat is in to bowl, and that's down leg side. They're claiming a cat. No, I thought they were claiming catch for a moment. Arms went up. It wasn't taken, and bye is signalled, so it wasn't a chance. There was considerable excitement among the Sussex infield, as though North East might have got a little leg tickle onto it, but didn't do so. 4 without loss. North East has 3. Tribe, well, what a test for a young man making his way in the first-class game, facing 2 international opening bowlers.
Yeah, not easy.
Unadkat with an array of slips behind Tribe as he plays forward. 3 slips and is that a 5th? Just about a gully. There's a bit of a gap between 3rd slip and gully, though gullies don't seem to be as square as they used to be. Seems a bit of a fashion for that to be about a 5th slip position.
I would agree with that.
Good. I'm glad we're
And,
agreeing.
and some of them are almost 4th slip.
As Unadkat is in to bowl to Tribe, who flicks to short leg and is given out. Up goes the finger of Sue Redfern, and Unadkat strikes straight away. Tribe failing to get off the mark, and Glamorgan are 4 for 1. A fairly hefty thunk into the hands of short leg. It was a relatively simple catch, and Tribe is gone, sadly, without scoring.
Daniel Hughes in there, picking up the catch.
Daniel Hughes in short leg. You usually look at the rookies of the side, not the grizzled overseas.
Do you know what? I've been really impressed with Daniel Hughes since he came down here. He's very happy to go under the lid at short leg or in at short extra cover or wherever it is, as well as being a really nice guy. Yeah, he may be the second oldest player in the side behind John Simpson, but he absolutely gets in where the action is. So early breakthrough for Sussex.
And Glamorgan's struggles with the opening partnership continue. Tribe did it in the last game, Callaway the game before. Billy Root has dropped down to 5, having had his average dip below 30. So Glamorgan really have struggled. Eddie Byram is out injured with a knee injury for the rest of the season.
That's a shame.
Yeah, a PCL, I believe. He was extremely strapped up when I saw him last week. And
how did you do that? Fielding or?
yes, it was fairly innocuous looking incident in the game at Essex in the T20. Just looked to go down awkwardly in the field, and next time you see him is on crutches. So Colin Ingram in at 3, averaging 107 this season.
Yeah, he's in great form, isn't he?
Do well to get 100 today with 4 slips as Unadkat left arm over is in to bowl. Ingram fishes at it, is beaten as it goes through to Simpson behind the stumps.
Yeah, he just was this good line, J. Devon Unadkat. And in fact, the wickets that he picked up against Derbyshire here the week before last were bowling from this end. Him and Ollie Robinson seemed to sort of rotate around a little bit.
So Glamorgan have got a torrid spell to get through on this chilly grey morning here in Hove as Unadkat comes in again, racing away from us from the sea end, and Ingram plays no shot at that through outside off stump it goes. So Unadkat 8 wickets, 9 now.
Yeah.
8 going into the game at an average of 15, which is quite the late season impact that you want.
Yeah, definitely. So he arrived for the game up at Scarborough, which Sussex lost. Isn't playing in the T20 competition and played last week against Derbyshire, and this is his 3rd game, 3 of the 5.
Unadkat bowls, Ingram cuts and will get runs here down towards backward point. There's a chase for a couple of fielders, but the ball wins. And Ingram is up and running with a boundary, just guided away, and Glamorgan are 8 for 1 after 2 overs here on BBC Sport Online. So to repeat those contact details, Nick Webb 2017 on X/Twitter, nickwebb2017@gmail.com if you think I can read more than 280 characters or whatever it is these days.
Couple of public service announcements for Sussex members. There's a forum tonight at close of play in Cow Corner, which is away to our right hand side, hosted by the new CEO Pete Fitzboyden, who came and spoke to us on commentary last week, Paul Farbrace, head coach, and the chair of Sussex Cricket, John Philby. And the best news is complimentary tea and coffee will be served. Don't know about biscuits.
I'll be there.
But tea and coffee. Members forum after the close of play. Robinson in bowls, and forward comes North East, plays to mid on, and there is no run. And also another announcement is that tickets for finals day at Edgbaston on Saturday are still available. The club is putting on a day return coach leaving Hove, ouch, at 5:50 a.m. So 10 to 6. I don't know why 10 to 6 and not 6 o'clock. It's £30 per person, booked through the Sussex website. So tickets still available for Edgbaston on Saturday. Sussex playing in the 2nd semi-final against Gloucestershire as Ollie Robinson makes his way in down the hill from the Cromwell Road end, bowls to North East. He's hit on the pad. I wonder if he got a bit of an inside edge on that, because although the slip call hadn't appealed, Ollie Robinson just turned and wandered back up the hill, and there is no run.
That's pretty hardcore if Sussex are in the 2nd semi-final. I mean, it's not as if
no, I agree.
They'd be particularly worried if they miss a minute of the first one.
No, I mean here to Birmingham that time on a Saturday morning, probably about 3 hours-ish.
Yeah.
Perhaps have to have a stop for the coach driver's hours and the rest of it. Robinson in bowls, and forward comes North East. I think it was struck on the 5 pad. The ball bounces down in front of him. There is no run.
He's not looking hugely at home, Sam North East. Promoted himself to open the batting, I guess, because he's your senior batter, and someone needs to put their hand up. But extraordinary statistics for North East this season, which I hadn't clocked until someone pointed out, in terms of his home and away record. His away record is brilliant. His home record is dreadful.
In goes Robinson. Bowls, and North East is really squared up by delivery. The ball rolls out into the offside. Colin Ingram was keen to take a single there, but Henry Crocombe was closing in from cover to field, and there is no run. Tell us more.
In away championship innings this season, he's scored 872 runs for 8 times out. He's also been 8 times out in Cardiff and has managed 43 runs. So he's averaging 5 and a bit at home and 100 odd away.
What is it about the Welsh air?
It's extraordinary.
Robinson. In again over the wicket, bowls and driven. I don't know why I've driven up by Sam North. It's a lovely looking shot, and it could go all the way to the boundary. Henry Crocombe is in hot pursuit. He's not going to get there. And that's a lovely shot by North East. He goes to 7 and Glamorgan to 12 for 1. Good shot.
Indeed, timed it nicely. It's not the biggest crowd, but I'm impressed that there's anyone here at all today, to be honest, because it's chilly, it's grey, and the forecast is for it to be overcast most of the day, maybe improving a little. May see the sun for the back half of this match around Wednesday.
Robinson. And again, bowls and North East plays us onto the onside. Daniel Hughes half fields the ball at short leg. Not cleanly, it is the end of the over, the end of the third over of the morning. Glamorgan, having been asked to bat this morning, are 12 for 1. Asa Tribe, the man out, caught by Daniel Hughes at short leg off the bowling of Jade Evanukat without troubling the scorers. North East is on 7, Ingram is on 4.
And I gather, Adrian, you were at the Oval to see the blitz of chaos that is England's Test cricket these days.
I was there yesterday. A friend of mine got me. I mean, it was. The best thing about the day was the weather forecast was awful, and to see as much cricket as we did was terrific. But I have to say, Sri Lanka had a really good day, and apart from Jamie Smith, who batted terrifically for England, it wasn't a very distinguished performance by England, and they're up against it this morning. We'll keep an eye on that.
As Unadkat runs away from us at the sea end and bowls to Ingram, who wants a push and run on the offside. That looked like the single to get off the mark rather than
didn't it?
The man who's already got a boundary, to his credit.
I was going to say, Nick, I mean, the light isn't great, is it? And,
no.
The floodlights cannot be used. Sussex made that decision right at the beginning of the season. They weren't going to use floodlights as much as a cost-saving exercise as anything else. And they've made that decision, so it can't be revoked at any time during the season. So no lights.
Yes, Glamorgan likewise in Cardiff for the Championship, but for council restrictions, albeit they did come into place 20 years ago. Unadkat is in to bowl to North East, who turns one past short leg, and will take a single. As Hughes trots back towards the umpire to collect, and everyone has to change round between left and right-handers. If you're just joining us, where have you been? 10:30 starts, pay attention in September from now on, at least for Championship cricket, although Glamorgan's one-day final is 11 o'clock.
Bet you're looking forward to that. That's
Yeah,
a week Sunday?
Yes, correct. Week next Sunday, yeah, 22nd. Unadkat is in to Ingram, who plays that one to point, and there is no run. 14 for 1. Very much providing a bit of sparkle towards the end of a Glamorgan season that, well, the Championship has tailed away with the defeat at Derby. Quite a poor performance there. Glamorgan never recovered from 32 for 6 in, I dare to say it, conditions similar to this on the first hour of the game. So it'd be hoping not to be 6 down in an hour, that's for sure, as Unadkat bowls and Ingram plays defensively to point, and there's no run. Quarter of an hour down and 1 wicket down for the Welsh side this morning. Last game at home to Leicestershire. Glamorgan unable to bowl Leicestershire out in the second innings after taking a huge first innings lead. Thanks mainly to this man Colin Ingram, but he's got to start again and earn it all again as he turns one off his legs through the leg side. That one will run gently down the slope and
Yes, I don't think Ollie Robinson is for diving to prevent. He didn't do a Hudson Prentice, did he?
No, that was yes, a fast bowler's pursuit.
Yes.
Down the hill, and it's run away for 4. Ingram moves to 9, and the total to 18 for 1 here on BBC Sport Online.
Yeah, I think Ollie is quite slippy down there, and I think Ollie Robinson thinking, yeah, well, if I dive, I may prevent 1 run, so I'll leave it be, thank you.
Probably not in the worth it in the long run.
Yeah. We've got to do an update at 10 to 11 crazily this morning, Nick, so I'll listen across to it for it.
Winedcup bowls and Ingram plays this one out on the offside. And there is no run. I shall shut up.
Oh, don't worry.
At the appropriate moment.
No, we'll get notice of it, so don't worry. One thing, actually, Atif may know better than us, or better than me, actually, but one thing that I couldn't work out yesterday at the Oval was, it was quite cloudy, then the sun came out, the lights were on, and the lights then stayed on, and it got to tea, and they turned the lights off. And then they turned them back on again, so I've no idea what the rules are for lights in going off. And I think the whole crowd was confused, to be honest. But I heard Michael Vaughan on the opening day when they went off for bad light, and he was really critical of the fact that players are taking off the field for bad light. In comes Rob, particularly when you paid 90 quid a ticket. Robinson in, bowls, let go by North East, taken by Simpson, and there is no run.
Says the man whose bank balance is 90 quid lighter this morning.
Yeah, totally. Well, a friend of mine got me a ticket, and he said, "Do you want to go to the Oval?" I said, "Oh, yes, please, that would be nice." And I didn't think to ask him what the price of the ticket was. Then when he told me, I was committed by then, so I had to go. I'm not sure I would have paid 95 quid. I can hear myself back in the headphones. That must be something that's happening in the studio.
Presume you're about to update radio listeners in a minute or two.
In comes Robinson over the wicket. Bowls let go by North East outside the off stump, taken by Simpson, and there is no run. Thank you. Message from the studio. I think we're just going to do a fairly lengthy update. Talking about Michael Vaughan, his son is playing for Somerset this week. He's 0-0 out, but Somerset already 6 for 1. That's not a championship decider, but it's not far off.
Yeah, Somerset have got to win it to stay in the race, you'd have thought.
Yeah.
With just 2 left after this.
Robinson in again over the wicket, bowls and strikes North East on the pad. The ball dribbles down the leg side, and there is no run. Yeah, Michael Vaughan was making the point in the commentary the other day on TMS, and he was saying, so if it gets dark and they can't see the ball, change the ball. Let's have a white ball. Let's have a pink ball. Okay, you may, and people might say, well, that's going to it's not fair or whatever. But he was saying when people have paid a lot of money to get in, you've got perfectly good floodlights, you should be playing. And I kind of agree with that, to be honest. Robinson in and bowls and defended onto the onside by North East, and there is no run. Yes, early start, Sarah, this week, and indeed right the way through September, a 10:30 start, really because the light in the evenings, you probably noticed it yourself, you get to sort of 7:30 in the evenings and all of a sudden you find the light fades, and that's not great when you're playing cricket. So 10:30 start from now on in right through the month of September. Well, I think it's pretty likely. They've had a great season. They've won 6 out of their 11 games so far. If they were to win this week, it puts them in a really strong position with 2 games to go. They've got Gloucestershire at Bristol next week, then they play Middlesex here the last game of the season. But a win here today, and they've got sort of 1 foot over the line. Well, they've made some very good signings. I think John Simpson came from Middlesex. He's the wicket keeper. He's skippering the side as well. He's scored 400s this season. He's been tremendous. But I think you have to give a lot of credit to Paul Farbrace, the head coach, because he came here last year. Sussex weren't in a good place. A lot of younger players, no experience in the side, and he's completely addressed that situation, bringing in players like John Simpson, like Danny Lamb, like Daniel Hughes, and they've just brought that experience around the side that's so important. So I think he deserves a huge amount of credit for the way that Sussex have played this season. Yes, they have. They're down at Taunton this week against Somerset, so it's a clash of top v second. I mean, if Surrey win that game, I think it's almost certain they'll win the county championship, as you say, for a 3rd time on the spin. If Somerset were to win, however, it could keep the title race coming down to the last 2 matches of the season. But they're so strong, Surrey, and they'll be firm favourites to retain the county championship. Yeah, well, here at Hove, the toss, in fact, we just picked up another wicket because J. Devon Nugcat has just bowled Sam Northeast. Northeast has gone for 9, and Glamorgan here are 19 for 2, and both of those wickets taken by the Indian left-arm seamer J. Devon Nugcat. So Glamorgan lost the toss here this morning. They were asked to bat first, and already, as I say, they are 19 for 2. Meanwhile, down at Taunton, Somerset won the toss against Surrey. They're batting first. They've already lost a wicket as well. Somerset are 6 for 1. A wicket there for Kemar Roach. I think we're not right in line here to see that delivery, but I'd imagine that cut back in a bit to Sam Northeast.
It's pretty comprehensive with the stump leaning back, wasn't it? And Northeast's fine away form does not continue as far as Hove. I thought it was in for trouble with talking about that fine away record. So his average away from home in the championship dips into 2 figures rather than 3, and Northeast's efforts to reach 1,000 runs for the season, well, he's now up to 924, but he's stuttered a bit really since the return to action in the county championship. Got off, of course, with that amazing 335 not out at Lord's. Huge innings away to Yorkshire and to Gloucestershire as well, but just dipping away a bit at the end of the season, and he's not going to catch Colin Ingram's 1,000 runs today. Kieran Carlson, who will have to go some to reach that landmark. He's got 759, it's an average of 42, 106 additional half centuries, and he's facing up to Unadkat and plays that one rather streakily down towards leg gully off a thick inside edge, and the Sussex infield like the look of that one.
I think Glamorgan have had a terrific time against Sussex this season. 2 wins in the T20. Nick, the last time I saw you, Glamorgan beat Sussex at Neath in the 50 over. And one of Sussex's 2 defeats in the county championship came against Glamorgan down in Cardiff. So 4 wins out of 4 for Glamorgan so far.
Remarkable, really, when you consider that's only Glamorgan's only championship win, as Unadkat bowls to Carlson, who pushes to cover point. And there is no run, a very attacking field as you would expect. One of the slips has been moved towards Wasler Gully. Where is he going now? Going to wander back towards 3rd slip, I think.
And bringing out the helmet now as well.
Maybe someone else is going to short leg, or one of the slips is going to field very close in. There is a short leg, and I think that's going to be a backward short leg as well by the look of it. For the one flicked off the hip, left armour bowling to the right hand bat, so maybe concentrating on leg stump. And Sussex do have 2 very close together on the leg side, as well as the 2 slips and a gully, and as Unadkat is in and bowls to Carlson, who knocks it away back past gully, and will come back for a 2nd run, and Glamorgan move up to 21 for 2. There's always the danger when you lose the toss and get put in on a grey morning like this at the back end of the season, that the bowling side can get on top, and that seems the case at the moment. And Glamorgan really have to grit their teeth and get through this first hour, although Carlson may look to put the pressure back onto the bowlers in some way as Unadkat bowls, and Carlson gets his bat behind that one. That one really jagged away, didn't it? Bit of movement off the pitch, bit of bounce as well, and Carlson was having nothing of it.
Yeah, good delivery, wasn't it? He's a very popular figure around the club, J. Devon Nugcat. I was talking to the guy here who arranges all the accommodation and some of the travel plans as well. He said in all his years, which is approaching 20 years doing the job, he said J. Devon Nugcat is the nicest man he's come across.
As in comes the nice man to bowl to Carlson, who tries to turn it on the leg side. The ball bounces to one of the short legs. Applause for the successful over by Onadkat. Glamorgan 21 for 2 after 6 overs here on BBC Sport Online.
It's not to say that some of the others weren't nice as well, but he just said he's a really easygoing, excellent guy to work with, and he takes his jumper. It's a bit chilly, really, a bit colder here in Hove than it is back home for J. Devon and Cat, but he's thick jumper on and he's wandering down to his fielding position down here at fine leg. A very good morning wherever you're listening from. BBC Radio Sussex, BBC Sport Online, Adrian Harms, Nick Webb, Latif Nawaz with us. Latif will be with us at the end of this over from Ollie Robinson. I'm looking over towards the Sussex Cricket Museum, which is normally open on match days. Normally they'll have a book sale or a sale of photographs or something going on today. And if you haven't been to the museum, well worth a visit, as Robinson is in. Bowls to Ingram up on his toes and steers that into the offside. There is no run. 4 slips in place. There's a point mid-off, mid-on, a short leg and a fine leg just down below us. And Robinson wanders away to the far end of the ground. The umpires in this game, Nigel Long, who's standing at the Cromwell Road end, and Sue Redfern, who's standing at square leg. Actually, she's at point at the minute because of the short leg in position to give her a better view. In comes Robinson, bowls outside the off stump, let go by Ingram through to Simpson, and there is no run. First email of the day is coming from Craig. Hello, Craig, in Port Slade. He said, just wanted to say, whatever happens for the rest of the season, it's been an absolute pleasure watching Sussex this season. The energy of their players this year has been infectious. You can clearly see the players, fans and staff are really enjoying their cricket again. Thank you, Craig. Sussex Cricket at bbc.co.uk or nickweb17@gmail.com if you want to send your email.
2017.
2017, sorry. In comes Robinson again, bowls, and Ingram plays that with soft hands to backward point, and there is no run, fielded by Hudson Prentice.
Emir Evans said, struggling to remember when North East last won a toss. I think it's 2 out of 12, someone muttered. I'd expected Zainul Hassan to come back into the side. Yeah, he hasn't. He got a couple of minor scores for the seconds and a couple of wickets, but hasn't really forced his way back in.
Robinson wheels around. Is on his way again. Colin Ingram 9 not out. He's in and bowls, and Ingram again. Good judgment, lets that one go outside the off stump, taken by Simpson in front of first slip, no run.
James Hiscox has also contacted me on X. Sure, we will work hard this winter to recruit an opening batsman and 2 quicks. Not sure the budget will extend.
Yeah, it's not easy as well either, is it?
Is there an argument to keep Ingram over Labuschagne and bring in another Nisa or similar? I'm sure if there were another Nisa or similar on the market for an affordable price, they'd snap him up.
Robinson in again, bowls to Ingram, beats him outside the off stump. Good delivery by Ollie Robinson, just leaving the left-hander through to Simpson.
It's been another long and uninspiring season, says James. Well, yeah, it's fine margins in the Championship at the moment. It's 1-1, lost 2. The home game against Middlesex, lost by 2 wickets, could easily have gone the other way. The tie at Gloucester could have gone either way, obviously.
Yeah, what a game that was. I was listening to you and Ned. That was an amazing game of cricket. That was at Cheltenham College.
That's right, yeah.
Yeah.
Really one of the memorable moments of the season.
It's brightening up as Ollie Robinson is in. Bowls to Ingram, who's beaten for the 2nd time in the over outside of the off stump. Ball goes through to Simpson. There is no run. It's the end of the over, the end of me for a little while with Glamorgan. 21 for 2 with Carlson on 2. Ingram is on 9. I'm going to leave you with Nick, and Latif will be with us in just a couple of moments' time.
Thank you very much indeed, Adrian. Yeah, half an hour in and 2 wickets down. What you might hope for, stroke fear, depending on your perspective, on an early September morning. If you're just joining us at 11 o'clock, it's a 10:30 start in September for all Championship cricket, so that we have some chance of getting through to the close. But like Cardiff, we don't have any floodlights available for the Championship, as Carlson prepares to face up to Onadkat, who just tweaks his gully fielder towards slip, and Carlson drives through the leg side. It may have bounced off short leg. It wasn't hugely fast as it ran away from the fielders, and they go through for a single 22 for 2. Good morning, Atif.
Good morning, Nick. How are you doing?
Pleasure to be with you again.
Yeah, absolutely.
I think last time we worked together, was it in Derby or Headingley? Derby, I think.
Would have been Derby, yeah.
Derby.
It would have been quite a long time ago, maybe 3 years ago.
Gosh, doesn't time fly?
Yeah, it really does. But well, better late than never, as they say.
Absolutely.
And I've got a question from you that's been burning, a burning question from the Twitterverse for you, which I'll post you after this ball.
Okay. Unadkat is into bowl to Ingram, who gets 4 runs with a forcing shot through the offside, running away to the main scoreboard, away to our right. Glamorgan's 26 for 2.
That's a lovely shot, wasn't it? There's a bit of moisture on the outfield, but it had no trouble crossing the rope. So here's the thing, Nick. Why 2017? Is that the year that you joined that social media platform? Is it a year that's dear to your heart? Is it your PIN number? What is it? What is 2017? That's what everybody wants to know.
If it were my PIN number, I wouldn't tell you, but it isn't. 26 for 2 as in comes Unadkat and bowls, and Ingram will play this one to Gully. When I joined...
By the way, 26 for 2 is a pretty good PIN number as well. Yeah, that's right.
2642, yeah. No, that's not it either. Yes, when I joined back in 2011, didn't realise it was going to be a sort of serious work-related thing. Obviously, no one quite knows how big any media is going to be when it's in its early years. As Unadkat is in, left arm over to Ingram, who leaves through to Simpson. It goes. So 2017 was due to be the year that my younger daughter, finished university and would be off the books financially, as it were.
Lovely.
And my wife and I would sail into the glorious sunlit uplands, etc., etc., and be awash with money for the rest of our lives. And unfortunately, or fortunately, she went on to do a Masters the next year, so 2017 wasn't accurate anyway. Unadkat is into bowl, and Ingram plays on the offside, and there's no run. It was to be the year in which my finances improved markedly, but it was a year later, and I haven't really noticed ever since anyway.
Well, maybe the next social media platform that comes out, hit it up with the Nick Webb 2027. But it's at Nick Webb 2017.
Yes.
You've got to find him on the socials.
Yes, and if I ever get my Instagram account going, I am on there under that name as well, but I don't... I'm more of a lurker on Instagram than an actual poster. 26 for 2, Glamorgan in trouble. As that one is Ingram on the back foot, defending on the leg side, no run, end of the Unadkat over. He's 2 for 17 after 4. Robinson is 0 for 8 after 4. And, well, you have the feeling it was an important toss to win, and Glamorgan don't win many tosses in the championship.
Yeah, it feels like a costly one. I mean, John Simpson, we were out there and he didn't hesitate at all. I think it was pretty obvious, quite overcast today. Although that's cleared up a little bit. There's a little bit of blue in the skies, but there's those nasty sort of cirrus clouds in the sky, the ones that hang heavy and are more likely to cause precipitation. So they are sort of there, although we're not expecting rain according to the forecast. But I just don't trust forecasts, Nick, if I'm honest with you. Right, from the Cromwell Road, and Ollie Robinson's going to continue for a 5th over. The score's 26 for 2. Still 4 slips in place. Fielder at deep backward square leg. Big appeal for LBW. Everybody's interested, maybe a little bit high, I'm thinking. The umpire, Nigel Long, not at all interested. What do you think? A bit high for my money, Nick?
A little bit difficult to tell from this angle. Carlson's not the tallest, so might have been.
Yeah, it was a kind of sort of a fleshy sound from here. Our perspective is it's sort of about 30 degrees from the wicket, which is it's quite nice if you're just watching, but not great if you've got to judge LBWs, if I'm honest.
No, I think we'd better go to screen on those.
Robinson turns and runs in again, bowls a lovely length, left alone in a classical fashion. My Carlson through to the keeper, there is no run. Just taking a few paces to his right towards short leg. He wanted to have a little bit of away time there. You can feel a bit encircled sometimes as a batter with loads of slip fielders, but you can't even take a little walk to square leg because you've got a short leg in your face as well. It's unbelievable, really.
Carlson's natural instinct would be to try and get rid of those infielders rather than grit it out.
There's Robinson running in again. I can see a little breeze catching his trousers. As then he comes again. There's a big swing and a miss outside the off stump with a minimal foot movement from Carlson this time. He practices a slightly better shot, but there's ums and ahs from a Sussex slip cordon who kind of sense they might be in business again soon. It's 26 for 2 the score remains. 37 minutes of play have happened so far today here at Hove. It's so lovely to be back here, Nick, as well. It's been almost a full year since I was last here.
Right.
I was commentating on England versus Sri Lanka women. A rainy day here at Hove, but wonderful game. Here's Robinson again. Lovely length, just tails in ever so slightly as the batter leaves, and Simpson takes it to his left-hand side. That ball was swinging in. Good pressure, and they've hit some very good areas this morning. The opening bowlers for Sussex, Jayla Bunatkat and of course Ollie Robinson. Very disciplined so far, Nick.
Yep, they haven't given Glamorgan too much to work with. A couple of nice boundaries for an Ingram, but very disciplined indeed, as you say.
There he comes again, Ollie Robinson. Sprints, and there's a nice bit of shape on that delivery. Sort of worked just past that short leg fielder by Carlson. Not with a tremendous amount of conviction, I must say. It's another dot ball. It's closing in on a maiden over here is Ollie Robinson. 5 dots in a row.
Sri Lanka, their chase underway, and had a further 5 this morning. 99 for 1, 120 needed to beat England in that final test at the Oval.
Pathum Nissanka, so impressive yesterday. Terrific player. It's exactly the kind of player I think you need in a chase like that. It's an interesting game now. We'll talk about that momentarily. Here's Robinson in once again. That one just squares up the batter a touch. He pushes to extra cover. There is no run. A maiden over that from Ollie Robinson, first of the morning. And Glamorgan remained 26 for 2. We're just discussing that test match there, Nick. I mean, can I be the only... do you think there's other England cricket fans out there, not even other, just England cricket fans out there, who would actually quite like to see Sri Lanka win this test match?
I don't think it would be the worst thing for English cricket. It might be just a little check that you can't play the same way no matter what the opposition or the conditions or the match situation, which I feel is been England's go-to attitude over the last couple of years. And it does tend to spill over a little bit into a bit of hubris, a bit of, not quite arrogance, but something approaching that.
70% arrogant.
Yes, and maybe if you're in a hole, the best way is not always to try and hit your way out of it.
Not always, no.
But maybe sometimes, you know, it has worked for them on occasion. There are occasions when you think, well, just get your head down and get another 20 or 30 on the board and get yourself in before you start playing your T20 shots. Anyway, it is a change of bowling. It is Finn Hudson-Prentice running away from us at the C end and bowling outside off stump, and no shot offered by Ingram. England women are in action again today. They're playing Ireland in Belfast in a one-day. England with a rapid start, 33 for 0 at the beginning of the 7th over, having chosen to bat first. Tammy Beaumont, the captain of Welsh Fire in the franchise stuff, and Emma Lamb opening the batting now. Here comes Hudson-Prentice, tall figure, charging in past the umpire bowls and defended by Ingram. Back to the bowler, and there's no run. If you are just joining us, 10:30 starts in September, and Glamorgan put into bat, losing the early wickets of Asa Tribe, caught at short leg off the bowling of Funadkat without scoring, and then the normally dependable skipper Sam Northeast, who lost a stump also to Anadkat, and he'd made 9. That was 19 for 2. It's now 26 for 2 as Hudson-Prentice charges up the slope and bowls, and nicely played by Ingram, but hasn't beaten the field at point on this occasion. The optimistic James Coles, I say optimistic because he's wearing a sun hat. really, today? Nah.
Haven't seen any sunglasses yet, though, to be fair.
He hasn't been looking at the weather forecast or the apps.
Well, Wednesday's supposed to be quite bright and sunny. Well, that's had loads of those sunshine logos, so...
Fingers crossed.
Yeah.
Hudson Prentice, right arm medium fast. No shot from Ingram through outside off stump. So a short opening spell from Unadkat. Just the 4 overs in it.
He's significantly cooler here, I imagine, than in Gujarat, where he hails from. A really warm part of India. I mean, a lot of India is warm, to be fair, but Porbandar in particular is a very, very, very warm place. And I imagine he's still acclimatizing.
In comes Hudson Prentice. Bowls. Ingram knocks it away off his legs towards square leg. Good tumbling stop, but they've gone through for a single. 27 for 2. Ingram to 14 here on BBC Sport Online.
I tell you what I'm very impressed with, Nick, is the crowd on a Monday morning. I mean, it's very it's not the best weather, and it's a Monday morning. People have stuff to do, you imagine, work to go to, but there's a pretty good turnout, and you can tell this Sussex team in particular has really caught the imagination of their members, of local supporters, top of the table so far, and looking good for promotion.
Indeed, reasonably clear of Middlesex and Yorkshire as Carlson defends the next ball from Hudson Prentice. No run, end of the over. 27 for 2. Hudson Prentice's first over cost just the single. Neil Thornycroft on X said we're talking about possible recruitment, saying he wouldn't go for an opening batter. This volume of runs has not been a problem. I suppose he's talking overall there, Neil. There's been plenty from the top order generally. Continue trying from internal sources. A pace bowler would be good. Trying to improve the dead, in inverted commas, wickets at Sapphire Gardens would also help. Yeah, there's not an awful lot of pace in Sapphire Gardens wickets generally over the years, and although there have been 1 or 2 exceptions this season, they have tended to deaden out on days 3 and 4.
They have indeed. Here's Ollie Robinson in again, and that ball nearly takes the outside edge, just leaves Ingram as it moves away ever so slightly towards off, and then to the keeper for no run. He maintains that excellent length. And I just wanted to pick up on the table briefly as well, because we talk about Sussex. They're on 177 points with 3 to play, including this game. So they are reasonably clear, and that final game of the season will be here against Middlesex. So you imagine that'll be quite crucial with Middlesex in second place. But if you look at Glamorgan, who is sort of mid-table, currently in 5th position, they're in with a shout as well. As Robinson in, and that ball's left alone through to the keeper. There is no run. So yeah, Glamorgan's on 125 points with 3 games, including this to play. They've really, I mean, they can easily go past Leicestershire, who've got 139. And depending on how Yorkshire and Middlesex do in this round in particular, they could really just make a little push, couldn't they?
It's possible, but at the moment, everyone at the club, I think, is focusing on the one-day final, although they won't admit it. They won't admit it publicly. They say, oh, a lot of red ball cricket to play before then.
Here's Robinson in once again. This time the ball's defended by Ingram on the bounce to short leg. There is no run.
But realistically, if you think if a side is going to win a trophy, people remember that, and if it means not doing so well in the championship over the last few weeks, I think Glamorgan supporters would generally accept that. Of course, you can aim to do well in everything. I'm sure you aim to win every game that you go into, but the One Day Cup really is the jewel in the crown at this stage.
Robinson in once more. That ball's defended to mid-off for no run. Was it 98 the last time Glamorgan won the championship?
97.
97, I beg your pardon.
Yeah. So yeah, just 1 year in the first division since the 2-division system came in. It's Glamorgan have in the 2000s have won the One Day Cup once, and the One Day League as it was a couple of times. So yeah, they've been able to sustain success over one day a lot more easily than 4.
It's all about white ball cricket over in Wales, isn't it? Obsessed with the short form stuff, I'm telling you. Here's Ollie Robinson from round the wicket now, and that ball's just, again, defended back to, well, actually just in front of the batter. The short leg picks up, there is no run. Interesting, he's changed his angle straight away. But it's quite lovely. I've been to Safari Gardens a few times this summer, and it's always quite nice because you go into that museum and there's all these wonderful photos of. There is a big emphasis on the one-day cup and going all the way back to sort of like the days of the B&H Cup and things like that. They've got all these wonderful photos. Those old shirts with the full name written across the centre in a stripe. It's quite lovely. The Safari Gardens, the museum there. If you're ever there, it's definitely worth checking out. Here's Robinson back over the wicket again, and this time just leaves the outside edge of Ingram through to the keeper, and that is, I believe, another maiden over. I've got to commentate on 2 overs so far, 2 maidens. Thanks, Ollie. Score remains 27 for 2, and we've had 11 so far today. We're just talking about Glamorgan's chances. I mean, absolutely, that one-day cup would be quite something. It's quite an achievement to get that far as well. I suppose Sussex have one eye on finals day as well themselves.
Yeah, I mean, Sussex have got to fight on 2 fronts this week. There's no chance of adjusting their championship side to rest players before T20 finals day. So, got to go all out for those players involved in both formats. Hudson Prentice is in to bowl to Carlson, who defends to cover. And there is no run. And for those who are involved in both, then not an awful lot of time, maybe just Friday, if this game goes the distance, to practice the white ball hitting and get yourself back in T20 mode, unless, of course, they decide to do it during the course of this red ball match. Go all Baz ball on us. Hudson Prentice in to bowl to Carlson, who's on the defensive, out on the offside. No run. 27 for 2 it remains here on BBC Sport Online with Atif, Adrian and myself, Nick Webb. Adrian will be back in around about 10-12 minutes time.
We have to let people know that so they don't tune out. I understand.
I don't want to think that the Sussex feed has been entirely taken over by incomers such as these marauding Tafts, as Carlson plays that one out towards point, and there is no run.
Well, Sussex have been pinching things from my county for a long time, so lost Stephen Finn to them, now John Simpson to them. There's been a terrific get as well. He's been a great get. Adrian and I were talking about this earlier at the toss. Like, he's just been superb. Position of authorities really sort of flourished and come into his own.
Been a fine season as Hudson Prentice bowls and Carlson jabs it out to point, fielded by Unadkat, and there's no run.
I still remember watching his international debut, John Simpson, which was entirely by accident. It was the year after COVID, so I believe it was 2021, and the entire England team was exposed to COVID, so they had to come up with a completely fresh squad and Ben Stokes. So it was remarkable, and he was one of the players who got his debut, and he got himself a half century in that series. I was very happy for him, John Simpson. Good player.
Yes, you can talk about it regardless of the circumstances, as Carlson works one away on the leg side with a little flick of the wrist down towards backward square, and they go through for a single. 28 for 2. So Unadkat bowling just the 4 overs. Robinson has bowled 6 so far. See if he'll continue into a 7th. Glamorgan resting Tim van der Hoogten, who has had a heavy workload since coming into the side at the end of May across all competitions. Glamorgan don't have the luxury of changing too many between championship and white ball, as that's edged rather by Ingram, who's looking to play straight. The ball ran out towards point, but safely so. 28 for 2 Glamorgan. 1 run off that over as well. They're crawling along at the moment, but seeing off the the new ball and maybe getting into calmer territory beyond. The Sussex attack, well, we've seen Robinson, Unadkat and Hudson Prentice. We've got Crocombe to come. We've got the spin of Carson, possible medium pace of Clark, I suppose, Haynes maybe. So plenty of options available to John Simpson here.
You get the feeling though, it's all about seam at the moment. Plenty of movement, the ball's still moving around. 4 slips still in place for Ollie Robinson, who's going to bowl his 7th over now from the Cromwell Road end. And in he comes now. He bowls and nearly gets the outside edge again. Beats that backward defensive shot from Kieran Carlson. It just gets squared up a little bit, gets pinned back a little bit really. And you can sort of see it's difficult. The terrain here at Hove is very unusual, but the most pronounced thing about it is that sort of downhill slope. So you got a fast bowler who's swinging the ball, running down towards you. It really feels a little bit more daunting, I imagine.
Yeah, particularly when it's a strapping sort like Ollie Robinson. I'm not sure maybe Carlson withdrew the bat just in time from that last one, looking at the replay.
Here's Robinson in once again, a bit fuller and a bit more convincing in defence that time as Carlson gets forward and pushes to mid-on, and there is no run. Lots of noise and encouragement from that slip cordon from Sussex. There's a few crossed arms as well. I think they're just trying to stay a bit warm. It's a bit nippy. I think you've done well today. You've got the sleeveless on, you've got the full sleeve shirt on,
yes,
and you've got a windbreaker as well, haven't you?
Yeah, 3 layers. I thought I might have added the hoodie actually walking up from the hotel. It was a bit chilly.
Nick is prepared. Here's Robinson in again, driven, and that's going to run away to the boundary behind point. And some polite applause from the home fans there. Welcome boundary really for Carlson. It's been sort of very quiet this side. Ollie Robinson hadn't conceded a run in his last 14 deliveries, so that sequence is broken with a boundary. Glamorgan on to 32 for 2. And Carlson on to 8. He's faced 21 deliveries, so taking his time. It's a lovely shot that. He just found the gap behind point. Lots of gaps, of course. You got 4 fielders in slip, mid wicket up quite close, short leg, and, no mid off, no mid on. Here's Ollie Robinson in once again, just back of a length this time, and defended on the front foot by Carlson. There is no run.
Yeah, this is Carlson in serious mode. He's not really his natural instincts, this.
Does he have a non-serious mode as well?
More like the drive through the covers.
It's lovely. Well, there's a little bit of a flash to it, but also there's an element of safety. He was behind point, so that's always sort of the telltale sign of one you maybe haven't nailed when you're driving, I suppose. But
wow, this is the sort of field we normally see to Billy Root: 2 gullies and 4 slips and a point.
And there's another fielder coming in. They might have a leg slip as well.
This is ridiculous.
So there's 4 slips, 2 gullies, and a leg slip in place as well now, and that short leg. Here's Ollie Robinson in, and that ball's left alone by Carlson through to the keeper. There is no run. I suppose he bowled the right ball for that field. And actually, Ollie Robinson in his follow-through just counted all of the fielders just to make sure there were just as many. And now, actually, the fielder at backward point is not too far away from a 3rd gully position, really. Maybe they're just like hanging out. They're like being close together, the fielders. It's a camaraderie exercise. I don't know, but Sussex being ultra attacking right now. There is there's nobody outside of what you would call the circle.
There's no net in front of the wicket, is there? Apart from
Yeah.
short leg just about.
Only short leg in front of the wicket. This is extraordinary. Here's Ollie Robinson in again. He bowls. He's left alone outside the off stump through to the keeper. There is no run. Well, it's just a couple of deliveries with that extraordinary field. Did you get a snap of that, Nick?
Yep.
Well, if you want to see it, you got to get on at NickWebb2017 on Twitter. It is a heck of a picture. You need to check that out. 32 for 2 the score for Glamorgan. Just that boundary from Carlson from that over. But Sussex very much in control at the moment, you would say, in a game that could see them more or less secure Division 1 cricket next season. A win here would mean something extraordinary would need to happen in the last 2 games for them to not get through. But you'd fancy the season they've had. They'll find themselves playing I don't want to say the big boys, but Division. Let's just say Division 1. Division 1. Can't think of a more appropriate way to say it.
So Hudson Prentice bowls and Ingram will get runs here, angled away down towards third man, under control, and runs away for 4 up the hill to the Cromwell Road end. And Glamorgan move on to 36 for 2 here on BBC Sport Online, having lost both openers. Tribe sadly without scoring, and North East losing his middle stump also to Jadav Unadkat, and he made 9.
That was a lovely shot, that, from Ingram. He just guided it. It was all that experience of knowing he had a split second longer with the ball coming up the hill.
Hudson Prentice on his way in again, and Ingram plays a similar shot, but this time just guides it straight to point, and there is no run.
It's quite pronounced, the difference in pace between these two, but the angle, I'm sure, has something to do with it. The slope, I beg your pardon, has something to do with it. But even so, it's just Ingram. He just looks like he has so much time on the ball. He has an acute awareness of exactly where the field is. So much experience coming in off the back of that unbeaten double 100 in the previous game. It's quite something. He must have enjoyed watching that, Nick, I imagine.
Absolutely. As that one is again angled away down towards backward point this time, but just the single. 37 for 2. It was just the joy in Ingram's celebrations when he reached the double 100, a feat he hadn't achieved in a 20-year first-class career, and just leapt and punched the air. Absolute delight in reaching 200, and you could tell how much it meant to him. Here's Kieran Carlson facing up, just the 3 slips this time rather than the extraordinary field set by Robinson at the other end to Carlson. And in comes Hudson Prentice, bowls. Carlson drives nicely through the leg side. That one might run away down to the Cow Corner Hospitality Facilities. It does so. 4 runs for Kieran Carlson as he moves into double figures. He's on 12. Glamorgan on to 41 for 2. England have got a wicket.
Ooh.
With Mendes going, caught Bashir Bold Atkinson for 39. They're 111 for 2 Sri Lanka, 108 runs to win, so they're more than the halfway mark. Silver 59 not out.
Oh, that's exciting. Well, Patum Nisanka's your guy there.
Nisanka, sorry. Why is he listed as silver? That's defended on the offside by Carlson.
I believe his
So that's full name.
Yeah,
yes.
his full name is
Yes.
Patum Nisanka Silva.
Yes. Confusing me on the scorecard because there, of course, is a De Silva later in the batting order. Yes. 1 or 2 players. Yeah, Zafar Goa was another one with Pakistani spinner. As Hudson Prentice bowls and Carlson plays that one to mid-wicket, and there is no run. It is the end of the over. It's the end of my commentary stint, and the BBC duties will be taken forward for the next half hour or thereabouts by Adrian and Atif.
Thanks very much indeed, Nick. 41 for 2, as Nick was saying. I was looking at some of these schools around the country, Atif, and it's all happening at Grace Road, where Leicestershire are 15 for 7.
Sorry, repeat. 15 for what? 7?
15 for 7. Ben Code has taken 4 for 3. Matthew Fisher, who is Surrey bound, has taken 3 for 12, so 15 for 7.
Goodness gracious.
Yorkshire won the toss and decided to bowl, so I can only think that was a pretty decent decision. Ollie Robinson, 7 overs, 3 maidens, no wicket for 12. For economic this morning, Robinson in down the hill, bowls, and Ingram with a how many times has he beaten the outside edge? He sort of, he wanders down, he looks at Colin Ingram and say, what do I have to do to get a wicket?
Well, do you know, I think there was a bit of gratitude from Carlson that previous over, because for a long time he'd have to face Ollie Robinson 3 overs to be exact, and then there was a single taken by Ingram in the previous over, so they finally got to have a look at the other bowler. One slightly over-pitched delivery from Hudson Prentice. He leapt on it, put it away for 4, and you could just see the gratitude. He'd been starved for anything over-pitched and just latched on anything he finally got a hold of.
Deserves a wicket, does Ollie Robinson. He's in down the hill, bowls, and Ingram is hit around about the thigh pad. The ball bounces into the slip cordon, and there is no run. Both wickets so far taken by Jadev and Nugcat. Glamorgan 41 for 2. Elsewhere in sort of the promotion games which we're keeping an eye on, so Yorkshire off to a flying start against Leicestershire. The other side who are very much in contention for promotion Division 1 are Middlesex, who are playing Gloucestershire at Lords, and Middlesex are 70 for 1, having lost the wicket of Sam Robinson, the first ball of the match. He was bowled by Singdale, but Mark Stoneman going on very nicely on 42, Max Holden on 27. So I'll keep across those games throughout the day. As in comes Robinson, bowls, hits Ingram on the pad, the ball back. Look at Robinson, he can't believe he hasn't picked up a wicket, Ollie Robinson. The ball bounces away into the offside, and there is no run. We'll have an update to the listeners on BBC Radio Sussex in a few moments' time. John Simpson just reorganising his field slightly, but as Atif and Nick was saying, it's a very attacking field. 4 slips and a gully, backward point, extra cover, short leg, and a fine leg just down below us as Robinson wheels around us at the end of his mark. On a gloomy morning here at home, bowls to Ingram, and it's getting caught behind. They think you've got him. The umpire, Nigel Long, says not out. Robinson's got his hands on his knees. He can't believe that hasn't been given. It was taken by Simpson. Well, this is a pretty stern examination for Colin Ingram, who's a fine player, but he's having to battle really hard here against Ollie Robinson. 41 for 2. We'll just do this cricket update, and we'll be back with you and bring in Atif, because this has been a really impressive spell by Ollie Robinson. Well, grey and overcast here at home, but Sussex have made a good start. Glamorgan batting first. They were put into bat by John Simpson. Glamorgan are 41 for 2. Both wickets taken by Jadev and Nugcat, the Indian overseas player playing his 3rd match this season for Sussex. Ollie Robinson is bowling beautifully here, but without any luck at all. Glamorgan 41 for 2. Meanwhile, down at Taunton, already Surrey have picked up a couple of wickets. Somerset are 52 for 2 in that match that could well decide the future of the county championship. And they are playing at the Oval in the Test match. Sri Lanka are 115 for 2, needing another 104 to beat England. As in comes Robinson. Down the hill, bowls, and Ingram defends, but uncertainly out into the offside. Still prods the ball. Good over from Ollie Robinson. It's been terrific stuff here this morning. 8 overs, 4 maidens, no wicket for 12. On another day, he might have sort of 3 for 18 or something. It's been that sort of spell.
Yeah, absolutely. Just been very nagging on that length, very meticulous. He's worked it out very quickly. Obviously used to running in down that hill. He understands how to bowl from that Cromwell Road end. And he's been very unlucky, as you say, not to get wickets. So economical as well. Just the 12 runs off his 8 overs so far. So that means he's bowled 43 dot balls. Just really impressive. And he looked impressive in that quarter-final as well, in the blast. So that delivery to Salt in particular,
yeah, to
start things off. I mean, he's found a bit of form here.
Well, he has, and I would say he's been in. I mean, he spoke to us pre-season, Ollie, and he was very keen to get back in the reckoning. And the only way he's going to do that, Avitif, is by taking wickets. Yep. And Sussex really didn't expect to see him much in the T20 competition because they thought maybe he'd get selected. He's a massive reason why Sussex have made it to final day. Although he didn't take wickets in the match against Derbyshire, he bowled really well and created pressure. I would say he looks fitter than he's ever done, Ollie Robinson. So. I mean, a few in the media have suggested that maybe Ollie Robinson's international career is over. I think that's too soon to say that. I think he's still got a huge amount to offer.
He's still a young man. Henry Crocombe into the attack from the C end, and starts with one just angled in towards the batter, who pushes into the onside. Does Carlson? There is no run, and Ollie Robinson also, he's taking a sort of senior role in this team as well. He's standing at mid-off, so he's having a chat with young Henry Crocombe, who's quite a young man.
Well, definitely, and that's been a feature of this season. I mean, John Simpson is doing a lot of the organising, but Ollie quite often is at mid-off, and he's talking to bowlers and suggesting changes in the field as well.
Here's Crocombe again. Bowling again, angling it into the pads of Carlson, who works it just in front of square leg. They'll get through for a single. It's not the best throw from the deep, but Simpson does all right, and they get through for another one. And it's just a little drop-off. I think part of it is just bowling from the sea end up the slope. The batter just has a split second longer. It's literally a case of having a split second longer to play your shot. And he's also just having a look at the replay. Both of his deliveries so far from Crocombe, they've kind of angled in towards the pads, and you get the feeling Ollie Robinson with his arm as well gesturing. He wanted to get it away from him. Maybe he'll have better luck against the left-hander. And he comes to Ingram, who leaves that ball outside the off stump through to the keeper. There is no run.
I mean, and you see, a fair amount of Test cricket, Atif, and there's a lot of talk around about, Rob Key has said, you've got to be able to bowl 90 miles an hour, which is all well and good, but you've got Mark Wood who bowls 90 miles an hour. He's injured. We're thinking about Jofra Archer here. It's not the only way to get players. I don't know they want to take pace bowlers to Australia.
Yeah, that selection of Josh Hull did raise a few eyebrows and other things. Here he comes again. Crocombe, as that ball's bended off really towards square leg, and there is no run. 42 for 2 the score remains.
I mean, I understand it's an opportunity to look at some younger players, and Hull may be one for the future, but you get the feeling that everything's just gearing up towards the Ashes next year. Yeah. They've got the tour of Pakistan that and they're out to New Zealand as well.
I don't know. It felt like the Lions were the place to try players. I don't know.
Well,
Here we go. Crocombe in again. Slightly fuller this time. And it keeps a bit low as well, really. But Ingram pushes to cover. There is no run. It can feel a bit. I mean, random's a bit unfair, but it is quite peculiar the way Brendan McCullum picks players, and Shoaib Bashir. It's a brilliant story, really, about how Sir Alistair Cook recommended him, and he looks at him on YouTube, and that's how he finds himself in the. I mean, and fair play to him. He's obviously a very good player, and he physically fits the bill. It's Crocombe again. This time the ball's driven. It's gonna run away down the ground. It might run off to the boundary just in front of us. It does. That might be the shot of the day from Colin Ingram. It was slightly overpitched and driven absolutely beautifully straight down the ground, and that takes the Glamorgan score to 46 for 2. Beautiful shot that. But yeah, okay, so you want a tall fast bowler who can bowl 90 miles an hour. There you go. But you kind of want them cooked a little bit. Maybe you want to marinate them a little bit, send them off on like A tours and give them a little bit of. I don't know. I mean, what do I know, right? Brendan McCullum's Brendan McCullum, and he's had tremendous amounts of success, although possibly not today with the score for Sri Lanka 120 for 2. I need less than 100 runs now.
Yeah, and people might say, well, you watch Ollie Robinson all the time, but I couldn't help watching it else. I was watching.
Here comes that Sussex bias. Hit me, Adrian.
Well, it just needs someone who's going to hit the top of off, and Michael Vaughan and Alistair Cook were saying the same. Someone who hits the top of off, which England didn't do last night. Anyway, here comes Robinson. What can he do? Bowls to Carlson, who works this rather uncomfortably down to fine leg. They've taken one. They'll come back for the second as Jack Carlson feels. Jack Carlson, who's the third highest wicket taker in the country, with his off spin, gets in the throw. 2 more to the total. Carlson goes to 15, the total to 48 for 2.
Yeah, I do take your point, by the way. I'm only just sort of teasing you, really. But Ollie Robinson is that kind of bowler. But it's very clear that he's been pushed to the back of the pecking order.
Yeah.
So he's going to have to do
and there's obviously reasons behind that, Atif.
Of course.
There's clearly reasons.
Yeah.
And perhaps Ollie hasn't done himself any favours. But I don't think his international career is done. As in comes Robinson, bowls. He beats Carlson with an absolute beauty. Draws him forward. The ball goes past the outside edge, and there is no run.
Yeah, I think it's definitely premature. He's 30 years of age as Ollie Robinson. He's certainly a capable bowler, and you just think, regimes and things like that. Like we know that Brendan McCullum's going to be in charge of the England team until 2027 in all formats as well. So, when you got to change someone's mind who has a perception of you, it's a tough thing to do.
Yep, indeed. Robinson in bowls, and is that a brilliant bit of fielding? That's run away for 4 runs. I thought for a moment that had been fielded by Finn Hudson-Prentice. He almost turned Kieran Carlson around, and he edged the ball through backward point. down to the third man boundary for 4. It's a boundary. It brings up the Glamorgan 50. But it wasn't a shot that would instill massive confidence in the Glamorgan dressing room. 52 for 2.
Leading edges always sort of look like a trick shot, don't they? But yeah, he would have done really well to get behind the field, just because it would wrong foot the best of us. But I think they'll take them any way they come at the moment, Glamorgan. It's been a tough old morning so far, and I think they'll be sort of pleased to get to that 50 mark, having only been 2 down at this point.
Yeah, I would agree. Yeah, I would agree.
There's a lot of there's been some really good bowling for Sussex, and they could have hoped for more reward.
4 slips in the gully go down as Robinson is in, bowls to Carlson, lets that go. That's a good leave. Through to Sims, and a brave leave, because that didn't miss the off stump by very much. Bit of a recovery by Leicestershire. They're now 38 for 7.
So much better.
So that's better. That's better than 15 for 7.
Yeah, absolutely. Still a great pin number. So the other thing about Ollie Robinson that I don't mean to jump on your bandwagon a little bit, but he's bowling a long spell here. This is his 9th over. You don't often see that in Test cricket anymore, long 9, 10, 11 over spells, but having a bowler who can go is very useful.
He's in again, over the wicket, bowls, let go. That was wide of the off stump, and Carlson let that go more comfortably through to keeper Simpson. There is no run. Certainly Paul Farbrace believes that Robinson is the sort of bowler who needs to bowl. He needs to bowl lots of overs and get himself into a rhythm. And he's in good rhythm today, but hasn't picked up a wicket so far. 52 for 2. And you're right, you say, I mean, there are others who are in front of him in the queue now.
Yeah.
So we'll have to see whether he can fight his way back into England contention. But whilst he isn't, Sussex are benefiting by having both in the T20 and in the Championship this season. And he comes on a overcast morning in Hove. He's in and bowls, and Carlson again works this out into the offside towards point. Rather uncomfortably, it has to be said, but he picks up a single. He goes to 20 at the end of the over. Glamorgan are 53 for 2 here on BBC Radio Sussex, BBC Online. Adrian Harms, Atif Nawaz. If you've got a smart speaker, you might want to listen to us as well. You just have to say, go to BBC Sounds, play Sussex v Glamorgan Day 1, and by the magic of I don't know what, we'll be there.
Artificial intelligence.
Is that what it is?
Yeah. Artificial intelligence.
Okay. Well, it's all very clever.
Yeah.
Far beyond. It's way above me.
It is. I tell you what is also very clever is Nick Webb, because he's got himself a cracking chair here. This is such a comfortable chair, honestly. And you're very sporting me, Adrian, because you've got your stuff plugged in on that side. He said, "Why don't you take this chair?" But you've missed out here. You've handed me a very comfortable chair, from which I can tell you that Crocombe is continuing from the C end, and this time a good length ball's just been blocked to cover. There is no run. It's got lumbar support. It's got everything. It even
nice reclining chair.
It spins. I don't sit on chairs in a traditional way, certainly not when I'm commentating, but this is quite nice. Getting the red carpet treatment here.
Yeah, we were watching you actually when you came on to come out, and you kneeled on the chair. We thought, oh, that's interesting. Do you always do that?
I do like to. I have strange ways of sitting on chairs and tables. I don't know why I do that. I just never grew up, I suppose. Here's Crocombe in. That ball again pushed with not a ton of conviction by Carlson to cover. There is no run. Crocombe starting to find a bit of rhythm now. It's a much better line. He started a little bit leg-sidey, but now pitching the ball outside off and still getting it to come in. It's the one that goes away that could cause trouble. Carlson surviving, it has to be said. It's been tough going for him. He's on 20 of 36 deliveries, and 37 deliveries now, I beg your pardon. He's been fighting hard. There's Crocombe in once more. This is overpitched. It's driven beautifully, and it's going to run away to the extra cover boundary for 4.
Shot.
Terrific shot that. Just slightly overpitched. There's been slim pickings really for the batters today in terms of length. Well, when he's finally found something in his area, Carlson, he's put his hands through it gloriously. And that boundary takes the score for Glamorgan to 57 for 2. And Ollie Robinson has got the ball in his hand at the moment, just giving it a good old rub on the back of his trousers. And a word of encouragement for young Henry Crocombe, who runs in again and bowls, just slightly pulls his length back, but also pushes his line wider. You really don't mind if your batter's having a drive at that. It goes through to the keeper, there's no run. And it's nice to see some of those. You told me about the temporary stands that they've put up for.
Yeah, at the far end of the ground, at the Cromwell Road end, yeah.
Some people in them.
Yeah, there is.
Nice.
Yeah, I mean, I imagine they're coming down soon because the T20 is sort of all done and dusted.
We keep winning games there.
Yeah.
You might keep packing them out. And then one keeps a little bit low from Crocombe, but Batter manages to push it back to the bowler. There is no run.
I mean, talking about that, we had they've got a new CEO down here now. Rob Andrew has moved on, and Pete Fitzboyden came and spoke to us on the radio last week, and it was great to have Pete on. But one very telling piece of information he gave us was that Sussex only make money 7 days of the year down here at cricket. 7 days of the year.
Wow.
And they're the T20 blast days.
Oh, wow.
Yep, 7 days. And I'll break off a minute.
There's Crocombe in once more. Overpitched, flicked nicely, but can't beat mid-wicket. There's no run.
And the quarter-final against Lancashire was the difference between making a profit and a loss for the season. They were going to make a six-figure sum.
Well, that's extraordinary.
Yeah.
So a blast quarter-final, I should tell you, sorry, it's 57 for 2 at the end of that over. There's 18 overs that have been bowled so far today. Carlson 24 and Ingram 23. So a blast, the gross for a blast day can be 6 figures.
For the quarter-final.
For the quarter-final.
Yes.
On a normal blast game.
They would make a profit, but he didn't say how much. But
Yeah,
he did
sure.
say there are only 7 days. So, for example, on a day like today, Sussex are losing money.
Yeah.
There's not a big enough crowd in. So, and I hate the expression, Atif, but the so-called smaller counties, you can see why the blast is absolutely
Crucial,
key to finances, and indeed what will be crucial when these 100 franchises are sold, wherever it is. The money coming into the counties who don't have 100 franchises is absolutely vital.
And also sort of the new professional tier 1 setup for the women's
Yeah,
team.
totally.
That's going to be a big
Yeah.
driver.
That's a slightly sore point down here as in comes a Nudcat and Pete Ingram outside the off stump through to Simpson, no run, because Sussex really felt that they deserved to have one of the tier 1 teams. I think they feel they've been one of the pioneers of women's cricket and have been for many years, produced many England players, Sarah Taylors, etc. And I think Sussex just felt that they deserved to get one. They put together a very strong presentation.
Yeah.
But it only lent more of a feeling that the big get bigger and the small get smaller. There's no question of that some of the clubs feel that. In comes a Nudcat over the wicket, bowls and pulled away by Colin Ingram. That's a lovely shot. Too short from J.W. Nudcat. It was just pulled away with contempt, really, by Colin Ingram to the mid-wicket boundary. 4 runs, lovely shot. He goes to 27, 61 for 2.
So you called a shot of authority, wasn't it? Really, just get
beautiful
that
shot.
ball out of my space. I take your point as well. I mean, I was looking at the women's blast schedule for next season because it's going to be in line with the
Yes,
men's,
yeah.
which is, I think, great. I think double-headed is the way to go. It brings an audience. There's a synergy. It's brilliant. But there's a team there called the Blaze, which I understand is sort of an homage to. I'll break off.
Nudcat in bowls. Ingram defends to mid-off. There is no run.
Yes, it's an homage to the teams, the regional teams that already exist, and the Blaze sort of covers a region and what have you. But even so, you kind of think, well, counties, like we're talking about accommodating counties, bringing it in line, making it make sense. I remember raising this point a couple of years ago, where in the women's T20 Blast, because of the way it's structured and because it's below regional cricket, or it used to be at least, I don't know how that's going to work now. There's 4 winners of the women's T20 Blast.
Nudcat in bowls. Ingram again defends down the track, and Nudcat fields of his own bowling, no run.
I spoke to Marie Kelly, who'd just made the move from Central Sparks at the time, and she was one of the winners. And I said to her, so you win this? And she's like, yeah, but somebody else has also won this. She said, yeah. So how many trophies are there? She's like, I'm not really sure. So if the players, the winning captain, isn't altogether sure of what the format is, how can you expect people to buy into it?
Well, totally. I think it's a great point. It's a great point.
I'm hoping there'll be more clarity going forward, at least.
Nudcat over the wicket, bowls. Ingram lets that one go outside the off stump, taken by Simpson. No run. You need to get a job at the ECB.
Listen,
You really do.
I think, schedules. I think are the number one problem.
It is it is difficult, and we all, and
of course.
And people say they've been wrangling with the schedule for years and years and years. But
it's
it's quite sobering though when someone says we only, and that's one of the reasons why Sussex are looking at more development of the ground, more corporate hospitality, using this ground more in the winter, which they're not new problems. But having said that, in comes a Nudcat bowls. Oh no, that's going down the leg side. There's a stifled appeal from short leg from Daniel Hughes. There is no one. The ball bounces well on the offside. 61 for 2 at the end of the over. Kieran Carlson on 24. Colin Ingram on 27. We had 19 overs so far. Just a reminder that Sussex won the toss and elected to bowl first. And I was going to make a point, and I can't remember what it is now, Atif.
About usage of the ground in the winter.
Yeah, usage of the ground in the winter, the schedule.
Like, you made me think of Grace Road, because I was doing some championship commentary there last season, and Richard Ray, the brilliant Richard Ray of Leicestershire, told me that they had Elton John come and perform at Grace Road.
Yeah, so Elton John's performed here, and they haven't had any concerts this year, but next year they're planning
Elton
on...
John's done here as well?
Yeah, Elton John was here,
Is he just doing cricket grounds now at this point?
Yeah, Elton John did here 3 or 4 years ago.
Ah, this train don't stop here no more. Right, Crocombe in to Carlson, who works the ball away nicely past that fielder at square leg, and it's going to run away to the mid-wicket boundary for 4. Terrific shot, that. It was back of a length, but it was angled into his hips, and Carlson works it away with great skill. He's looking more fluent now. He's on to 28 to 42 deliveries. And 65 for 2 the score for Glamorgan.
Just to say that some sort of 12th man on, who is Ollie Carter, who's come on to mid-wicket. I think Ollie Robinson, I can't see out there, perhaps gone to change his boots or something.
Bowling boots to fielding boots. It's Crocombe in once more, and good length ball, keeps it a tiny bit low, but defended well by Carlson, no run.
Having said that, Pete Fitzboyden did say he wouldn't change the Sussex position for anybody. Sussex are debt-free.
Oh, I see. Yes, of course.
As a club, and whilst they're struggling to make profit in this year, they might with the blast. But with the swanky new apartments, so they may not have been here when you last came, Atif.
No, they weren't.
And the pub's been redone, which is very nice.
Good stuff. Here's Crocombe again, full driven through on the bounce to cover. I thought he timed it beautifully. He did time it beautifully, but straight into the ground and on the bounce to cover, where it's fielded by James Coles, and there is no run. Felt like he missed out there a little bit, Carlson, and that might be the best he's timed a ball all day, straight to the fielder, unfortunately for him. Right, 65 the score remains for 2, and I'm still haven't quite processed that Elton John is performing at county cricket grounds around the country. I love this. There's a short ball this time from Crocombe. Really dug that one in, but it was a comfortable leave for Carlson, who's he's not the tallest. He's not going to tower over Josh Hull. Let's put it that way. But it was a comfortable leave anyway, a comfortable weave anyway for him as the ball went through to the keeper.
He's a big earner for clubs, Atif.
Concerts.
Yeah.
Yes, absolutely. Yeah. Well, I mean, I think that's great, and sort of catering to. We'll come back to this momentarily, but here's Crocombe again, full, driven beautifully. This time he does find the gap between cover and extra cover. It's slowing up a little bit on the outfield, particularly towards that long boundary. It is hard work. That's a terrific piece of fielding in the deep to prevent the boundary. They do get back for 3. That's a great commitment there in the deep. That is
Jack Carson.
Jack Carson.
Yeah, really good chase. And then he sort of got the ball back, and James Coles completed the piece of fielding.
Yeah, great commitment that, and it was applauded and appreciated by the fans here. But it also a good season also helps as well, Adrian. I mean, when your team's winning, your fans are more invested.
Yeah.
You're top of the table. You're going to play Division 1, so you're going to get bigger teams coming over here as well next year. You get your Surreys and all those kind of teams, Warwickshires, and your big name teams visiting.
For sure.
And it helps draw interest for sure. As Crocombe in, it bowled him. What a delivery from Crocombe, past the outside edge of Colin Ingram, who's been completely beaten by a ball that just moved away from him ever so slightly and knocked out the middle stump. What a delivery from Crocombe. He's rewarded from some good bowling today, and Glamorgan have lost their 3rd wicket, 70 for 3, and halfway through the 20th over, I beg your pardon.
He's just got. I think he's a little quicker than he looks, Henry Crocombe, and I don't know whether he was done off the pitch there in Gilmore by just a misjudgment of the pace. But that's a huge wicket to get Colin Ingram, who's such a fine player. But these two have done really well, haven't they? I mean, 19 for 2, so they put on 59 for. Is it 70 for 3 or is it 78 for 3?
It's 70.
70 for 3. Yeah. So partnership of 51 between the two. But a good bit of bowling by Henry Crocombe.
It was indeed. I was just looking up Henry Crocombe, and it just made me really frustrated, really, just because I was looking up his profile, and 22 years of age, born in 2001. 2001. I can remember what I was doing in 2001. Getting ready to do my A-levels.
Yeah. Well, he's and he'll be 23 anytime soon. Birthday on the 20th of September.
Wow.
Henry Crocombe. He's played a lot of first-class cricket actually, Atif, and with the, Sussex went down the route of younger players, which was very laudable but not very successful.
Sure.
But he's played a lot of first-class cricket, Henry, and he's, he's still, a very young man. And there's always, there's only one extra space in the side up for grabs with Robinson playing and Nudcat. There's really only space for one more seamer, so it's a bit of a toss-up between him, Sean Hunt and Harry Carvelos. And at the minute he's got the nod and he's picked up a wicket.
Yeah, he has. It's a good one to get as well. Colin Ingram.
Yeah.
257 in the previous game. Unbeaten 257 in his previous game is what Colin Ingram got. And gone rather cheaply by comparison today. I'll take that. Crocombe's got one more ball left in the 20th over. Billy Root, the new batter, is on strike. 3 slips in place. As that ball takes the outside edge, and does it carry? It does carry. It's an appeal. Umpire not interested. I think it may have been pad.
Interesting, wasn't it? You could only imagine he was appealing for an LBW.
Oh, yeah,
but the
possibly, yeah.
Well, the ball ended up in the slips.
So, I'll have to take another look at that on the replay. But the umpire was pretty. There's umpire Sue Redfern from the City, and she was pretty convinced, and there wasn't too much follow-up either from the players, which is always a telltale sign. Just having a look at the replay, inconclusive is what I'm going to say. Going to need a few magnifying glasses to work that one up. Either way, 20 overs have been bowled by Sussex this morning. Glamorgan 70 for 3 with Carlson on 31 of 46 deliveries and Root on 0 and just faced the 1.
Leicestershire now 58 for 8 at Grace Road against Yorkshire. Ben Code has taken 5 for 15. A couple of weeks ago, I was up at Scarborough when Sussex played.
Oh,
and
wow.
on the first day of the match, in the evening, there was a question of sport quiz.
Excellent.
And it was Dads v Lads. As in comes a Nudcat from the Cromwell Road end. He's in and bowls to Carlson. Well, I'm not sure if that ballooned away off the pad, but it wasn't far away from Daniel Hughes in there at short leg. Did he get a hand to that? Do you know,
Yeah.
I think he might, and I think he might have hurt
It's a
himself.
drop. I think it's like they're calling it a drop chance.
Oh no, and that's not good news for Sussex. I hope he's all right, Daniel Hughes, because he's been absolutely keyed. That went very quickly to him, though.
Yeah,
Short leg. He's okay, I think.
he's not getting too much, sort of
Sympathy, is he?
from his teammates. I think it was a drop chance, really, technically, because it came off the bat. It's been given us runs by the umpire. It went on the full, very, very, very quickly. But
Yeah.
I think in the modern game, you almost sort of expect that to be taken, really.
Robinson is back on the field, by the way, so Ollie Carter has gone off as J. Devon Nudcat is on his way from the Cromwell Road end of the ground. He's in and bowls, and Root defends down the onside, no run. Yes, they call it Dads v Lads.
Okay.
So there were 4 Yorkshire players.
Yeah.
They were the lads, and their 4 dads were the other team. So it was a question of sport quiz.
Okay.
And it was a really, really good night.
Do you remember a question off the top of your head?
I could probably think of one in a minute, Latif. Something like who was the main York? Yeah, a lot of it was Yorkshire based. Around sort of when did Freddie Truman make his debut, or what was his hometown, and all that sort of thing.
Yeah,
But there were also questions on football and motor racing and various things. And Nudcat in bowls, and Root plays into the offside no run. What I really liked was it was the end of the first day in the county championship match, and
Yeah.
these lads were prepared to come out, give up their time. The place was packed with supporters, and they stayed there till about 9:30. I just thought it was I thought it was a PR exercise. It was excellent.
These little events, they go a long way to just bonding the community. Something that, I've done a lot of work with Warwickshire, and, they do that really well, just encouraging communities to get involved, having these sort of ad hoc events. They hosted a lot of watch-along events during the T20 World Cup earlier this year.
Nudcat is in, bowls down the leg side, taken by Simpson. There is no run.
And from what I gather, they're planning on doing more, just to engage their local communities and also just like minority communities and things like that, just getting them more involved. Looking at alternative publications to publicize things, so not just your traditional, print media, what have you, but finding sort of bloggers and YouTubers, and this is the direction cricket journalism
sure.
is sort of going in,
Yep.
and just engaging with that in a really sort of astute way. I think it's very important to for sort of cricket clubs to flourish in the modern day.
And Nudcat in again, bowls to Root, who's beaten outside the off stump, taken by Simpson. and there is no run. But I thought, you know, all credit to the lads and the dads, and I think the lads won.
Oh, well done.
Largely, that kind of wasn't the point really, but it was, but it was good fun, and well done to Yorkshire for doing it. It was our colleague up in Yorkshire, Jonathan Doidge, who put the quiz together.
Oh, well done,
and it was a lot of fun. And as I say, that the event was packed out, which perhaps tells you something that they're onto something there.
Yeah, more quiz nights, please.
Yeah, always
love
great.
a good quiz.
Yeah,
Love a good quiz.
71 for 3 are Glamorgan, Carlson on 32. Billy Root yet to score. Final ball of the over, look at him bowls, and Root tucks that one away through mid-wicket and picks up a comfortable single, fielded out there by, who's that, Jack Carson. It is the end of the over, 72 for 3. I think Nick's going to come back in and join us. We will speak to Atif. Oh,
I'm going to relinquish the comfortable chair.
Yeah. Atif's enjoyed the chair.
When Nick comes back in, please do ask him which bands he'd like to recruit to come and play. Maybe they could do 2 legs, one leg in Sophia Gardens, one over at Hove.
Well, funnily enough, it's funny Atif should say it, because when Pete was there, he couldn't tell us the bands that were coming, and I said to him at that time, does it begin with an O? And he said no, and he said, but tomorrow morning I'll be on the phone trying to get my tickets. So he's a big Oasis fan, is the new Sussex CEO, as well as a Derby County fan.
Did you get him?
I didn't get any. I don't know whether Pete did either, to be honest. I don't think he did, because I saw him out. I'm not sure that he did. But a lot of people got through, didn't they? And you're buying a ticket for 150 quid, and then it's 350 quid, which is ouch. Anyway, Nick's back with us, and Henry Crocombe's going to carry on.
Crocombe is into bowl, and Root plays no shot through low outside off stump. 72 for 3, so Sussex have got the minimum 3 wickets that you expect to get in a championship match when you insert the opposition on the first morning, and they've got 27 minutes to try and add to that, and they've bowled pretty tightly this morning. Haven't given Glamorgan much in the way of free runs as Crocombe bowls, and Root plays to cover, and there is no run, and Billy Root could really do with a score or 2 in these last 3 weeks of the season. 508 runs at an average of 28. He's been battling away opening the batting. He's got quite a few starts, hasn't really kicked on as he would have wanted, but slipping down to 5 now in the order, which is probably his more natural home, as he's edged that one and caught it slip. And Sussex do get their 4th wicket. Root falls for just a single, and a tremendous spell this from Crocombe. First to rip out the middle stump of Colin Ingram, and now to get Billy Root edging to slip, and it is 72 for 4.
Yeah, Tom Clark with the catch, and a good catch as Eagle, a very safe pair of hands in there. And I've like very good partnership. It was a resilient partnership between Ingram and Carlson. They've both gone, and good to see Henry Crocombe back in the wickets. He's slightly in and out of the side this season, but that went very quickly to Tom Clark, as they got a good pair of hands and clung onto the catch.
22nd over of the morning, so Root goes for 1. Carlson stands 32 not out and awaits his latest accomplice, which will be Chris Cook. All-rounders Dan Douthwaite and Ben Callaway to come. Not quite sure which order they will emerge in.
I think probably when you got, it certainly justifies it. It just felt like we were out in the middle for the toss, weren't we, Nick? And it just sort of felt like a bowling day.
Oh, absolutely. It is Callaway, in fact, in at 6 ahead of Chris Cook, which is good, really, giving the youngster a chance. Chris Cook has batted at 6 for the duration of this campaign, but Ben Callaway gets a chance. He opened the batting in his last match, made Norton 36, picked up a minor injury last season, batted in just 1 match and unfortunately picked up a pair, but really has made himself at home in the first team in the One Day Cup in particular, and has played a role in T20 as well. So Callaway elevated to 6 ahead of Cook, wearing 8. Looks as though he's wearing a sleeveless sweater. Chilly morning, and quite a lot on Callaway now with Sussex's bowlers rampant as Crocombe bowls outside off stump, doesn't force him to play. Shoulders, arms through, good pace, bounce and carry through to the gloves of John Simpson.
Yeah, I think it's been a feature of Henry Crocombe. One of the difficulties Henry's had has been inconsistency and too many loose balls, but I know they've been working really hard with him, and I would say he's as quick as anything Sussex have got. He does bowl at a good lick, does Henry Crocombe.
He's charging away from us from the sea end, bowling to Callaway, who plays that one defensively back to the bowler, and there is no run. Thank you to Neil Thornycroft, who is enjoying having the BBC coverage of Glamorgan games back on the stream. We weren't involved in the One Day Cup coverage as far as the video stream is concerned, but we are for the championship. And Neil says he particularly enjoys Sussex and Derbyshire as Glamorgan's opponents in terms of commentaries.
Well, that's good.
Callaway drives on the bounce back to Crocombe, and there is no run. 72 for 4. Carlson has 32. Callaway yet to score. The applause for Crocombe's dismissal of Billy Root as his struggles go on.
And a shout out to Harry, who it's his first day working the stream. Lots of clubs have more than one person operating the cameras. Here at Hove we only have Harry, who's taken over from Jack, who's gone to pastures new. So good luck, Harry. I hope it's all going well today. And as I say, lots of clubs seem to have 2, 3, 4 people operating the stream, but not the case here at Sussex. But thank you for getting in touch.
And that little spell off air, I did brave going up to the roof.
Oh, was it chilly up there?
It was a bit chilly, yeah. It's all right for a quarter of an hour. I'm not sure if I'd want to spend a whole session there. I'll bring another jersey tomorrow maybe in case we do, but we might have a bit of rain around tomorrow.
Yeah, I saw that. That didn't look great, did it, tomorrow? 3 slips go down as in comes in over the wicket, bowls to Carlson, lets that go outside the off stump. No run. The players are all wearing black armbands today, that in memory of Daniel Oliver, former Sussex board member, who sadly passed away unexpectedly last week. And there was a minute's silence before the start of play today. We've done some Prentice warming up at Backwood Point, so maybe we're going to see a bit more of him before lunch, which will be at 12:30.
Oh, it's a bit early that on the back of a hotel breakfast, I can tell you.
Oh, did you have an... Oh, right. Yeah, I thought he was changing the angle of attack, J.W. Nucat. He's coming around the wicket to bowl to the right-handed Kieran Carlson. We've got a number of emails that have come in, I'll read. As in comes in Nucat bowls, he beats Carlson outside the off stump. That's a lovely delivery taken by Simpson. And there is no run. Nick Davis has been in touch. He says, what a season this has been. The change around the club have been remarkable. It doesn't feel too long ago when it was the case of dreading each Sussex game and fearing opening up social media to see another player leaving the club. A great week ahead, a huge chance to take a big step towards promotion, and then finals day on Saturday. I'm so excited for Saturday and feel very optimistic about the day. And just to say, if you haven't got a ticket for finals day, if you go onto the Sussex website, tickets are available as well as coach travel on Saturday morning. Nucat in bowls, Carlson defends into the offside, there is no run.
Yeah, well, let's hope that allocation is sold out from Sussex and indeed from all the participant counties, because it's not a huge allocation, I don't think.
No, it isn't. I don't think it is. I think because most of the tickets are sold.
Pre-sold.
Yeah.
So you just, you know, obviously cricket lovers to some extent, but...
there'll be plenty of fancy dress there on Saturday.
I was thinking of a diplomatic way to try and put that.
And in the Hollies stand particularly. Nucat around the wicket bowls. Carlson solidly forward, plays to mid-off, there is no run. Ian Shin says, hi guys, I'm watching the live stream on YouTube and listening to the commentary on my smart speaker. Hooray! Well done, Ian. Absolutely chuffed with the wins over Derbyshire and Lancashire. We'll be nervous till we get promotion and win the blast. I think Glamorgan have become a bit of a bogey team for Sussex, but I think if we can nick off Ingram and Carlson, we can knock off the other wickets and restrict the Glamorgan score. Hoping Sussex can get Glamorgan out today and then pile on the runs, as they have done most of the season. Yes, they have been Sussex's bogey side. They've beaten them 4 times In comes the cat bowls and clipped away by Carlson down to fine leg where it's fielded by Carlson. Jack Carlson gets in the throw fresh from his 11 wickets in the last match here against Derbyshire.
Yeah, sorry, Jack, but I really don't want Carson to Carlson
That is horrible,
in this
isn't it?
match.
No.
Or indeed the other way round.
No. 32, 73 for Glamorgan. So thank you, Ian, for your email. Judy's been in touch. Hello, Judy, who is listening over in the Spenkarma Pavilion. She says, I found this interesting interview below with Jack Carlson. It was an interview that was in the Argus newspaper, which is the local paper in Brighton. As in comes Anukat bowls and driven by Kellaway onto the onside. Ollie Robinson in hottish pursuit down to long on to field, but he picks up the ball and gets in the throw. So Kellaway is on his way. He's got 2. Morgan 75 for 4. So, yeah, Judy goes on to say, I found this interesting interview with Jack Carlson, which reminds us that the success now is much down to the development and hard work of our youngsters over the last few years as the senior players brought in to support them. 5 years of work is coming to fruition now, and I think we should recognise everyone who's been a part of that. With this in mind, it's a shame we couldn't mark Pujara's leaving in some way, whose influence on our young batsmen was immense. And she says, thank you for a season of coverage. And the image of Bruce Springsteen coming into bowl was priceless. Yeah, that was me in a game. And I was commentating on Ollie Robinson coming into bowl, but we were talking about Bruce Springsteen, who I'd been to see at Wembley. And I said, and in comes Springsteen. And
right.
yeah, so thank you very much for that, Judy. Yeah. I don't know if Bruce Springsteen likes cricket. But yeah,
He's probably more of a baseball man, isn't he?
yeah, he probably is. But Judy, thank you so much for your email.
Crocombe bowls and Carlson plays it away. Backward of square on the offside. Will get runs here. Will this reach the boundary? Yes, it will. Just about trickles over the ropes up towards the dressing rooms, top left of the ground as we look. And Carlson moves on to 36 and Glamorgan on to 79 for 4.
Phil Pennicott says, lovely to see Henry Crocombe among the wickets. I was wondering what his future might be were we to be promoted, given his first class average of 43 odd. Maybe he's turned a corner, I do hope so. Yes, but just been that inconsistency from Henry.
As that is defended by Carlson up to mid-on, fielded by Hughes, no run. Yes, in terms of sports people and cricket. Actually, I was at a concert on Friday night where the singer did refer to cricket whites in one of his lyrics.
Oh.
As Crocombe is in and bowls, and on the defensive is Carlson. Don't judge me, gentlemen listeners. It was David Essex. It was a predominantly female audience.
Where?
At the New Theatre in Cardiff.
Right. Did your wife want to go?
Yes.
Right.
But I drank her enough to concerts and
Well, that's
sports
fair enough.
events, so
That's fair enough.
thought she was...
Was it packed?
Yeah, yeah, I think it was sell-out.
Right.
Pretty full. Crocombe bowls and Carlson withdraws his bat at the last minute as it goes through to Simpson. Yes, David Essex had written a song about his relationship with his son and referred to cricket whites as one of the
Right, okay.
sort of pleasurable ways in which they bond, maybe, watching cricket.
Did he sing Hold Me Close?
Yeah, of course, yes.
Yeah, was that his main one?
That was certainly one of the main
Right.
highlights as far as the mainly female audience was concerned. Crocombe is into bowl and Carlson punches it straight to Cole's cover and there's no run. Oh yes, you could get a David Essex Hold Me Close t-shirt and calendars, of which it must be said, I mean, you know, he is a gentleman of a certain age now.
Yeah, for sure. I'm just looking up how old he is.
Mid-70s, I think. 75, maybe? I think round about that. Apologies if I've done him a disservice.
According to this, he's 77.
All right. Carlson ducks under the last ball of Crocombe's over. 79 for 4, Carlson. 36, Callaway 2. Yeah, maybe he wouldn't bowl too long a spell of seam these days. Might just lob down a couple of overs of spin, but certainly his voice is in good shape.
Yeah, so English singer, songwriter and actor. From 1973 to 1994 he attained 19 top 40 singles in the UK. And he was born 23rd of July 1947.
Yes.
Fair play.
Rock On, I think, is my favourite from
Rock
the concert.
On, yeah.
As he said, he put it forward for a suggestion for a film and was told it was too weird. It is actually quite weird for a leading chart hit of those days.
Yeah, wow. So an enjoyable evening was had by all.
Absolutely.
Good. In comes an account of the wicket bowls, and Kellaway is very comfortably forward, clips to mid-wicket, and there is no run.
Thinking of cricket-loving singers, Elton John, of course, appeared in cricket kit on the cover of one of his albums.
Did he?
Yep.
Right. I knew. I think I'm sure he was in the front of one of them in sort of a New York Mets kit or something, but didn't know that. In comes a Nudcat over the wicket bowls, and Kellaway is very studiously forward, placed into the offside, no run. Silver Dream Machine was another one, wasn't it?
Yes, that's right.
There we are. I can't believe he's 77. That makes us feel very old, Nick.
Time flies.
Yeah, it does.
Mick Jagger, another senior cricket-loving singer, of course.
Yeah.
Chris Martin of Coldplay.
He's a big cricket fan.
Yeah.
Oh, okay. Nudcat is in bowls, and Kellaway just plays slightly across the line. He thinks about it through the covers, plays it to mid-on. There is no run.
I saw him at Coldplay at Wembley a couple of summers ago.
Yeah.
And I think he'd met the English team, the Test team. I think the previous week. He presented someone with a book. Now, what was it about? I think it was about breathing.
What, one of the players?
Yes.
Right. Okay.
It, I thought would have been of use in terms of breath control and so on, which obviously is part of the army for singer and maybe for bowler as well.
Nudcat in around the wicket bowls. He defends into the offside. No run. What I like about Coldplay concerts is when they give you the band that lights up.
Yeah. It's a great spectacle.
Yeah, it is.
Concert, even if, I mean, you can be cynical about their music, and all right, maybe it's not the most groundbreaking always, but it is one heck of a spectacle.
Yeah, no, I agree. And actually, when we saw Springsteen the other week, he stays on for a long time, Nick. I mean, a friend of mine is a massive Springsteen fan, and it said on the ticket starts at 7:15. Well, generally you might get there for 8:15, might you? Because there's a support you might not want to watch. Well, he came on at 7:15 and went off at 10:30. In comes the Nudcat, round the wicket, bowls, and forward comes Kellaway. Just plays defensively into the offside. There is no run.
In the Test match, Sri Lanka 153 for 2, 157 for 2 now, requiring just another 62 runs to win. 8 wickets in hand.
They deserve to win.
Nissanka is still there on 88 not out, accompanied by the veteran Angelo Matthews.
I was interested in your conversation with the Teef earlier, saying, you know, people in a funny way like Sri Lanka to win that game. In comes a Nudcat, bowls up on his toes as Kellaway plays to mid-off. There is no run. It's a maiden over from J. Devon Nudcat, who's bowled 8 overs, 1 maiden, and taken 2 for 25. Glamorgan 79 for 4. Carlson on 36. Kellaway on 2. Well, they deserve to win, don't they?
Yeah, I mean, it's you do wonder what might have been the case had they actually had a couple of warm-up games. I think it was just the one against England Lions,
yeah,
wasn't
it was.
And got the tourists got pretty much stuffed at Worcester, and lost the first 2 tests, but have now come battling back to, it seems, win the 3rd. As Crocombe will continue this very useful spell for Sussex, and Glamorgan desperate to get through till the lunch interval without any further losses. Carlson 36 not out. As Crocombe is on his way in to bowl, and Carlson defends on the offside. And there's no run. Carlson, one of the heroes of Glamorgan's home victory over Sussex with 148 in the first innings, in company with Ingram's 170, but Ingram back in the dressing rooms, cleaned up by Henry Crocombe. Made 27 in a half-century partnership with Carlson as Crocombe bowls and beats Carlson's defensive. Pardon me, it's been a bowling morning here at Hove. 79 for 4.
Always seems to make runs against Sussex. There was a game, I think it was during the COVID times, Nick, where he made 100 in both innings down at That was a match where Ollie Robinson got, I think, 13 wickets.
Oh gosh, yes, he was all over Glamorgan.
Yeah.
That week, wasn't he? As Crocombe in past umpire Redfern, bowls outside off stump, shortish, but not close enough to the body for Carlson to play it. He rehearses the uppercut that he might have played in more frivolous times, but steers clear of it. And Leicestershire, they've recovered to 84 for 9 now. Cox 36 not out. Right, 12 not out, so last wicket partnership. Yorkshire all over them as Carlson drives, thinks about a quick single, but Hughes is around from mid-on to prevent that from happening. In Division 1, the crunch match at Taunton, with Somerset needing to win. You would have thought to stay in serious contention against Surrey. Somerset 88 for 2. Vaughan is 43 not out. Young Vaughan. Driven nicely by Carlson, flicked away on the leg side. Economy of stroke, but that one's run down the hill for 4. It's difficult to catch a ball up in this corner of the ground, isn't it? Next to the cow corner.
Almost impossible, yeah.
It really does run away, and it's short-ish. The pitch is fairly central, slightly towards the main scoreboard side of the ground maybe, but fairly central. But it is shortish corner as Glamorgan moved to 83 for 4. And Crocombe into bowl, similar shot. They'll go through for a quick single. Hughes has a shy and it's hit Carlson instead of the stumps, and Carlson is wringing his hand in pain, and that was a sharp throw from about 20 metres away. Hughes of course has every right to throw at the stumps. Carlson dashing home to complete his run has taken that one. He's worn it, and Carlson's had trouble with his hands more than once this season, and well, he will be very glad to get through to the lunch interval and get whether he maybe need a bit of treatment. I think he might need a bit of the old magic spray. It was just about a single there, but right for the fielder to have a shy. Unfortunately, he hit Carlson, and on comes physio Georgina Ewart to administer a little bit of treatment. Is it the left hand?
Yeah, I think it was.
That one fairly bandaged already.
Yeah.
He is now receiving treatment, just out of shot if you're watching on video.
Yeah, I mean, I think had Hughes hit, I think that would have been close, Nick. However, he didn't hit, and let's hope Kieran Carlson's okay, particularly with this big game coming up at Trent Bridge.
Trent Bridge, yeah, week Sunday.
Will there be many making their way up from Wales, or?
I'd hope so, yeah, I'd hope so. I haven't seen any numbers, to be honest. There's a coach trip from the club, and one from the Balconeers as well.
Right.
Balconeers.co.uk, the supporters club are running a trip there, if you want to jump onto that one. But I'm sure a fair few making their way up independently as well. So yeah, it would be good to hear Welsh support in full voice at Trent Bridge. You're not missing anything because there is a hold-up while Kieran Carlson has some treatment administered to the hand.
There was a Welsh story on the radio this one day about a choir, or the Welsh National Choir, I can't remember quite what it was, who have had their funding withdrawn, or some of their funding withdrawn.
Welsh National Opera.
I think it's what it was, yeah.
Yeah.
And people not
They're
very
on
happy.
strike.
Yeah, that's right, they're on
chorus
strike,
members,
that's
yeah.
it, yeah. They're refusing to sing.
Awkward decisions being made by all sorts of funding organisations. Arts Council for Wales. There's also, they do get money from the Arts Council for England for touring in England as well, but those have been considerably reduced.
Henry Crocombe there's Tom Clark who's into the attack. I apologise. Bowling right arm medium pace down the hill. We've probably got, well, maybe this and one more over before the lunch break. Glamorgan 84 for 4. Kieran Carlson has battled away, and he seems none the worse for wear for that blow on the hand. He will be key for Glamorgan next week in the 50 over cup final. As in comes Clark, bowls short, he ducks underneath it, the ball goes through to Simpson, no run.
Yeah, Ingram also a big player, loves the 50 over format. What we don't really know is what sort of side Somerset will put out, because while Glamorgan only had a couple of absentees to the 100, Somerset of course had a whole team effectively.
Yeah, in comes Clark, bowls. Carlson is, well, I think it was diving to the right of Tom Haynes at second slip. I don't know whether he got his hands to it, you think it was short? Yeah.
Didn't carry.
Eagle-eyed Nick. And it's a boundary to Carlson. He goes to 45, the total to 88 for 4. So what are you saying? That Somerset, do they play who they've played throughout the tournament, or do they bring in the stars?
That's, well, they've got every right to play anyone on their staff, but no doubt the players who got them there would very much like to play in the final.
It's a tricky decision, that, isn't it? Well, I guess it's not tricky to think, well, we just want to win it, but you thought there might be some loyalty to those other players. In comes Clark, bowls. Carlson up on his toes and clips that one away down to deep backward point, fielded there by Finn Hudson-Prentice. One more to the total. Carlson to 46, 89 for 4.
Glamorgan, not so much of a decision. Mason Crane was the only player who actually played in the 100. He's picked up an injury today, we think, so may not be involved, may be fit. But they've got a good bowling attack, Glamorgan, in terms of its set. People know their roles. They played more or less the same bowlers right through the competition. Four seamers, Callaway as the spinner and Carlson as the fill-in spinner. 3
slips in place now as Tom Clark is in from the Cromwell Road in. Bowls to Callaway, lets that go outside the off stump, taken by Simpson. There is no run. Yes, one of the victories that Glamorgan had was down at Neath Cricket Club, where we were.
Oh, just about. That was the squeaky bottom one, wasn't it?
Yes, it was.
1 wicket.
It was a good game of cricket.
Sussex looked to have snatched it back with some good bowling in the middle order, middle overs.
Clark again. Bowls and beats Callaway outside the off stump, taken by Simpson, no run. Now Sussex are running between overs here because they're hoping to get one more in before the lunch break. And one of the issues around Sussex has been this year a slow over rate. They've already lost 2 points this season for a slow over rate, and they won't want to lose any more with this very close battle at the top of Division 2 of the County Championship. And we're going to get a bit of Jack Carson, who's going to bowl his off breaks.
You can make him up pretty quickly, though.
You
can't
can,
you?
yeah.
Because Glamorgan were -4 at one stage in the last match, and an hour's worth of spin, and they were back.
It's almost unforgivable losing points, isn't it, really, for a slow over 8?
Unless you don't get a second innings unexpectedly or something like that.
Terry Owen has been in touch, Nick, on Sussex Cricket at bbc.co.uk, and he says, can you ask Nick if Swansea Cricket Club have been given somewhere to play yet? ?
I'm not sure if it's been announced officially. My understanding is that they were likely to move in on a university ground. I think. Don't shoot me if that's not correct. But yeah, this is, well, Swansea Cricket Club finishing up at St Helens as Carson bowls his first ball. It would be to Carlson, wouldn't it?
Yes, it would be.
It is Carson.
We knew that was going to happen. Yeah.
Apologies for any verbal slips in the course of this little joust. 89 for 4. Glamorgan looking, you would think, to just survive this last over of the morning session as Carlsen comes forward. There's an appeal as the ball runs down to slip, squirts away off the pad, but got a decent stride in there. Carlsen. As in comes the off spinner again, and Carlsen steps back and tries to force on the offside, but only hits it as far as point. The reason that they're not using St Helens for cricket any longer is because it is to be developed as a new home for the Ospreys Rugby Club, who used to play there alongside the cricket. Carlsen bowls, Carlsen defends past short leg, no run. So Swansea Cricket Club are on the move, I believe, to a university premise. If anyone from Swansea has any more detail on that, then let me know. nickweb2017@gmail.com. As Carlsen defends that rather quirkily off the back foot to short mid-wicket. No run. So last ball of the morning session then. Slip and a short leg. And Carlsen to bowl it from this sea end. It's noodled away, possibly off inside edge, possibly off pad. There'll be 2 runs onto the Glamorgan total anyway. Will there be a signal from umpire Redfern? No, there will not. So they go down to Kieran Carlsen, and he finishes the session on 48 not out. Glamorgan's main man, 91 for 4 at lunch. Lost 2 early wickets to Jadev Unadkat, who dismissed Tribe, given out caught at short leg without scoring, and Northeast, who got really the ball of the morning. It was a brute of a delivery, a beautiful in-swinger to Northeast from the left armour, and he went for 9. That was 19 for 2. Then a revival between Colin Ingram and Carlsen, till Ingram had his middle stump removed by Henry Crocombe, who then had Billy Root edging to second slip for 1. 72 for 4. Glamorgan have survived without further damage, but it has been Sussex's morning after winning the toss and electing to bowl first in bowler-friendly conditions. Glamorgan 91 for 4, and play continues at 1:10
Yep, Nick, thanks very much indeed. So we're going to go and have a sandwich or whatever as the players make their way off the field. So thank you for listening. As I say, we'll be back with you in about 35 minutes, and we'll leave you with the sounds of Hove and the seagulls during the lunch break.
session of day one of this Division 2 match between table-topping, promotion-chasing, high-flying Sussex and not quite so high-flying Glamorgan. Glamorgan 91 for 4. And your commentary team, Adrian Harms of BBC Radio Sussex, Atif Nawaz and myself, Nick Webb, here on a rather grey and chilly day. Given conditions, I suppose 91 for 4 is probably about par, really, about expectations.
You think so? I mean, in some ways, surpassed expectations, really. I mean, Kieran Carlson's been very impressive. He's had to weather a storm, really, just particularly from Ollie Robinson early doors. Ollie Robinson unlucky to end up wicketless in that first session, but he beat the outside edge so many times with the early swing, bit of assistance from conditions. 2 wickets apiece for the other two seamers in the side, Henry Crocombe and Jaydev Unadkat. But as you say, 91 for 3, 91 for 4. I think you'd sort of take that if you're Glamorgan, based on the conditions.
Just about. It's Ben Callaway batting at 6 this week, having opened a couple of weeks ago, and he is facing the opening ball of the afternoon session, and it is a play and a miss as Tom Clark comes in down the slope. Tom Clark, the 5th seamer used. Thought it might be just a token over before lunch, but he is he's continuing. There are 2 slips in a gully, or a first, second and fourth slip, as Clark bowls and Callaway flirts at that one. That was not a great shot. A little bit of way movement, playing bat away from body, and he needs to give himself a good talking to. Ben Callaway, playing just his 4th first-class match.
He's been promoted up the order as well today, has he?
Well, he opened last time.
So maybe
he's
not.
probably a 6-7 sort of batter, as he's beaten again outside off stump. Fencing at that one. He's not to play at those, really.
That's a really nice length from Carson as well. He's just hitting it perfectly. When we talked about this slope early doors, it's hard to find it really, because you're sort of falling over yourself as you're running in, so you have to keep very upright and bring that front arm down. He brings it down beautifully.
Clark then, medium pace, medium length run, and Callaway goes for it again, and again he's missing it outside off stump. Well, I think Ben Callaway's made up his mind that he's going to go for it, but you know, Clark is not Sussex's fastest bowler by any means, and he's been beaten 3 balls in a row, and Carlson from the non-striker end needs really to administer a little talking to.
Yeah, it's a bit identical, really. It reminds me of one of my favourite Bill Murray films. Groundhog Day.
Groundhog Ball.
Groundhog Ball, yeah, that's very good. There's a cricket remake waiting to happen. What's your favourite cricket-themed film, Nick? Have a think about that. Give me a nice answer.
As next delivery is played off the back foot by Callaway, rather more conventionally, and they'll hurry back for a couple of runs as the throw comes in from deep cover. 93 for 4. Callaway started his first-class career with 3 ducks in a row. Yikes. Unfortunately for the young man. Made 36 last time out against Derbyshire, but picked up a minor injury, which meant that he wasn't available for the Leicestershire match in Cardiff. As he's driving that one on the leg side, possibly not as straight as he'd hoped, but we'll pick up another pair of runs out towards deep square. Callaway moves to 6, and the total to 95 for 4, and Tom Clark must be wondering how he didn't find the outside edge in that over. 95 for 4, 29 overs gone, so I'd be very surprised if we got through 96 overs here today, because with the floodlights not available and the overcast weather that's likely to continue, then I think the lights will play a part at some point in the evening session.
Yeah, well, sun's setting sooner and sooner as well as the days get shorter. I was slightly disgusted to discover that Ben Callaway was born in 2004.
Well, I remember couple of years back we were thinking, oh, players born in the 21st century, and now half of them are.
Oh my goodness! Like it's
Most of the Sussex squad probably.
there'll be a player not in the not too distant future born in the 2010s.
Oh, don't.
Can you imagine? It'll be time to call it a day at that point. Right then, is the first over of the afternoon session. Gets an inside edge and goes down towards fine leg. They're coming back for a second run. This could be tight with a direct hit. It wasn't in the end. It was a nice tidy delivery really from Jay there with Nutcut. And
It's 50.
it's 50 up for Carlson. He's batted well for it really. He's really had to fight for this half century. And he took a big risk to come back for that second as well. It would have been a heartbreaking way to go, but he's made it. So 50 off 75 deliveries for Kieran Carlson.
I think he just about have been home looking at the replay, had the throw hit, but it was a decent effort.
Here's a Nutcut. There's 3 slips in place. Again, gets an outside edge, beats that fielder at third slip. Well, let's call it gully really. It's trickling down towards deep third. And 2 fielders in pursuit will prevent the boundary. They will get back for 2. And now it's all about how far Carlson can take this really. He's the only batter who's managed to find some fluency. There were some nice shots from Colin Ingram earlier before he departed for 27. But everybody else has found things rather tricky.
6 boundaries in the half century, by the way. 8 boundaries in the half century, sorry. Ingram hit 6 in his 27.
Yeah, it's been a good knock. Some determination about it. As a Nutcut is in. This ball's been punched off the back foot. A half stop at backward point prevents the boundary. They should be able to get back for 2, maybe even 3. Nope, 2 it's going to be. And that would have raced to the boundary had he not got a hand to that. Good bit of work at backward point. And the score moves past 100 with those 2 runs as well. 101 for 4 in the halfway through the 30th over. The milestones keep it coming for Glamorgan. And well, Nutcut's unhappy with the crease area. Wants a little bit of sawdust just to dry out the footmarks area. It has been quite damp. When we went out there for the toss earlier, I could feel a little bit of squishiness under the sole of my shoe.
Yeah, the areas on the used strips look very ugly indeed. I thought they were actually muddy, but it seemed to be mainly hard mud, but those could cut up quickly if they get wet.
They can indeed. There's a Nutcut in once again. It's a foolish ball, driven only as far as mid-off, and there is no run. Nutcut looking for a little bit of swing, but it seems to have stopped moving a little bit, the ball. Conditions still very overcast, so there's potential assistance there. Nutcut bowling up the hill from the sea end here at Hove. It's a very unusual ground, this, in terms of its terrain. There's lots of sort of ups and downs. There is that slope going down, but it's also there's parts of it that feel higher than others, like a teenager's cheek. Here's a Nutcut in once again, back of a length, outside edge, is it? And it's been guided. Well, it's been guided. Let's give him the benefit of the doubt. It's been guided down towards deep third. Fielder in pursuit. Will he get there? He will. And the batters will settle for 2. Runs are flowing nicely in this over, really. It's all been 2s. 2-2-2.2.
Thank you, Richie.
103 for 4 the score, with 1 to come in this, the 30th over. And, it just feels like scoring's becoming a little bit easier now. Just feels like, particularly from the city end, where there's a little bit of time. There's a breeze going across this ground as well. I can see Nutcut's shirt fluttering from right to left. Not sure he'll enjoy that. And then in he jogs. Bowls outside edge, and it drops short of the second slip fielder. Well, it was quite a thick edge as well. And maybe it kept a little bit low from a Nutcut, so it didn't carry to a second slip. But in any case, just a little reminder that he's still there or thereabouts as a Nutcut. 103 before the score remains after 30 overs. Carlson on 56 of 79 deliveries. Callaway on 6 of 10.
Yeah, please ignore the graphic on the screen. It was not Jack Carson bowling, if you're watching as well. So, yeah, Kieran Carlson just about getting his wrists on top of that one, and although he got the edge, didn't quite carry, as Atif said. As Clark to continue, unfortunate in the last over, but Callaway defending competently the first ball of his third over. Good afternoon to Duncan Evans, listening in Tunbridge. This is a very windy, great toss for Sussex to win. Shows how much Glamorgan are missing an opening batsman. Well, yes, they are few and far between specialist openers these days. As Clark is in to bowl and Callaway leaves outside off stump. And looking down at this Glamorgan lineup, I don't think there is a natural opening bat in the squad as such. He was 12 last season across all competitions, including a couple of night watchman appearances from Van der Hoogten and Harris. As Clark bowls to Callaway, who swings at that one, and he's gloved it to the keeper. He's given out. He looks very disappointed. Caught down leg side. A simple catch for John Simpson. And Callaway, well, was that natural disappointment or not thinking he should have been given? Anyway, he's on his way back to the pavilion. Callaway's gone for 6, and it's 103 for 5 as Tom Clark has his first wicket.
Yeah, it's never a nice way to go, really. Strangled down the leg side. And you always sort of think you haven't picked up the bounce, you haven't picked up the line, something you've missed out on. But getting caught down the leg side is never any fun. John Simpson was absolutely delighted with that as well. An early wicket after lunch just to press home that advantage. As you were saying, at that break, 91 for 4 was sort of honours even almost, considering the conditions, but 103 for 5 certainly feels like advantage Sussex in home conditions, having won the toss and decided to stick the opposition into bat. Some serious pressure on Glamorgan now to reach that first bonus point. That would be quite something from this point.
It's a long way away, isn't it? 250. Yeah, I think that was more frustration from Callaway. It looked to be close to the gloves, to be honest. Everyone went up. It obviously hit something on the way through, but it was a ball that Ben Callaway really could have put in the stand. Not a great delivery, and I don't think it was an intended leg side trap, but Clark's got his first wicket. He's 1 for 9 as Callaway is replaced by Chris Cook, slipping down the order. Maybe not as prolific as he has been in past seasons. He's averaging 29. He has 1 century, which is in the second match against Derbyshire, and since then just the 1 half century. 47 in the last match against Leicestershire for the experienced Glamorgan batter keeper, who faces up to Tom Clark. And Cook wristily working it away on the leg side, and it's retrieved by Unadkat behind the umpire, and Cook is off the mark first ball.
It's not the best delivery from Clark. First ball to a new batter. You kind of want to make them play, but you want to put it in an area where you've got a chance. What you don't want to do is put it on their pads and make it nice and comfortable, nice and easy to work it away for a single. So maybe just missed a trick there. Now he's got Carlson back on strike to bowl too, so 56.
Edward Bevan, my BBC Wales colleague's been in touch. Swansea Cricket Club we had a query about earlier. As Clark is in to bowl to Carlson, who's edged and caught behind. John Simpson takes a tumbling catch, and Sussex have got the key wicket of Kieran Carlson to add to that of Ben Callaway, and Glamorgan are all over the shop at 104 for 6.
Yeah, what do I know, huh? They wanted to get him on strike all along, get that outside edge. It's not a great shot, you have to say, from Carlson. He's been there for 81 deliveries. He should really know better than to just really poke at one outside the off stump without much foot movement. And a couple of wickets in this over. It's been a good over this from Clark, really. Just pushed, and now he's really broken the back of this Glamorgan innings, and also secured a minimum of 2 bonus points. With the ball, you'd expect Sussex to get all of these wickets and end up with all 3 bonus points, but even so, a very strong start today.
Yeah, I thought Clark might be replaced after lunch, but they kept on the 5th seamer, and he has rewarded them with 2 wickets in an over. in the space, in fact, of 3 balls, as the unmistakable form of Dan Douthwaite advancing on the middle, swinging his bat, practicing a few shots on the way. 6'2" of broad build, Dan Douthwaite, and it looks as though he's going to get the chance to do some bowling as well as some batting today.
Probably today, yeah, I was going to say. Number 88 on his back as well. Big Harry Brook fan.
88, Dan Douthwaite, as he does a few more stretches, and will face up to the last ball of Tom Clark's over. Surprisingly, maybe, there's still the 3 slips in terms of close fielders. I thought Sussex might have stuck in another couple.
Yeah, you'd think so.
Where's the short leg or the silly point? Douthwaite surveys the scene and prepares to receive. Clark is in. Bowls to Douthwaite, who turns it on the leg side for a single. So he, like Chris Cook, is off the mark first ball. 2 dots, 2 singles and 2 wickets in the over for Tom Clark. Glamorgan 105 for 6.
And this is a very good position for JW Nudcut now. If he can continue to bring a little bit of swing, a bit of his skill, it's been so effective for in so many teams he's played from. He's not played a huge amount of cricket for India, just the 4 test matches, but he's played a lot of white ball cricket, and one of the things he's very good at is cleaning up lower order batters. He's got 2 batters on 1 apiece who've faced 1 ball apiece as well, so he's got a pretty good opportunity here to try and blow away the lower order of Glamorgan and get his team in batting today in front of the home crowd.
Yep, looks likely at the moment. Swansea Cricket Club, that clear up that query, they're playing at the Swansea Civil Service Ground, we believe, next season, after the departure of cricket from St Helens, sadly. Be used for the Ospreys rugby team henceforth.
There's Unadcut with 4 slips in place. There's just been pushed to extra cover by Douthwaite, and there is no run. So, have you been to that ground?
St Helens, it's a very historic venue for Glamorgan over the years. It used to stage as much of Glamorgan's cricket as Cardiff did for many years, but has been gently declining in terms of its facilities over the last couple of decades, I think it's fair to say.
Here's a nut cut from the city end, the C end, I beg your pardon, and that ball's pushed to mid-off for no run. So, how well do you think you know Sophia Gardens?
You're not going to ask me quiz questions on it, are you?
I was gonna. I'll give you some easy ones to start with.
About 1967 first class match, I'd guess.
Okay, well, I mean, I didn't know that, but you're correct. I've just looked it up, and you're correct. It was 1967. Glamorgan playing their first class match. I was going to ask you the capacity to the nearest 100. Have a little think about that. The capacity to the nearest 100 as an Udcut is in, and that's left alone by Douthwaite through to the keeper. There is no run. Come on then. Sophia Gardens capacity to the nearest 100. Don't worry, I'll make it even, and I'll make sure I ask Adrian difficult things as well later.
14,800?
No. Go higher than that. It's bigger than that.
Really? It's not much.
Not that much bigger, to be fair. You're pretty close.
Well, 15?
15 and change.
15-1?
15-6.
Really?
Yeah, 15-6-43, according to the thing I'm looking at, which you can't look at because I've got more questions for you.
All right.
I've got more questions for you, Nick. Hold on one sec. Let me tell you what happens in this ball. Here's a Unadcut. That ball's been guided up a thick outside edge to backward point. There is no run. So
I'd be a little surprised if that were accurate, to be honest, because I thought it was just under 15.
Right.
Depends. I suppose they... No, I can't
the
think they
source,
put in temporary facilities.
The source that I'm using is easily editable online, so
yeah.
you can check that out.
Yeah.
Right, the first test match, men's test match, I should say.
2009. There hasn't been a women's test match.
Well, look at that, bonus stats. What about? Did you know the 2 teams that were playing?
It was England, Australia. Yeah.
It was. Right. I've got a more difficult one next for you. You're acing this quiz, by the way. There's a nut cut in, and once more the ball's pushed to mid-off. There is no run. Right, there's only been 1 women's T20 played at Sophia Gardens. Women's International T20. Who were the two teams who played? Bonus points if you can tell me the year.
I have to strike out on that one. I wasn't at it.
If you could think of the two most obvious teams.
Well, England and Australia.
There we go.
There we are.
And that was in 2015 at Sapphire Gardens. Lots of international cricket's happened there over the years now. Here's Inadcut in again, and that's been left alone. It's a good leave, that, really, from Douthwaite. Just stepped across his crease and measured his stumps and let the ball go through to the keeper. There is no run. And applause from the crowd here at Hove. It's a nice crowd, certainly considering a Monday, I suppose, afternoon now.
Yeah, the other internationals, there have been 3 men's test matches. One was against Sri Lanka in 2011, which nearly bankrupted the club on the grounds that it was late May. Sri Lanka, obviously decent opponents, but not your Australia or India, and it rained every morning of the match, so there was no walk-up crowd at all, and the club nearly went bust as a result of it because they lost £1 million on it.
Goodness me.
But they changed the system of bidding for matches thereafter. As a new over sees Chris Cook driving to cover. Tom Clark continuing after his 2 wickets in the previous over, 105 for 6.
One more question.
Go on then.
All right. How many matches of the 2019 Cricket World Cup did Sapphire Gardens host?
Say 5.
4.
Yeah.
Yeah. But that feels like a lot.
As that's poked away through the offside by Chris Cook, he'll get at least a single. It is fielded at deep cover, and they won't risk coming back for a second. 106 for 6.
Yeah, it feels like a lot of games. 4 games in that World Cup. I went to a lot of the games at that World Cup as well. I don't remember ever going to Cardiff.
No, I wasn't involved with the coverage there. I think I was away with Glamorgan on a couple of occasions, and maybe playing on one of the Saturdays or something like that. Clark is in to bowl, short of a length. Douthwaite deals with it well, gets on top of it and plays it out into the offside where it's fielded by Hughes, and there's no run.
You played much this season?
Barely. 3 league matches.
Did you get runs? Did you get wickets?
Not basically just making up the numbers at my age. Didn't bat in any of them or bowl. Kept wicket once. As Douthwaite is playing that one out into the offside. Yourself, have you had time to play between your many media engagements?
I played 3 games this season, and they were all sort of celebrity charity type games.
All right.
But in one of them was really cool. It was the Ruth Strauss Foundation game, and so I got to open the batting with Ian Bell.
Oh wow!
And I don't know about you, but I think he's got a future in this game.
Update for BBC Radio Sussex to come very shortly, as that is a dot ball. Adrian Harms will update BBC Radio listeners, and then I'll give way to Atif at the end of the over.
Okay, Nick, thank you. As Tom Clark wanders back to his mark, picked up 2 wickets since lunch. 106 for 6. 3 slips go down. Clark is in, bowls and let go outside the off stump by Douthwaite. It is the end of Tom Clark's over. Very impressive figures. 4 overs. No maidens. He's taken 2 for 12. Glamorgan 106 for 6 with Dan Douthwaite on 1. Chris Cook is on 2. And a bit of rebuilding to be done here by Glamorgan. You're listening to live cricket on the BBC, BBC Radio Sussex, BBC Online. You may be watching via the Sussex live stream, in which case a very good afternoon. Welcome to a cloudy, overcast Hove, but the good news is that we have got cricket after fairly heavy overcast rain. Yes, a good post-lunch session already for... Yes, I'm here, Sarah. I don't know if you can hear us. Oh, great. The wicket since lunch. Glamorgan now 106 for 6, and both of those wickets taken by Tom Clark, including the important wicket of Kieran Carlson, who was out for 56. So Glamorgan in trouble here, 106 for 6, but it's been a really good day so far for Sussex. Meanwhile, down at Taunton, Somerset are batting first against Surrey. Somerset 102 for 3 in a game that really could decide the future of the county championship. But wickets apiece there for Roach, Worrell and Clark. And not good news for England, beaten by 8 wickets in the final Test match of the summer at the Oval. There we are. Thank you, Nick. Nick will be back with us after 2. And it's going to be Jade Evanukhat who's going to carry on from this, the C end of the ground. I'll leave you with Atif.
Here he is, Jade Evanukhat, with his 3 slips and a gully in place, and that ball's been pushed to mid-on for no run. And well, I gave Nick a bit of a quiz there.
You did. I'm getting slightly worried. I'm just going to turn the effects microphone now because there's a lunch next door in the entertaining boxes, and you can just hear the announcer talking about something or other. So we just turn the effects microphone down, but he's talking quite loudly.
Yeah.
I don't know quite who's it. Well, my friend Julian, who normally sits at the top of the Spenkama Pavilion, he normally waves every day.
Oh, nice.
To make sure that all the audio is working okay. And he sent me a note and said he's going for a nice carvery lunch today.
Oh, lovely.
So he's in there.
We all had a nice lunch, didn't we? All the 4 of us had the exact same thing.
But it wasn't a carvery.
No, not a carvery.
No. So Julian's in there, sort of enjoying a glass of wine as well.
There's a nut cut in, Fuller, driven
Shot.
straight down the ground. Just presented the face of the bat ready. That's all he had to do. He's going to race down the slope to the boundary for 4. Terrific shot that from Douthwaite. Just push it. In fact, I beg your pardon, it was Cook, wasn't it? He just pushed it. He didn't even follow through. Just really met the ball and let the ground do the rest. And that's a valuable boundary for Glamorgan. 110 for 6. They move on to now with Cook on to 6. That's his first boundary.
Beautifully timed, wasn't it?
Yeah. It's all about minimal effort, really. There's a lot of emphasis on power hitting and hitting the ball hard in the modern game, and sometimes you just got to let the face of the bat, I beg your pardon, meet the ball. And another slip has gone in while that's happened. There's 4 slips and gully as the next ball's been worked down towards fine leg for a single. It's not really what you want, really, when you put an extra slip in, is to see the ball on a leg stump line worked down to fine leg, is it? But it's exactly what's happened. Score will tick on to 111 for 6. And apologies if you can hear our noisy announcer.
He is very noisy, isn't he?
Oh, I'll tell you what,
Perhaps he's announcing the raffle, or what do you think?
Oh, maybe, yeah.
Yeah.
What would the first prize be? I
I
tell you what it could be. It could be tickets to this ground, the capacity of which is what, Adrian Harms?
Well, it depends. It depends.
Here's Jade Evanukhat running in and bowls. That ball's defended nicely back to the bowler. There is no run. That should be the end of the over, I believe.
I think I just heard the announcer say something about Frank Bruno. What was I mishearing things?
Oh, I was watching the cricket, mate. I have no idea.
Capacity of this ground, well, it depends whether they've got the temporary stands or not. And this year, the temporary stands are not as big as they were last year. But I'm going to say with those temporary stands in, it's, well, they could probably get almost 5,000 in here.
Oh, well, according to the website that I've looked at, which is an online encyclopedia, of which many are available probably, but I'm using the most obvious one, 6,000 is the capacity. Oh, not cut in again, full, driven
Shot.
beautifully, but a lovely piece of fielding at mid-off has prevented the boundary. Really good stuff there from Ollie Robinson. And well, that's saved 4 for his team. End of the over, 111 for 6 for Glamorgan, with Douthwaite on 1 and Cook on 7. Adrian Harms is 1,000 shy. He was robbing 1,000 of the attendance.
Yeah, yeah. I don't think it's 6,000 this year, it's here, but maybe when they got the bigger temporary
maybe.
stands up.
It's possible.
But it doesn't get full too often. We were talking earlier on about profits and all the rest of it. But it's a blast here tonight is great fun. You ought to come down to TV.
I'd love to.
It's great fun.
I'd love to. I very much look forward to it next season.
It was really, the Lancashire. And you're right. You said it helps when you're winning. And
Of course it does.
And it does.
Oh.
It is going to be Tom Clark who's going to carry on. Very impressive figures. 4 overs, 2 for 12. He's in and bowls and punched away off the back foot. Lovely looking shot by Chris Cook, who's a very stylish player. He goes to 8. And Glamorgan to 112 for 6 on a murky day down here on the south coast. Not the sort of day you want to be sitting on the beach, really, or going for a swim.
I was thinking about that because I'm staying by the beach, like right on the beach.
Have you bought your trunks or?
No, I don't have my trunks, but I was hoping to just have a pleasant stroll along the beach.
Well, that'll be okay.
I should be okay for that.
Clark in bowls and Douthwaite is forward, punches to mid-on, and there is no run. I mean, there are people who swim in the sea down here, sort of all year round.
I've seen that. It's terrifying because I could just about dip my toes in the water before I kind of like sprint away, and you can't sprint because it's pebbles. So it's actually quite uncomfortable. I don't know how people make it look so easy, but
I'm never sure of the best way of getting in, whether you're better in just sort of running in and jumping in, or whether you sort of slowly go in and...
how do you run on pebbles?
In comes Clark and Bowles, and Douthwaite defends down the offside of the track. There is no run. Well, you might wear flip-flops or something, so that you
I
get...
suppose, yeah. That's where I went wrong. See, the last time around, I just remember me and my partner, and I wanted to look quite macho in front of my partner, but that didn't work out because I was very uncomfortable, and then had to just crawl my way back to the blanket.
Well, our commentator, the BBC Radio Leicester commentator, Richard Ray, just break off as 3 slips go down and Clark is in from the Cromwell Road end bowls and let go outside the off stump by Douthwaite through to Simpson, no run. Is very keen on all forms of it. He's a very good runner,
yes,
and a very good swimmer. So when
cyclist as well.
Yeah, so when he came down here in the summer, he said, you know, have you got your swimming gear? And you know, we're all going in for a dip. And I managed to skillfully forget my swimming gear on every day. But then we played Leicester in a one-day game, and I thought, well, I can't get out of it in this game, so I'm going to have to bring my swimming gear. But Richard sadly had to go back straight after the game, so he didn't have to go.
Oh, that's so sad.
In comes Clark, Bowles, and Douthwaite again. Lets that go outside the off stump. There is no run.
What a tremendous shit. He's an absurdly health-conscious man.
He's very fit, and he does triathlons and
He's
things.
Great shape. Like if I'm having, cause I'm an indulgent person, so I like sort of fizzy drinks and salty and sugary snacks and things like that. Things that you really shouldn't have, children, if you're listening to me. But why are you listening to me? You should be at school. I will break off.
Clark is in. Bowles. And it's gone right between first and second slips. And Allsop and Coles just both stood and looked at each other as if to say, well, I thought that was yours. But literally, if you had to bisect the fielders, you couldn't have chosen a better way for Dan Douthwaite to do that. He picks up a boundary, but he could so easily have been back in the pavilion. And he doesn't get a reprieve because no one got a hand on it.
No.
End of the over. 116 for 6. Douthwaite on 5, Cook on 8.
Yeah, I got the perfect view of that as well. It was right back in
wasn't
between
it?
the two fielders, and it really flew off the outside edge of the bat as well. So it would have taken really good reflexes, even if it was straight towards them. But just to close off on that point about Richard Ray, I feel like I have to be my most healthy self around him.
Yeah.
I feel quite self-conscious about, like the lunch that we had today would not fly at Grace Road. Absolutely not.
No.
Although they have very, very fancy. Have you had the lunches at Grace Road?
Well, they're amazing. I mean, you get served at the table, don't you, at Grace Road?
You've got like 3 forks and 3 knives.
The only problem with lunch at Grace Road, there's not enough time to eat it before you have to go back and start working again.
That's true. That's true.
But it is, yeah, tablecloths and...
And both teams eat right beside each
Yes,
other.
they do.
As do the umpires.
Yeah, and often you get put on a table with the umpires sometimes. You know, it's terrific.
Now then, Crocombe is in for his 7th over. It's full. It's just been pushed to mid-on, and there is no run. He's got 2 wickets so far, Crocombe. The second one was very impressive. Just knocked the stumps over. Middle stump as well. Colin Ingram, that was very impressive. 116 for 6. Yeah, but I couldn't do it. Like, the water is... It's lovely to look at. It's very therapeutic. The waves crashing into the shore. I really enjoy that. But I'd like to spectate rather than face up to it with some pads on. Here's Crocombe in search of his 3rd wicket. Full, driven beautifully again, straight down the ground. That is a lovely shot from Cook. Races away to the long off boundary for 4, all the way along this surface. And you hear that little thud as it hits the advertising boarding as well. Just beautiful, slightly overpitched and punished. 120 for 6. So
would you rather face Jofra Archer in full flow from the Cromwell Road end, or jump in the English Channel?
Oh, English Channel and never come back.
Right.
That's what I'm thinking. Okay. I had the chance to face Benny Howell this season at Edgbaston for a little piece we did for BBC Television. I'll tell you that one in a minute, as we've got Crocombe back in, and that ball's been worked to fine leg for a single, and the score ticks on to 122 for 6. Yeah, I mean, Benny Howell's not known for his pace necessarily, so he's known for being a variations man and what have you. And I'm not a professional cricketer, but I managed to get behind a few, got a couple of nice shots away, and then he decided to up the pace a little bit. And I tell you what, his quicker ball, didn't even see it. Crocombe in once more, full, defended back to the bowler. There is no run. So if I didn't see that,
You're not going to see
I'm
a
not going to
Jofra?
see Jofra Archer. No, there's no chance. There's
Okay.
not in my
Well, you're very honest.
not in my advancing age. No chance. But it was such a pleasure, though. I got to tell you, to bat against a professional player at a professional ground. We were using the training strip, but even so, for me, to find the boundary, that was cool. That was cool. Shouldn't have done it though. The next one was short, right at my head. Here comes Crocombe again, as that ball's been
Shot.
worked nicely. That is a lovely shot, just punched through the mid-wicket area to the boundary for 4, right into the lap of the gentleman on the loudspeaker, probably. And
He's
he's not going to stop for breath though. That's a lovely shot that from Douthwaite. Both these batters now have played some exquisite drives.
beautiful shot. I'm wondering actually that it's so loud, that PA announcer, that I'm sure they must be able to hear him out on the field as well.
Yeah, for sure. It must be distracting. Oh, there's an auction.
It's an auction.
I
Yes.
just said anybody for 150.
Right. Wow. Okay.
150.
What are they doing for 150 quid? They'll never get that much.
Crocombe in once again. Bowles driven again nicely this time though. Fielder at mid-on gets himself in the way. Does Daniel Hughes to prevent any runs. So the score after 36 overs is 125 for 6 for Glamorgan, with Douthwaite on 9 and Cook on 13. Have you ever tried your hand at auctioneering?
No, I haven't. I thought you were going to ask if I was, if I've ever been in. I've been in an auction before.
Have you
Well,
really?
no, only as like a charity thing. Our friends invited us along. The problem is, you sort of feel as if you ought to bid for something.
Yeah, of course, yeah.
And then you sort of think, well, if I get in, you think, you do want to sign, football shirt by, I don't know, Lionel Messi or something. You think, well, not really. Well, it might be worth a few quid. But if you think, well, I've got to show willing, so you might stick your hand up first,
Yeah,
then
yeah.
hope somebody else
Yeah.
outbids you, because you really don't want to end
And
up
they
with
never
this.
do.
In comes Clark, bowls and tucked away nicely by Cook, down to fine leg, picks up a single. He goes to 14, 120. In fact, the scoreboard is so quick here.
Yeah.
No, it's not. It's not that quick.
No,
Goes
no.
to 14, 126 for 6.
So I attended an event by the Surrey Cricket Foundation, and I'd done a little bit of work for them, so I felt obliged to support. It's a very good cause. It's a cricket foundation supporting, sort of inner city school kids,
Yeah.
getting them into cricket. I thought, okay, I will participate. I looked through the silent auction items. I'll break off and leave you in suspense.
Clark in bowls and driven in the air towards cover. Daniel Hughes gets a hand on it, but he can't. He takes the pace off the ball. It doesn't go away for 4, but it's a couple more to Dan Douthwaite. He goes to 11, the total to 128 for 6.
So in this booklet, I find a signed poster, a signed like A2 poster and framed poster of Pulp Fiction, which is one of my favourite films growing up. So I thought, okay, what's the reserve price? £500. Okay, so someone will outbid. This is a wealthy room. Someone will outbid me.
Clark in bowls, and again driven slightly uppishly as far as Robinson at mid-off, no run.
And about halfway through the amuse-bouche, a gentleman with a card reader walks over and says, "Congratulations, sir, you've won the prize." I'm like, "Great. Like, would you be paying by credit card or debit card?" And I was like, "Well, right now, like immediately." They're like, "Yeah." And I've got a whole table around me. They're all kind of looking, "Oh, well done, congratulations."
There's no backing down.
No,
is
there isn't. There isn't at all. So you pull out the old plastic, and they'll take it right there and then.
Clark in and bowls, and forward comes Douthwaite, plays to mid-wicket, no run. Yeah, that's... Yeah, well, I would be you. So I would do that. Because you want to, particularly if you've been
something, yeah.
invited, you feel as if you ought to contribute to the charity.
Absolutely, of course, I'm happy to contribute. But now I've got this giant A2 poster signed by John Travolta, which I have no idea what to do with. I don't know where to put it. I don't have space for it.
In comes Clark over the wicket, bowls, and Douthwaite defends down the onside of the track. There is no run. I mean, you do get some good things in auctions. I went to one auction, and one of the prizes was a return BA flight to anywhere in the world.
Oh,
Now that's a good prize.
That's
isn't
very
it?
good.
And it's quite difficult to put. I think it might have been for 2 actually.
Wow.
So that's.
what was the reserve price?
Do you know, I can't remember what it was. It was I just remember sort of sitting there thinking, actually, this might... I mean, it went for far more money than I could ever afford, but that was actually quite a good prize.
It is.
Clark in again, and Douthwaite digs that out, punches the ball to mid-on. There is no run. And of Tom Clark's over, who's bowled 6 very tidy overs. No maidens. He's taken 2 for 20. Glamorgan 126 or 128 Atif.
128.
Thank you. For 6, 11 to Douthwaite, 14 to Chris Cook.
I think it's 128. I could. Be
Well, sometimes the number is just sort of the way yeah, it is 128.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So this year I had a little bit of better luck. I was invited to a dinner at the Long Room at Lord's, and
Oh, no, come on.
I've done a few of those now, which is great fun. I hosted one of them, which was lovely. This time I was just an attendee, like it's nothing. It was lovely, and there was an auction. I thought, okay, let me get a raffle. I thought, let me buy some tickets. And like there's sort of, it's one of those auctions where there's like those raffles where there's like 20 prizes. So we're like 19 prizes in now, and I'm kind of getting ready to scrap my raffle tickets. And I won the 20th prize, which was absolutely brilliant. I can't believe, and it's something I really keep. It's a treasured item for me to this day. I'll tell you what it was in a second. As Crocombe is in, this is back of a length. It's been punched off the back foot, but only as far as cover. It's a lovely looking shot from Cook, but just couldn't find the gap. So it's a dot ball. It was an England test shirt signed by every member of England women's Ashes team. Every single one of them.
Wow.
That's a cool prize.
And what did you pay for your raffle tickets?
I think they were like 15 quid a piece, and I bought 3 of them, something like that.
Wow, okay.
That's a really good value. Here's Crocombe, full driven, collected neatly in his follow through, casually really by Crocombe. And again, there's no run.
The sort of raffles I go in and the sort of events I go, there's a big difference here at Teeth, because at the raffles I go to, you might get a box of Quality Street or a bottle of wine that someone doesn't want and they donate to the raffle.
Listen, I'll take that Quality Street any day of the week. Thank you very much. I'll try, on a bad day, I'll trade a lot of stuff for a box of Quality Street. Here's Crocombe. In once again, this is full, again driven nicely, but can't beat the diving fielder at mid on, and there is no run.
Actually, I was telling you earlier about the question of sport quiz I went to in Scarborough, and they had a raffle at the end of that, and the prizes were kind of box of chocolates, bottle of wine, but some person won at least 2 of the prizes. So then people are yelling, "Put it back, you know, let someone else win." So the person's a bit embarrassed. Then, okay, I'll put it back.
Yeah, I would take it home. Here's Crocombe again, back of a length and angled into the right hander, who really fends that off out towards the backward square leg. They'll jog through for a single. 129 for 6 the score will move on to. And yeah, I'd love to know, like, everybody listening, if they could share the best raffle prize or best auction prize they've ever won. Always make for good stories. If you could get in touch with us on Twitter. What's the best @ to use?
For Twitter?
Yeah.
At BBC Sussex Sport, or
at
yours?
BBC Sussex Sport. Oh, nobody will spell mine right. It's very difficult. Artif Nawaz. Good luck. If you can do it, well done to you, Artif Nawaz. Here we go. Short, pulled away, high, and on the bounce out towards mid-wicket. It's got enough on it to go. I don't think he timed that perfectly, but well enough to get it to the mid-wicket boundary, and they'll take them any way they come right now. Glamorgan, Douthwaite onto 15. Glamorgan onto 133 for 6. And
he could be very destructive, Dan Douthwaite. I've seen him on a number of occasions playing Sussex in T20 cricket, and you know, he is somebody who likes to get on the front foot, likes to attack. And perhaps in this position, attack is the best form of defence.
Well, quite right. I mean, they pretty struggled to be defensive, really. Lots of outside edges and false shots. Another full-ish ball, driven nicely, but only as far as cover, and there's no run. So a bit more productive that over for Glamorgan. 5 runs from it. 133 for 6, having been put into bat by Sussex a little bit earlier on today. And John Simpson winning the toss. And table toppers in Division 2 Sussex closing in on 3 bonus points. They've got 2 already with the ball. Those rules they sort of keep changing every year, the way the points are awarded. The points for a drawn game changed as well again this year. They went from 5 to 8.
Yeah, they did.
I mean, I sort of understand why, but at the same time, it doesn't help fans who are trying to keep up to date with all these changes and things like that.
I agree, and it doesn't help for sort of new fans you're trying to attract to the game as well. Ollie Robinson, he's coming back into the attack. Wicketless so far, but that's not for the want of trying. They've got a very good opening spell from the Cromwell Road end. And he's going to come in now to bowl to the right-handed Chris Cook. He's in over the wicket and bowls. And Cook short down the leg side. And Cook was looking to hook that one down towards fine leg. But there is a fielder down there. And he pulled out of the shot. The ball goes down the leg side through to Simpson. And there is no run. So there are 4 slips in place. Alsop, Clark, Coles and Haynes. A rather cold-looking James Coles has got his hands stuck in his pockets. And it is quite cold. We wandered out for our lunch, and it's, if you're coming down today and after tea you can get in for nothing, is one of those days when you probably want to... Where's my friend Julian? He's just come out of the corporate hospitality. He's got shorts on. What on earth is he thinking of? In comes Robinson. Bowls, and forward comes Cook. Plays onto the onside. There is no run. He's sitting outside. I bet he's really wishing he hadn't put his shorts on this morning.
Or maybe a little trip to the club shop and buy some tracky bottoms, maybe. I've done that more than once, and that's how I've accumulated quite a collection at different cricket grounds. But they're quite comfortable. Pretty nice to drive in. If you've got to do long distance drives, cricket trousers are the best.
Are they? Okay.
Oh, they're just great. Just really comfortable. Forget about playing cricket in them. Just drive in them.
133 for 6. Robinson on his way. Bowls, and Cook eases that one through square leg. There's a fielder on the deep mid-wicket boundary. Picks up a single. Does Cook. He goes to 16. Glamorgan to 134 for 6.
Just quietly, these two have put together a decent part. There's a 30-run partnership now between Douthwaite and Cook, and they played some nice shots in it as well.
There were 2 players capped at lunchtime here today, awarded their county cap, which is always a huge honour in county cricket. In the past, if you're an overseas player at Sussex, you used to just get a county cap automatically, but they don't do that anymore. As Robinson is in, bowls, and he hits Douthwaite round about the mid-reef. The ball bounces out in front of him. There is no run. However, if they make quite a contribution, which Jaden Seals did earlier this season, and Daniel Hughes has this, I think the coach and the chair have a little chat. So, Daniel Hughes has received his county cap. He is cap number 162 for Sussex. And the other player to receive his cap, who will be very much in the Lions' reckoning for this season, is James Coles. Currently fielding at 3rd slip. He hasn't got his cap on, he's got a sun hat on, which he doesn't need. Robinson in bowls to Douthwaite, lets that go outside the off stump, no run. And James Coles is cap number 161. Thank you, Jamie Burnett in the Sussex media team, for letting me know that.
162?
Dan Hughes is 162, Coles is 161.
That's every player that's ever played for Sussex?
Ever been capped.
Capped?
Yes.
Okay. Sorry, I beg your pardon.
That's all right.
Just checking. Didn't seem like enough, really, for us. I was like, wow, some long careers here at Sussex.
Robinson is in over the wicket, bowls, and forward is Douthwaite, honing his normal instincts, which is to attack, plays the ball down the ground. Just a single off the over, and Ollie Robinson's very good spell continues. They've still got Tom Clark's figures up on the clock tower scoreboard. But that was Ollie Robinson's 10th over, just the 1 run coming off it. 134 for 6, Cook on 16, Douthwaite on 15. You were talking earlier on, Atif, about the Lions, and both Jack Carson and James Coles went away with the England Lions last winter, and they spoke a lot about bowling with people like Graham Swan and how good that was. And, you know, Jack has come back and taken a hatful of wickets in the last 2 games. James Coles picked up the man of the match award, actually, in the T20 quarter-final here against Lancashire. Slow left-arm spinner. So hugely beneficial going. I'm not sure where the Lions are going this winter, actually. I need to check that out. But you'd have thought both of those would be in contention.
You certainly would. Here's Crocombe in again. This is driven beautifully, but not wide enough for Ollie Robinson. And they'll get through for a single. And I just tried to multitask there and put in England Lions fixtures into my browser, but I've got the England Lionesses fixtures now, which is also very interesting, but not what we're after at this exact moment. But yeah, it's a very important pathway, I think, sort of A-team cricket or Lions cricket. It's sort of, you know, a bridge between domestic cricket and playing full-on international cricket, as this ball keeps a little bit low and beats the outside edge. Douthwaite just stays down on his knees. He was sort of crouching down as if he'd sort of dropped his pen on the floor, and he was bending down to pick up his pen, and he just held the pose for a while, just indicating how low that ball kept. Maybe he's keeping that in mind for when he's going to have a bowl later on. But yeah, so I believe the England Lions, their next assignment, well, I've gone too early there. I thought I had it in front of me. I don't. I know that the most recent assignment was against Sri Lanka,
yes,
in their tour match at Worcester, and before that against India. And another back of a length delivery has been pushed a point by Douthwaite. Again, no run scored, but I can't seem to pick up their next fixtures. I'm sure somebody will let us know very, very soon. But it is a really good pathway. The idea of, exposing players to this different environment, a slightly heightened environment, without some of the major pressures that come with it. You don't have that huge audience. You don't have that level of expectation or this kind of, everything's on the line kind of moment. And it's an opportunity to improve as Crocombe in once again. And again, that's defended by Douthwaite into the covers. There is no run.
Well, somebody who's been in with the Lions in recent years is Tom Haynes, who opens the batting for Sussex. And just, thinking around England, I was sitting at the Oval watching yesterday thinking, no Zach Crawley in the side, who hasn't made a stack of runs anyway for England this summer, but it looks like him and Duckett seem to be nailed on. But outside of that, clearly they went this time with Lawrence and it didn't really work. So there are opportunities. If you're getting in the Lions, you can make runs. You make runs in county cricket. You don't have to score them at breakneck speed either. Well, I don't believe you have to.
Yeah. There's Crocombe again. Is bowled a full fast one there. It's just about been dug out by Douthwaite to mid-on. Again, there is no run. And I've now consulted 4 different websites.
Right.
I'm pretty confident there are no announced A-team or Lions fixtures at the moment for England.
That's weird, isn't it?
It is.
Actually, coming back to the tour of Pakistan, is that now decided? Are the fixtures going to be in Pakistan? Because there was some talk about where they were going to be played.
So, as of a press conference yesterday, we'll come back to that. As Crocombe in once again, back of a length, defended back to the bowler. There is no run, and that is also the end of the 40th over of this Glamorgan innings. 135 for 6 the score, with Douthwaite 15 and Cook on 17. And yes, so it's been confirmed that series will take place in its entirety in Pakistan.
That's good news.
But there's only 2 venues announced, so there'll be Multan and Rawalpindi. Karachi will not be ready. Lahore is also being renovated. The 3 major venues being renovated ahead of next year's Champions Trophy, which Pakistan will be hosting. So the sort of difficult one is the second test match, which was supposed to happen in Karachi. They can't move it to Rawalpindi because of a conference in Islamabad. They're sort of twin cities. And the first game is in Multan, so you could have back-to-back test matches in Multan, but that seems the most likely outcome at the moment.
Robinson in bowls, and he's nicked behind, has he? And Ollie Robinson, well, he thinks he's picked up a wicket. The umpire, I didn't see his finger go up, but actually Chris Cook is walking. I didn't see the umpire's finger go, but either way, Ollie Robinson has picked up a wicket, and I think that's due reward for Ollie Robinson, who's bowled beautifully here today. And I assume that was caught behind.
I think he might have bowled him.
Do you? I think you might be right,
I think the
actually.
off-stump bill, yeah.
I think you're right. Good spot.
Yeah, it took the off-stump bill.
Good spot. Another visit to Specsavers needed for me. I thought he'd nick that behind. But anyway, Ollie Robinson picks up a wicket. And I think he's bowled well, and I think he deserves that wicket, Ollie Robinson. His 11th over. He's got 1 wicket for 20, and Chris Cook goes for 17. And Glamorgan lose their 7th wicket of the innings, 135 for 7.
Yeah, it was actually quite a good take from John Simpson behind the stumps, really, which is why we all sort of thought him initially it might be a catch. He's taken that off the top of the off bill, which is very impressive.
Well, that's what, they talk about hitting the top of off stump, and that is what Robinson does, and he does it pretty well. My friend Julian, we were talking about, he's just come out the corporate hospitality area, and I sent him a note because he's got his shorts on, and I said, I bet you wish you had long trousers on, and he said, it's colder here than on the top of the pavilion. So schoolboy error from Julian today.
Yeah.
Nothing schoolboy about Ollie Robinson. 135 for 7, and Sussex winning the toss, deciding to bowl, and that decision fully vindicated.
Yeah, certainly has been. He's bowled really well today, Ollie Robinson.
He has.
And great control. A little bit unlucky in those first 10 overs not to get one of those balls to take an outside edge or even an inside edge onto stumps or something to manufacture a wicket. It's one of those days. Some days you just bowl beautifully and don't get any reward for it, and it's always a bit unfair. So it's good to see him get some reward for what's been some really consistent line and length.
So Sussex, as Atif was saying, with 2 bowling points in the bag, and they'll have to get to 9 wickets down before they pick up their 3rd, which you think is pretty likely today. As in comes Robinson, bowls to the new man, who is James Harris, who always seems to have a good record against Sussex. James Harris, particularly when he played for Middlesex. Yeah. I seem to recall a game several years ago now at Lord's where John Simpson and James Harris hung on for ages.
I don't know if you recall, but we commentated that game together. Yourself, myself, and Kevin Patrick Hand.
And I think Ollie Robinson might have got a stack of wickets that day, actually.
It was during that phase where we weren't allowed to use the media centre.
Oh, right,
and
okay.
we were in the tavern stand.
Robinson in bowls. Oh, and Harris looking to drive through the offside. Rather plays across the line to mid-wicket. There is no run.
Well, I could be confusing that, but there was a phase where we couldn't use the media centre because of the refurbishment of the Upper Compton and the Upper Edridge stands. So they had everybody in the tavern stand for a while. I still have a photo of Dave Fletcher with his towel on because he got drenched in the rain.
Oh, it's funny actually. He was telling me about that when he was here last week.
Yeah.
He said he got absolutely, I think he had to take all his clothes off.
Yeah, he had to take all of his clothes off, and he commentated in a towel for most of it.
Right,
of course, I didn't miss the opportunity to snap a photo. So
Fletch with no clothes.
yeah, if you
He's a lovely man, but
transfer the appropriate amount of cryptocurrency to me, and you can have it. I kid, of course. I would never give it out for free.
no, especially not to Fletch.
No, of course not.
4 slips go down. Robinson. He's got his tail up, running in down the hill. Comes in and bowls, and well, Harris plays that with a little bit of uncertainty. Short leg, fielded there by Daniel Hughes. Nick was saying how impressed that Daniel Hughes is the second oldest player in this Sussex side, well into his 30s. He's prepared to go under the helmet at short leg. And he's been another terrific bit of recruitment by Sussex. I have to say, before Daniel came here, I didn't know an awful lot about him. Didn't make his first class debut till he was 25. Has never played in this country before on the county circuit, and he's already coming back next year, which is great news for Sussex. In comes Robinson, bowls. Harris drives firmly to extra cover. There is no run.
He's been very impressive, and James Harris, obviously, as you say, done some wonderful things at Middlesex. Very popular member of that team, and just for your eyes only, really. Adrian, here is the photo of.
Oh, that's a great picture.
Yeah.
Fletch in a towel.
There we go. There we go.
He's for those who don't know, Dave Fletcher is our commentator for BBC Radio Derby. He commentates on Derbyshire cricket and Burton Albion football. Lovely guy. In comes Robinson, bowls let go by Harris outside of the off stump, taken by John Simpson. There is no one. We probably ought to have a bit of a change around in the commentary box. Absolutely. At 1:35 for 7. So Atif's going to be back with us just after 2:30 when I do my next update. And Nick Webb from BBC Radio Wales is going to come back and join us on a grey overcast day here on the South Coast. Live cricket from the BBC, BBC Radio Sussex, BBC Online. You may be watching via the Sussex Cricket Club live stream. You can also listen via your smart speaker as well. Just ask BBC Sounds to play Sussex v Glamorgan Day 1, and by the magic of whatever it is, you will hear us nattering away here at Hove. And well, you never know till both sides have batted, Nick, and it looks like the pitch is, maybe giving some help to the seamers. But Glamorgan have had a difficult day so far. Yeah,
91 for 4 at lunch. You thought, well, maybe okay. 3 wickets for 40 odd afterwards, not so as Crocombe bowls. And Ford comes Douthwaite, plays it out on the offside. No run. We're talking about the future of cricket at Swansea earlier on. Edward Bevan kindly pointed out that the plan is to play at the Civil Service Ground from season 2026. I was under the impression initially that it was the end of cricket this year at St Helens. As Crocombe bowls, and Douthwaite clubs that one down the ground. I thought for a moment it would lob to mid-on, but it was hit more powerfully from that. It was a front foot, cross-bat, swashbuckling pull of some nature over mid-on, and Hughes had nothing to do but to go and retrieve it. Douthwaite moves to 19. Total to 139 for 7. That was almost tennis style, that shot from Douthwaite. 139 for 7. Crocombe, who got those 2 wickets late-ish in the morning session, getting rid of Ingram and Root in quick succession. As Douthwaite tries the same shot again, plays it along the ground this time, pulled it to wide mid-on and goes through for the single. 140 for 7. Dean Thomas, who's based in Swansea, suggests there's an increasing possibility that cricket will be played at St Helens still next season, with the first team playing there for 1 more year. Club side, that is. Civil Service Ground will then be vastly improved ahead of the 26th season. Second 11 sides play at Ashley Road or alternative venues. So thank you for that missive from Swansea, Dean. As Crocombe bowls and Harris pushing forward, yet to get off the mark. Had various other messages on Twitter as well, as including the Balconiers, the supporters group, with an update on their plans for the one-day cup final. They still have seats on the coach, albeit the initial quota of hotel rooms have been allocated. Sold. Still seats on the coach. As in comes Crocombe, bowls a short pitch ball that Harris has nothing to do with, balloons through to Simpson. Availability of hotel rooms would need to be then confirmed against an expression of interest, and you can contact the Balconiers everlasting chairman John Williams via their website, which is The Balconiers, IERS, .co.uk, thebalconiers.co.uk. Crocombe bowls and Harris drives, but straight to mid-on, and they are leaving on the Saturday and returning on the Monday morning. So there you are, as long as the match isn't carried over until the Monday. So that's Daffodil Cricket Tours, thebalconiers.co.uk. Simon Brackey tweets, after such a dreadful start to the day, the members forum on the 18th will be dominated by the lack of quality players. No doubt, and Nas of Marnus Labuschagne has been playing for Australia. He hasn't played since departing from Glamorgan, but that was in, when was it? Second half of July. Labuschagne left. They wouldn't necessarily want to have two overseas for the one-day cup, preferring to give a few younger players a chance, and Labuschagne traditionally has not played in September. So I don't think he would have been available to play any longer, and a bit frustrating maybe that they can't get a little bit more of him.
Indeed. The light's as good as it's been all day now, as Ollie Robinson comes in down the hill and bowls, and clipped away by Douthwaite down to fine leg, picks up a single, he goes to 21, Glamorgan to 141 for 7. Yeah, I guess he's over. Marnus Labuschagne, is he, for these 50 over and T20 games?
He's involved in the 50 over squad.
Right, okay.
But not the T20.
I think that all gets underway this week, doesn't it? They've got a game. Well, actually, if the T20 gets underway this week, I think they're in Southampton and Cardiff and.
Yeah, it's it's Friday. This, yes, I'm going to it. Thank you for reminding me.
Are you? Okay. In comes Robinson, bowls, and Harris works this one to mid wicket. There is no run. I would have. I think the weather's meant to be improving towards the weekend. I don't think it's going to rain much this week. I think it's just going to be very cold for the time of year.
Well, it is a sellout, England v Australia on Friday
good.
night in Cardiff.
You're going as a fan, Nick?
No, I've got media accreditation.
Oh, right,
so
okay. Nice.
A few bits and pieces to earn my corn.
Yeah. And that's Friday, is it?
Friday evening,
I
yeah.
think there's a game on Wednesday as well. I think that's the first one. In comes Robinson over the wicket, bowls. Harris watchfully lets that one go by outside the off stump, and there is no run.
Where are they? Wednesday night down in Southampton, as you suggest. Friday night in Cardiff, and Sunday at Old Trafford. Then the 50 over series Thursday of next week at Trent Bridge, Saturday the 21st up at Headingley, and then to Chester Street on the Tuesday.
Right. Robinson, 4 slips go down, he's in and bowls, and Harris works this one nicely towards square leg. Go for a single. Well, for moments, I think Dan Douthwaite may have been slightly dozing at the non-striker's end. He acknowledges the fact it was clipped. There was always a comfortable single there to James Harris, but Douthwaite was sort of rather caught on his heels. 142 for 7. Harris is on his way with a single.
And then there are 5 of those one-day internationals. The cash cow milking process continues at Lords and Bristol, and the final match is on Sunday the 29th of September. Really?
Wow.
Really?
In comes Robinson, bowls, forward comes Douthwaite. He's playing very much within himself here, is Dan Douthwaite. Well, perhaps I don't watch enough of him in county championship cricket. Whenever I watch him in limited overs cricket, he does like to sort of give the ball a bit of a tap. He goes to 22, 143 for 7. Would that be fair?
Yeah, we saw that one pull over mid-on, but I think Douthwaite has been working on his approach to the red ball game this season, and just the 1/2 century, quite a few 30s. So, yeah, he's been working on his approach.
Robinson in again, bowls. Harris is forward and plays it uppishly towards mid-on. There is no run. End of another very tidy Ollie Robinson over. 12 overs, 5 maidens, 1 for 23. Ollie Robinson. I think the wickets Colin could quite easily have been 3 or 4. Nonetheless, he's picked up the one. Glamorgan 143 for 7.
I wonder if it's safe to turn the effects up.
Oh yes, it probably is. Thank you.
The auction is probably over, at least for the time being, in the hospitality suites. And yeah, Dan Douthwaite has obviously taken on board the message that in Championship cricket you try and stay there for a long time and not just a good time, as they say. So he's reined it in quite a bit in terms of the percentage, the ratios of attacking shots. We will see how he goes about things now against Henry Crocombe. He's bowling from this sea end. You're on BBC Sport Online, available website, app and via smart speakers. As Crocombe is in to bowl to Douthwaite, who's pushing that one back to the bowler. If you've got any feedback on the smart speaker stuff, whether it is or isn't working, do let us know.
Yes, I'm sure it works for all smart speakers. Does it? All smart speakers. Get my words out. But most, I think.
Trying to get it going. Now the BBC network as Crocombe bowls, short pitch ball pulled around nicely by Douthwaite. Oh, he's hit that one harder than I expected. It's raced away for 4. I thought he just steered it really down towards backward square, but it bisected the 2 fielders out there in the deep and raced away for the boundary. Douthwaite to 26, the total to 147 for 7. But of course, Glamorgan supporters may like to be reminded that this is the scene of last season's great escape, when they piled up 700 in the second innings and batted for 2 days to save the match.
Did Labuschagne get a duck in the first innings and then...
He got lots in the second.
Yeah, he did. Yeah, he did get lots.
Crocombe bowls. Douthwaite drives into the offside and will pick up a single to point. And there's no run. Glamorgan haven't won a championship game here since 1975.
Wow, that's a great stat.
When the main... Well, this comes from Dr. Hignell. Afternoon, Andrew, as most of our stats do. One of only 5 victories for Glamorgan at home in championship matches. The main protagonists for Glamorgan in that match: Roger Davis with 100, and John Solanke and Tony Cordell with the ball. John Solanke was a Kenyan. As that's through outside off stump. No shot played by Harris. Sorry, tighter than I thought.
Yeah, I think it was
a bit straighter than I am in terms of the angle.
Yes, I'm sorry, that was poor commentary from me, rather cutting across. I do apologise,
right.
But yeah, I think that was a pretty good leave.
You have literally a different perspective, being a little bit straighter.
It just looked like it was, and Crocombe's reaction was such that you thought, oh, I didn't miss by very much.
As Crocombe running away from us at the sea end on this grey afternoon, and driving is Harris, but can't beat cover. Coles with the sun hat. Did you say he was one of the men capped at the interval there?
Yes, he was. It was James Coles. He is cap number 161, and Daniel Hughes. I was saying to Atif that the overseas always used to get a county cap, but they've decided, well, but you might get an overseas, turns up and plays 1 game, and he's capped, which...
Have to earn it a little bit, yes. As Crocombe bowls. Harris drives nicely, but he's not beating the fielders at the moment, James Harris. It is another dot ball. There was still 5 off the over. Glamorgan 148 for 7. Reminder that, last year Glamorgan were all out 123 in the first innings, then 737 in the second innings, and the world record that I was searching for was that it was the biggest difference between a first and second innings total in senior cricket, first-class cricket. It was set last year, among many other records.
Yeah.
Been plenty of them in the last 3 or 4 years really for Glamorgan, stands and personal totals and so on and so forth.
Well, Ollie Robinson's going to carry on. 12 overs, 5 mains, 1 for 23. I noticed that the Sussex flag is flying at half-mast today, and in memory of Daniel Oliver, who very sadly passed away last week, a board member here at Sussex, and that's why the players are wearing black armbands. In comes Robinson, bowls, and forward comes Douthwaite, a little uncertainly, but manages to play the ball through mid-wicket and picks up a single, fielded out there on the boundary by Henry Crocombe, and there is no run. I noticed the Glamorgan flag hasn't moved. I don't know who's responsible for bringing the Glamorgan flag. Generally it's the scorer, isn't it?
Yeah, this game Glamorgan are using one of the Sussex pool of scorers to carry out their side of the work, because I don't think any of the regular Glamorgan pool of second 11 scorers was available to snap up for this particular week.
Right.
And Dr. Haywell's not with us this season, hoping to be back fully in action in April.
Oh, good luck. Let's hope that all works out. So no Glamorgan flag this week, as comes Robinson down the hill and bowls. Let go outside the off stump, no run. We were talking about, forgetting things when you get. I can remember back to my sort of, you and Atif were talking about playing days. I remember back to my playing days, which seem a long time ago now. And in those days, I've said this before, but nobody sort of owned their own kit. Nobody. So there was a club kit, and it was someone's responsibility to take the club kit to the game.
Yep.
That would involve 2 or 3 bats, a couple of pairs of pads, some gloves. And, there were occasions when...
Bring your own box.
Yeah, whoever was meant to take the club kit would arrive at the ground, as in comes Ollie Robinson and bowls. And Harris was thinking, having a dip at that, it was outside the off stump. And he decides not to take on the cover drive, and there is no run. And someone would arrive at the ground and say, have you bought the kit? And I said, well, I didn't know I was bringing the kit. And so the kit was back at the home pavilion. So
Probably with the scorebook
as well.
Yeah,
totally, with the scorebook. Yeah, you like me, Nick, yeah. But now... I went to a game at the club back in May, and pretty much everyone's got their own bat. I mean, there doesn't seem to be a thing that there's such a thing now as a club bats and club pads. Everyone seems to pretty much have their own gear. How the game moves on as Robinson is on his way down the hill and bowls, and Harris defends to backward point, fielded by the eager Hudson Prentice. There is no run.
Yeah, it's quite a subject of conversation in our household, the amount of room that is taken up by cricket pads.
Oh, really? Did you have more than one? More than 2, I should say.
Yes, I've got 4 sets of pads.
Nick.
And given that I only play between 4 and 6 games a season usually, it is somewhat excessive. There is a reason for it, though.
We look forward to that. In comes Robinson over the wicket, bowls. Oh, Harris is beaten. That's an absolute snorter from Ollie Robinson. Harris looks down at the pitch, but he was beaten all ends up. It's taken by Simpson, no run.
So, I used to just keep wicket occasionally in the batting pads as well, but since wicket-keeping pads were available, I bought a pair about a decade ago, so I've got white batting pads and wicket-keeping pads. Then, of course, 3 or 4 seasons ago, our club changed from whites to coloured kit. So I've now got 2 lots of black pads as well.
Robinson in bowls. Harris is forward, defends through backward point, and Hudson Prentice needs to come trotting in from the boundary to field. Harris goes through for his second run, 150 for 7 at the end of Robinson's over. 13 overs, 5 maidens, 1 for 25.
Yeah, it's not compulsory. I mean, people do still wear white pads with the coloured kit here and there, but it looks a bit better if you've got black trousers, if your pads match as well.
But
I've got more money than sense, basically.
But I can remember the old days, when we were kids, when no one had any money for kit, you would wear the club kit, and in those days the pads had buckles on, and often you'd find one of the buckles on the pads are broken or whatever, and but we all shared the kit.
Yeah, I think more people do tend to get their own these days, but I guess most clubs at recreational level would have a few spare pairs of
You'd have
hats
thought so, wouldn't
and
you?
old bats knocking around for the players who just play occasionally, or they're drafted in to make up the numbers, or just having a go for the first time, not quite sure whether they'll stick to it permanently, that sort of thing. Youngsters just coming into the team, and I think most clubs at the sort of level I play at certainly would have a few odd bits and pieces knocking around still. 150 for 7.
What's happening with teas, Nick? Are most clubs doing teas now, or is it still very much bring your own since COVID?
Yeah, I think most clubs tend to be just bring your own these days.
Shame, isn't it?
There are still clubs around who do offer it, as Carson will take over with his off-spin from this C end, and down the wicket comes Harris and plays it to backwards square leg. Thought for a moment Simpson would be in business. Carson tried to fire it down the leg side, seeing Harris advancing. Harris getting a bit frustrated, maybe, looking to hit back over the top. Mid-on and mid-off are up. Carson bowls a full bunger that, he's missed out on that one, driven it straight to mid-off rather tamely. Trying not to spoon it, I guess, to cover or thereabouts. But Harris missed out possibly there. As Carson is in, bowls. Harris drives nicely through the offside. That's a proper shot. Will pick him up a couple of runs. It'll be overhauled just inside the boundary by Tom Clark. And Harris has doubled his score from 2 to 4 after facing 23 balls. As still a short leg and a slip posted for the off spinner. Short mid wicket. Coles is in a catching position. And Carson is into bowl, and forward stretches Harris to defend, and there is no run. Phil Salt, formerly of this parish, picks up a distinctive honour this week, as in comes Carson and bowls. There's an appeal, there's a double appeal for LBW and caught at slip, but umpire Redfern is not impressed by either. What do you think Phil Salt's honour is this week, Adrian? I'll give you a moment to think about it.
Well, he was out first ball here on Wednesday. Is it anything to do with that?
No.
He was made captain of England.
Yes.
England T20 side.
And therefore,
captain of an... Oh, is he the only player to have captained England who hasn't captained his county, or...?
Driven by Harris back to Carson. Young Irishman Harfield's in his follow-through. No run. 152 for 7.
I know what it is. Is he... No, he won't be the first Welshman, because Tony Lewis would have captained England. There's a Welsh connection there, isn't there?
Absolutely, yes.
First...
You're nearly there.
First Welshman to captain a limited overs side?
You're very close. You're in the vicinity. I'll put you out of your misery. First Welsh-born player to lead England in Wales, because Tony Lewis only captained out. Tony Lewis, I think most of his leadership were abroad, but obviously international cricket is, and so he's the first Welshman to lead England in Wales.
Well, that's a great stat.
Cyril Walters is the other Welshman to lead England back in the 30s.
Well, Ollie Robinson is going to come in. I'll make way in a minute. We'll do my update, and then Atif will be back with us shortly. As in comes Robinson over the wicket, bowls, and rather pushes of that to Douthwaite. Gets a single out to deep point, and there is one more to the total, 154 for 7. I would say, now this might be controversial, and Atif might say I've got my Sussex hat on, which I have slightly. But
well, if you haven't, I know who has.
But they were saying there's lack of people to captain. Who on earth's going to captain the England one day side? And so Phil Salt's got it, and I know Phil from his time here, so good luck to him. It's great. But I'll tell you what, one of the other reasons Sussex have done so well in T20 this year is down to Tamal Mills. He's been absolutely, and he's got so much experience, Tamal, in IPL, in all sorts of T20 cricket. As in comes Robinson, bowls. Oh, a nick from Harris, fielded at first slip, second slip on the bounce by Clark, and there is no run. They're just pointing out where it bounced. But you know, if you thought Tamal could, you know, I guess the argument will be, does he hold his place in the side? But he's really been excellent here. He said this season it's the first time he's ever captained in cricket, you know, from a very junior level. And he spent the whole of the winter planning the T20 campaign. He spoke to all the players about what their aspirations were, where they wanted to bat, all that sort of thing. And he's been really top-notch. Anyway, in comes Robinson. Bowls, driven by Harris across the line to mid-on. There is no run. I'm not suggesting for 1 minute that Phil Salt won't do a good job. I'm sure he will, but that was a name in the frame. Well, my frame, anyway. Waiting for our update, which comes from Tunbridge Wells in the afternoons, Nick, so I have to remember to give the Kent score. And I was just looking at where Kent are in the First Division, and they're almost certainly relegated.
Ah, yes.
They've had a pretty rotten season.
Yes.
Robinson, in his 14th over from the Cromwell Road end, is in on bowls, and Harris just good judgment. He often bats well against Sussex, and he is today. He's faced 29 balls for his 4 runs. 153 for 7, but it's all about just trying to put together some sort of a decent total as the sun makes a fleeting appearance. And in fact, yeah, the weather, if it's coming in from the southwest, there's quite a bit of sort of Manchester City coloured blue sky making its way in across the channel. And a few pockets of it appearing above the ground as well. So if the light remains good, who knows, we may get a good proportion of. We've still got another 49 overs to be bowled today, as in comes Robinson. Bowls, and Harris this time plays a poor shot, or not getting to the pitch of the ball, gets beaten on the outside edge through to keeper Simpson, and there is no run. It's nearly the end of my commentating stint, and I'm really pleased because Atif is coming back in with his laptop, and he didn't have an opportunity to pose me any really tricky questions. So he could pose some more tricky questions to Nick. That was a tricky question from Nick, actually, about
I didn't expect you to get it, to be honest, Adrian. It's a bit of a bit of an oddity.
There should be there's any time for this update, as in comes Robinson bowls, and Harris defends into the offside. And there is no run. Anybody Robinson's over. He has bowled 14 overs, 3 for 7, with Douthwaite on 29, and Harris on 4.
Yeah, Phil Salt, although obviously made his first-class name with Sussex, now with Lancashire. I think he went to school in Surrey.
He did. Went to Leeds.
But he did play cricket in North Wales. I think he represented North Wales at something like under 10, under 11 level before his parents emigrated to live in the Caribbean for a few years.
They did.
So he was lost to Wales. Be update
No
for
problem.
BBC Radio Sussex very shortly from Sunny Hove, as we can say, for the first time, and I don't think it's going to be for very long.
I think Phil Salt went to school, or the same school, maybe not the same time, with Dan Douthwaite.
Yeah, I think they know each other, yeah.
From Reed School, which is a school where I think Tim Henman, well, I know Tim Henman went there, so it's a very nice school. As in comes Carson Bowles, and defending is Douthwaite, fielded by Simpson, who nips from behind the stumps to field, and there is no run. 153 for 7. Carson with a slip and a short leg as the close fielders. Waits, and Carson is in bowls, and played firmly by Douthwaite down the ground to long on, where Daniel Hughes emerges and fields. Just the 1 run to Douthwaite. He goes to 30, 154 for 7.
Yeah, so Douthwaite's a couple of about 5-6 months older than Salt.
Oh, so
Oh no, sorry, Salt's older.
It's the same school year.
Yeah,
That'd have been a good cricket
maybe
team.
just about. Not sure.
Carson in bowls and clipped by Harris.
So Salt's born end of August '96. Douthwaite in February '97. So Salt's a few months older. Might just be different school year. Not sure.
Carson. Yes, and the sunshine has just broken through here at home, and things going very nicely for Sussex. They won the toss this morning, asked Glamorgan to bat first, and Glamorgan 158 for 7 wickets, shared around 2 for Anudkat, 2 for Clark, 2 for Henry Crocombe, and 1 for Ollie Robinson. Meanwhile, the big game down at Taunton this week, almost a championship decider. Somerset 160 for 4 against Surrey, and Kent, who looked almost doomed to relegation, are playing Hampshire this week. They've been on and off for rain and bad light down at Canterbury, but Hampshire are batting. They're 77 for 2.
As Carson is in and bowls, and Harris, who struck a 4 the previous ball, works that one away towards mid-wicket and picks up the single. 159 for 7. Last ball of the young Northern Irish off-spinners over. As in the sunlight. Still a bit breezy out there, and Douthwaite on the back foot defending. Back to the bowler, 159 for 7, still getting a bit of, is it 70s soul?
Are you still getting it as well? So I was really enjoying that. I was bopping along to it, and then Adrian's made some adjustment to our headset, so now it can't hear. Can you still hear it?
No,
Just police sirens now?
Maybe.
It's the kind of thing
Remix those sirens.
Yeah, put them together.
Bit of EDM.
Bit of KRS-One, maybe. You a big fan, KRS-One?
I think you're beyond my comfort zone there.
It's like 90s French hip-hop.
My daughter's the one to ask about French drill and trap and that sort of thing.
Oh, drill and trap is where you lose me. Those are things that my father taught me, and he'll be disappointed I'm not better at. Here's Ollie Robinson running in yet again, and beats the outside edge. Everybody's hands go above their head and just sort of freeze there because they know it hasn't taken the outside edge, but it got mighty close, as he's done over and over again today. Ollie Robinson into his 15th over now, and he must have beaten the bat close to 30 times, I would say, today. 5 maidens to his name. Just the 1 wicket though. 26 runs conceded. Glamorgan 159 for 7. No, Sussex just looking to wrap things up here. Goodness, that police car's really circling, isn't it? It's not got away from us. They're very loud as well, sirens nowadays, I feel like. Here's Ollie Robinson in once more. As another shortish ball just tucks up Harris, who works it out towards fine leg for a single.
BBC obviously hasn't paid our hotel bill from last night. This bloke had the hot breakfast as well.
Are you staying somewhere nice?
It's pleasant enough.
Nice. On the coast?
On the seafront,
nice.
yes.
Me too.
Although, as seems compulsory with my cricket tours, I've got a lovely view of the car park.
Oh, man. You got to tip them as you check in.
I've got a.
You got to slide them a $20 note. I think I might be thinking of a different city in America. Right, here we go. Ollie Robinson, just jogging in, hands tight to his body, bowls and picture perfect forward defensive shot from Douthwaite to mid on. There's no run.
You have to tip people for saying good morning in the States, don't you?
You do. You just got to keep loads of 1s and 5s handy in your pocket. Loads of 1s and 5s. That's the way to do it.
I mean, being of a sort of parsimonious nature, it really annoys me.
Do you know what you would like?
In the States, I just prefer the price to be 20% higher or whatever in the first place. Then you know what you're paying.
You don't want to do maths after dinner. Like, I get it. I totally get it. But you know where you would really like? A culture where tipping is frowned upon.
Oh, yes.
I'll tell you where that is in a second. As Ollie Robinson in, and again that ball's pushed by Douthwaite to cover for no run. Japan.
Yeah, I thought you might say
no
that.
tipping whatsoever in
Yeah.
Japan. It's a real culture shock for me because I was racing around all over the world that year and went to Japan on my birthday. When I just treated myself, go to Tokyo for a week. Always been a dream of mine to go there, and pleasantly surprised to read that you do not tip in Tokyo. It's considered very offensive, and you also don't eat whilst walking on the pavement. You have to stop on the side of the pavement if you want to eat, but you can't snack away on something and
Fair enough.
walk down the street. As Robinson in again, that ball's pushed back to the bowler. There is no run. He tries to kick it up into his hands sort of stylishly, but he doesn't get that right, but it doesn't really matter. There's no run. 160, the score remains for 7 wickets. Have you been Tokyo way?
Yes, I've had a couple of work assignments in Japan, not recently, but in 01 and 2013 with Welsh rugby tours there. And on both occasions we had different chaps, but on both occasions we had one member of our BBC party of 6'10".
Wow.
Which is highly unusual in Japan,
Yeah.
let's put it that way.
I suppose selfies weren't all the rage then, otherwise he would have been very popular as Robinson. And again, squares up Douthwaite, who gets a leading edge down towards deep third. They'll get back for a couple of runs. Not a lot of conviction about that stroke. I don't think they've been after 49 overs.
And I was walking along the street with my radio producer on the last trip, who was 6'10", as I say, and just next to us we hear this crash, and chap cycling along has ridden straight into a lamppost because he's looking at our 6'10" producer, because he's never seen anyone of that height before.
Yeah, I've done something similar in a city in Holland, but the circumstances were somewhat different. We don't have to get into that. Right.
You can tell me in the tea interval. Here's Carson at 162 for 7. Glamorgan still struggling to find some sort of respectability, with only Gorvin and Leonard to come, and Harris on the defensive. He's struggled to beat the field, James Harris. He's played some nice shots. Most of them have gone straight to the field. There's one for straight four, belted down the ground, which was very nicely timed when Adrian was doing a radio update, so you didn't get the full force of it. As he tries to come down the wicket again, drives back to the bowler. Carson half fields in his follow-through, palms it away, and Coles wanders over to do the fielding. 162 for 7, having been put into bat. Sorts of a bonus point some way away for Glamorgan, as Harris drives again nicely to mid-on this time, and again there is no run. Harris is finding mid-on, mid-off, and the bowler with these straight drives.
It's a four-player game, isn't it?
Carson's giving it a little bit of air. He's got a short mid-wicket, a short leg and a slip as his catching players, as Harris tries it again. Clips it too short mid-wicket. Thought for a moment there were shouts of catch it, but then again, at all levels of cricket, you shout catch it on any random occasion if the ball leaves the bat in the air at all. Carson in to bowl Harris down the wicket again, and drives straight, and round comes Hughes and cuts it off, and Harris is getting frustrated. I wonder if he's going to try and hit over the top or over mid-wicket. There's a bit of room there because Coles is in a catching position about 3 strips away from the match surface. Carson in, bowls. Harris does come down the wicket and has hit it squarer this time, out towards mid-wicket. It's fielded by Crocombe. They take the single. It's the only run off the over. Carson now 0 for 11 off 4, 163 for 7. Glamorgan, Douthwaite 32, which is the second top score. Carlson made 56, Ingram 27. Cook 17, but 4 single-figure scores on the Glamorgan scorecard. And, well, it's a good toss to win for Sussex, but of course they are the team with a lot more incentive going into these last few weeks of the season.
They certainly are. They could top the table, and at the very least they could qualify for Division 1. It's still looking likely that they'll do so. It's a lot clearer here as well. The skies are much clearer. It's not as grey as it was earlier, and that might please Sussex if they can get these next 3 wickets reasonably quickly. They'll get the best of batting conditions today, with plenty of overs to come. Just the 50 overs have been bowled, so theoretically 46 more to come today. Not the best over rate in the world from Sussex so far. They've -1 on the big scoreboard to our right hand side. It also shows that Sussex have 2 bonus points. That will almost certainly be 3 unless something extraordinary happens. Going across the right-handed batter, and didn't know too much about that, did Harris, as the keeper collects.
Welcome along if you're just joining us from the test match, which Sri Lanka won very comfortably indeed by 7 wickets, with Nissanka 127 not out. Matthews 32 not out, 1 wicket falling today. Kusal Mendes dismissed by Gus Atkinson, but that was too little too late for England.
That's Sri Lanka's first win in a test match over England in 10 years. Yeah, that's quite a striking statistic. I thought that was worth a tweet. I'll put it on a tweet. Do you still call them tweets? Do you call them X-posts? I'm not sure.
Sounds rude.
It does, doesn't it? Here's Unadkat again beats the outside edge. Goodness me, he's really got the ball on a string right now, and he's doing everything right, everything but extracting the outside edge. As Harris has got his hand on his waist as he looks back at the bowler, who's not even looking at him. He's walking back to the top of his run-up, is Jaydev Unadkat. Very impressive today. Got 2 early wickets, bowled with economy and pace and swing.
Talking of 2 early wickets, Ireland women 7 for 2, chasing 321 to beat England in the ODI in Belfast.
Oof, it's a tough ask that for Ireland. Here's Unadkat in once more. This time the ball's just been lobbed up into the area where short leg would have gobbled up a catch, but there is no short leg. And that's another dot ball. Harris is just going for a little walk now where short leg would be, and just thinking, thank goodness nobody else was standing here a minute ago.
Tammy Beaumont batted through the England women innings for 150 not out. England piled up 320 for 8.
Outstanding. Just gets better and better, this Tammy Beaumont.
See quite a lot of her in Cardiff as skipper of Welsh Fire.
Yeah, indeed. Here's Unadkat in again. It's full and just been defended back to the bowler. There is no run.
I'm impressed by her just general attitude to promoting the game. She's always come over as very friendly, very approachable, and very passionate about promoting the cause of women's cricket.
Yeah, and very good at board games as well. There's an interview between me and her on my YouTube channel, which is myself and Tammy playing a board game. I won't spoil the surprise, but she might have got the W in that one. She was very good. Alex Hills was also quite good. He also got the win over me. There were a few wins over me. Here's Unadkat again from round the wicket this time, and it's just been pushed to mid-wicket. There is no run.
I think I missed the start of that discussion between yourself and Adrian. How did you end up playing board games against England cricketers?
So a broadcaster commissioned me to do the 100 Media Day. So as part of the Media Day, I had to interview 24 cricketers over the course of 6 hours. So about 15 minutes with each of them.
You get a bit punch drunk after that many, don't you, if you're not careful?
Well, all you need to do is a little something to take the edge off, and in my case, that's board games. Here's Jaydev Unadkat again, beaten, I beg your pardon, pushed to extra cover. There is no run. And that is the end of another tidy over from Unadkat. 163 Glamorgan for 7 wickets, Douthwaite 32. And Harris on 11, and yeah, all of those are available on my YouTube channel if you want to see them. They're good fun, particularly the Tammy Beaumont one. I actually had the task of interviewing her immediately after her team's loss on the finals day of the 100.
Oh gosh!
And I've done a few hard ones like that before, and I don't relish those. But also, you never want to say no to your producer when they ask you to go do an interview, for fear that you shall never be asked again. So. I went over to and giving credit to the victorious team, and it was just it really is a credit to the game. Tammy Beaumont, really brilliant.
Jack Carson then to continue in the temporary sunshine, and back goes Douthwaite and defends on the offside, and there is no run. Yeah, it's not the sort of thing that any reporter looks forward to, is doing interviews with players, captains, coaches who have lost a match of any description.
Oh yeah.
As Carson bowls and forward comes Douthwaite and defends. One thing worse than having to interview them for a couple of minutes, though, is being on the same coach as them, back to an airport, as I once was with a defeated Welsh rugby side.
Oh dear.
Club side. As Carson is in to bowl, and forward comes Douthwaite. This game in France, we travelled with the club because it's a package. A few of the media went with the team because it was a relatively unserved by air part of France. Le Mans, I think it was. Carson in, bowls. Forward comes Douthwaite and defends, no run. So the team's just lost, not hugely, but it's a defeat. So we thought, right, better take a taxi back to the airport. We don't want to get in their faces or get on their nerves after they've lost.
I was going to say, what do you talk about on the coach?
Carson in, bowls, Douthwaite stretches forward and defends. Team coach drives past. We're standing at a taxi rank, no taxis in sight. So the team coach obviously don't want to be held up, so they stop the team coach, and the manager comes out and says, "Go on, boys, get on board."
That's nice.
Oh dear,
That's
it was
really
nice of them.
Yeah.
As forward comes Douthwaite and gets an edge to that one, and it'll run down to third man fairly safely for a couple of runs.
Yeah.
A couple of runs. Hauled up 3/4 of the way back to the boundary. 165 for 7. So yes, we then get on a coach with a load of defeated rugby players who mostly have their headphones on, and so we find the least aggressive looking players and cutch in and try and say nothing. But we then had to fly with them as well.
Oh, excellent. It just keeps going on.
It was a French regional airport, and it was so closed that there wasn't a check-in. The plane was on the runway.
Was it one of those like single file planes?
No, it wasn't a very big one. It was about a 50-seater or thereabouts. And so we basically just walked straight out onto the runway and onto the plane. Not a hugely happy day.
Here's Unadkat in once again, as that ball's been worked nicely, flicked away down towards the mid-wicket boundary. It's good contact, but the outfield is a little bit slow, so they managed to get back for 2. Another couple of runs there for Harris. Moves on to 13. Glamorgan 167 for 7. Yeah, I can't imagine it's a difficult. I suppose nowadays athletes, like I've travelled in a few sort of team coaches, and they all just sort of put their headphones on.
Yeah,
so
it's the safest way to go,
well,
really.
Nobody really wants to have a chat or anything like that. Certainly not with any member of the media or anything like that. No, thank you. Put my earpods in, as that one beats the outside edge through to the keeper. No run. I should say other earphone brands are available. From a different generation. We called them headphones. Now they call them earphones.
Yeah, so I was catching a flight back from Newcastle with the Cardiff rugby team about 2 years ago. And again, I'm travelling with the team for just reasons of convenience, and they want to flog off a spare place on the plane or whatever, and we get a convenient journey up there. So I sort of scramble onto the coach after the game, going straight back to the airport. Not many people on the coach before me. It then becomes apparent that I've sat in the captain's preferred seat at the back.
How could you possibly know? Here's Unadkat in once again, full, driven, and that's going to run away to the boundary for 4. Terrific shot, a bit of a flourish there as well from Harris as he guides that ball behind point, backward of square to the boundary for 4, which the ball's thrown back onto the field by a young man in the hospitality tent. And the score moves on to 171 for 7.
Yeah, the captain being a big hairy forward, but luckily he's
how could you possibly know that's his favourite chair?
The corner at the back is the captain's seat.
They should label it.
Yes.
Or put a little card like they do in restaurants, reserved.
But he didn't mind. He didn't mind.
That's good. That's good. Right, 4 slips still in place. Unadkat in and squares up Harris once again, but the thick outside edge goes only as far as backward point. Here's fielded by Finn Hudson-Prentice. No run.
Looking at the conditions, obviously Glamorgan will want to bat as long as possible anyway, but the more time Glamorgan take up today, because you feel that batting might be at its easiest in the next or couple of hours, if they can survive that long, not allow Sussex too long to bat tonight, because I don't think the game's going to go the distance today because of the light. So Glamorgan might get the chance to bowl under grey skies tomorrow.
Here's Unadkat again beating the outside edge. Just one that angles across Harris. And he just reaches for it, just pokes forward without much conviction. And another easy take.
Conversely, I think Sussex would do with a bit of batting time in these relatively nice weather conditions today. Tomorrow may well be a bit of rain around a bit of stop-start day. So, yeah. Glamorgan, if they can squeeze over 200, at least they've got a little something to defend. It won't be as bad as last year here.
No. There's Jaydev Unadkat from around the wicket now, and that ball's just been worked to mid on. There is no run, so that is the end of the over. A good one for Glamorgan. 6 runs coming off it. 171 for 7 the score. 53 overs of this innings have been bowled with Harris on 17 and Douthwaite on 34. And, yeah, we're talking about unusual prizes a little bit earlier that we won, or exciting prizes. Have you ever won something in a raffle or an auction?
Only bottles of wine, to be honest, in raffles. I think people who know me just say, on the you know, when there's a choice of prizes, bottle of wine, Nick. Yes,
Yeah.
thank you very much.
They're like, yep.
That'll
Easy.
do. That's me.
I was thinking,
You know
that's
me.
easy. We just got to give them a little bottle.
Yeah. So no, I haven't been in an auction recently. I was very kindly given a Glamorgan autographed shirt at the end of last season, which was very nice of them.
Lovely.
Carson is in to bowl, and off the back foot's played down to long on by Douthwaite. So they were giving Douthwaite the single for the big shot. Anyway, for Harris on strike, Daniel Hughes, the veteran Aussie opener, comes wandering in from long on to mid on. James Harris has been trying to get them away, has played very straight off Carson and found the fielders quite frequently, but he's moved on to 17. This partnership worth 37 for this 8th wicket. Glamorgan lost a couple of wickets in pairs, really. 2 early on, 2 back half of the morning session, 2 just before lunch. Then the Robinson one was a bit of an outlier. He didn't follow that one up when he bowled Chris Cook. As forward comes Harris to defend, and there's no run. Nice to see our BBC colleague Mark Church back at cricket today.
Oh, wonderful.
At the Oval. Picture of him on social media. As there's a big appeal for LBW, Harris going across his stumps, trying to sweep. Ball runs down to fine leg. It's retrieved, in fact, by keeper John Simpson, who was appealing over his shoulder as he ran towards short fine leg. And they go through for the leg by, I think that was given as 173 for 7. Yes, Harris's score hasn't moved off 17. So Hughes now drops back, but there's also a man at silly mid-on, effectively quite deep for a silly mid-on, but just off the pitch on the drive next to the non-striker. Douthwaite defends. Does bring Coles into play, but ball just trickling back down the pitch. Hughes has now moved up to a wide long on, so if he were straightish, he wouldn't be able to see over Coles. So now he's peering over the non-striker instead. Carson bowls, Douthwaite back on his stumps, plays it into a gap on the offside. And there is no run. 174 for 7. Apologies if you got some sort of electrical interference there. Don't think it was our fault. 174 for 7, Glamorgan. Trying to battle back, having been 19 for 2 and 72 for 4. Not really been in control, as this one has run out on the offside. Extraordinary from Harris. He was looking to work it away on the leg side. It's hit him on the pads, ran out on the offside. I was looking for the ball over mid-wicket, which was where he was aiming, but it is another leg by on the Glamorgan total. As everyone paused for a moment, and then Sussex realised that there was no one actually going towards the ball, and Ollie Carter, eventually the subfielder, came in and did that piece of work. 175 for 7.
Yeah, it was unusual. There's a lot going on there, but it all ended reasonably well for Glamorgan. They get themselves another run, just inching their way to a respectable first innings total. What they'd give to just cross that 250 mark, an extra point, to keep themselves in contention for that promotion. So Middlesex and Yorkshire respectively, well, they look like they're going to get points today and over the course of the next 4 days. Now then, Jaydev Unadkat to continue. In he comes, and that ball's been met with the full face of the bat by Harris. Played it just wide of extra cover, and they managed to run through for a quick single. Score moves to 176 for 7.
Yeah, they're running quite nicely at the moment, this pair, aren't they? Obviously, there aren't many big hits available, so just looking to turn the strike over, pinch the singles, keep the scoreboard ticking.
That's a good strategy, just plenty of time left in this game. Just try and take a little bit out and keep putting pressure on the teams above you. There's a bit of a chat amongst the Sussex slip cordon as they await, and here he comes now. Jaydev Unadkat runs in, bowls, and almost been met with the full face of the bat again in defence by Douthwaite. This time back to the bowler. There is no run. He's got a very clean action, doesn't he? Does Jaydev Unadkat? Very repeatable, exactly the kind of action that you look for in a fast bowler, where they won't break down. They're less likely to break down because there's fewer moving parts, really, as it were.
Sussex supporters may be keen to learn of their adversaries' fortunes. Yorkshire 85 for 4, having dismissed Leicestershire for 98.
There's Unadkat in again. That ball's been pushed wide of the fielder, extra cover. They're going to run through for a single. He might even come back for a second. Nope. No, good piece of fielding. Prevents anything more than the single.
Johnny Bairstow's out for 18. James Wharton is 30 not out. Leicestershire bundled out for 98, despite a half-century from Ben Cox. 51 not out. There were 5 wickets for Ben Code for Yorkshire. So they look like winning to put the pressure on Sussex. Middlesex 218 for 5 against Gloucestershire. Middlesex the other contenders, really.
Yeah, they're closing in on a bonus point there as well. With their batting, here's Unadkat in again. That ball's been worked off his hips by Harris down towards fine leg. They'll get through for a single. We'll find out if that's a leg bye momentarily. Yes, it is. Umpire Long just taps his thigh, and score will move on to 178 for 7.
Harris is working well off his pads. That's 3 leg byes in about last 10 minutes he's scored.
Just take off the pad and just try and hit it with it. Those buckle pads. I was listening to you and Adrian talking earlier about buckle pads. I've only seen those in photographs.
You don't remember those? You're
just in
you
photographs.
youngsters. Which falls apart quicker, the buckle or the Velcro?
I keep the Velcro straps are just too long, and then you have to do that weird foldy thing as in comes Unadkat. This is short. It's been pulled away beautifully. Really lovely piece of timing, and it made a great sound off the bat as well. That's a terrific shot from Douthwaite. Probably his best shot of his innings so far. He moves on to 41 with that boundary. 182 for 7 now, Glamorgan. And well, this pitch is evening out. Conditions getting much clearer. Turning into a batting surface here. There's an opportunity for a bit of rear guard here from Glamorgan, if they can just apply themselves.
I wonder if the factor that we haven't made much of today is the Kookaburra ball.
Yeah.
Because they tend to go soft.
Quickly. Yeah, they do indeed. Here's Unadkat in again. This is a bit fuller, driven, but only as far as mid-on. And there is no run. And that is the end of the 55th over of the day's play. 182 for 7 the score, Glamorgan. Douthwaite 41 and Harris 18.
If Glamorgan can battle their way on for another hour or so, just to make the most of this ball getting old, as that is the end of the over. Adrian Harms is back with us. I think
you're all having a break, Nick.
I'm having a break, am I?
Okay,
Skip.
I think that's right. Sorry.
I'll take my sweater, wander off down to fine leg.
Well, you know, the funny thing is, I went and had a wander and talked to some of the Sussex fans, and the Sussex chairman was down, not to go and have a word with him. And I was sitting there and I thought, that's my next door neighbour sitting over there. What on earth is he doing here? So I went down and I...
it's a cricketing neighbourhood.
Yeah, so he's telling me I'm the annoying bloke next door with the noisy dogs and the big parties and everything. Anyway, in comes Jack Carson, comes in and bowls. Down the pitch, driving firmly is Harris. Doesn't time it though, the ball runs into the offside. There is no run. So how funny places you see people though, isn't it?
Yeah, it's
what on earth are you doing here?
I feel like if you were going to meet people that you know, Adrian, there's a good chance it would be a cricket stadium.
Yeah, I suppose so. Yeah, I didn't know I didn't know he liked cricket actually. And actually, I'm not going to be too unkind to him. In comes Carson and bowls, covering up his Harris down the pitch, and there is no run. But the fact it was a carvery lunch,
Oh yeah.
I suspect
Yeah,
that
it might
may
have
be
swayed
of
him.
more interest to Clive than the cricket. I might be wrong.
Might have swayed him, but like you know now he's going to be asking you for tickets from time to time.
Oh yeah, he will. Yeah,
That's
Well,
one of those things that's going to happen.
Carson. I needed to talk to him about repairing the fence between us. Here comes Carson and bowls. It's
Oh.
gone in the air. Is it caught? No, it didn't. No, it's just ballooned off the pad into the air. The Sussex players all look at the umpire. Sue Redfern as if to say, was that out? And she said, no, not out. Yeah, the fence is in a bit of a bad state of repair. So I was going to sort of discuss with him the chances of us sort of, maybe sharing the cost.
It depends on whose side it's on.
Well, that's the thing. I'm not entirely sure.
Oh yeah.
So if I play my cards right, I could say, oh, your fence needs repairing, but anyway, we didn't get round to that. Carson. Lovely sunshine in and bowls, and well taken down the leg side by John Simpson. There is no run. It's actually quite chilly outside. Now if you're in the sun, it's okay, but in the wind, it's quite breezy.
I must dress warmer tomorrow.
Warmer tomorrow?
I think I'll dress warmer.
Oh yeah, dress warmer. Yeah, because I think it's meant to be even colder tomorrow. Carson. Over the wicket, bowls, back on his stumps is Harris, plays into the offside, there is no run. I said he always makes runs against Sussex, James Harris. And these two have added 47 for... All right, yes, 135 for 7,
Yeah.
47. Both sides are good about it. And I think Nick makes a really good point about the Kookaburra ball.
Yeah.
Carson in bowls and sort of lap swept by Harris. He's going to pick up one, maybe two. Ollie Carter is racing around the boundary to field, picks up a couple of runs. So someone is off, and it looks to me like it's probably Ollie Robinson who is off the field, who has only picked up one wicket today, but has bowled very well. 15 overs, 5 maidens, 1 for 29. End of the over. And Glamorgan are 184 for 7. Douthwaite on 41. Harris on 20. This partnership now worth 49.
I think Douthwaite's having a change of gloves, or he's just actually getting rid of his jumper. So it must be a little bit warmer out there because he's opted to take his jumper off, handed it back to the 12th man, and yeah, he's going to continue. And he's also sort of rolled up his sleeves a little bit. In fact, he's wearing short sleeves. So this is yeah, he's been out there for a while as well, to be fair.
You watch a lot of Test cricket, Atif, and I said before today, I was lucky enough, I went yesterday and enjoyed the day's play, but there were some things that really irritated me. So there was an occasion where, unfortunately, this Sri Lankan wicketkeeper got injured. He went to dive to take a ball and it looked like he injured his shoulder.
Yeah.
And the game stopped for about 5 minutes while the poor chap was treated, then he walked off and he did look in a lot of discomfort.
Here's Unadkat to continue as that ball gets the outside edge and he's got a wicket. A third wicket for Jaydev Unadkat and an 8th wicket falls for Glamorgan. 184 for 8. They've been fishing all day outside the off stump of Glamorgan, and this time he gets a little nibble, does the batter, and he must go. It's Douthwaite who's been batting well, got himself up to 41 off 67 balls, but ultimately just fished up one too many, and he must make that long walk off the ground. And just as we were praising the partnership between these two, just shy of the 50 mark, it comes to an end.
It was the merest feather, wasn't it, through to John Simpson, who made no mistake. That's a good innings by Dan Douthwaite, who I think, well, Nick would know better than I think he's sort of reined in his attacking instincts today, but at least he's given Glamorgan some sort of a score.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, they still got a chance to cross the 200 threshold.
Yeah.
And I think that'll be a reasonable-ish recovery, considering where they were headed. But they will be disappointed to not be able to make the most of this. Like, currently, this is the best batting conditions. As clear as sky as we can hope to get today. And there's plenty of sunshine on the surface itself. The ball's not swinging very much. That new Kookaburra ball, it might do a little bit early doors, but it does flatten out very quickly.
It does. Yeah, so go back to the wicketkeeper was injured.
Yes,
So there was a long delay of about 5 minutes. Then we played for about another over. Then they said, and now drinks. And so they brought out drinks. And they would another. So why didn't they? Someone said to me, why didn't they bring out the drinks while the chap was injured? I mean, it's the sort of thing that does drive you bonkers about the rules. I mean, it would have made perfect sense. you know, I know they're sort of first world problems really, but I did think, you know, in terms of getting the game moving on. Anyway.
I'm with you.
Oh, good. That's good.
Dinesh Chandimal, come on, man, get up, sort it out.
Yeah.
He's had a good series to Chandimal, to be fair.
Well, they've won convincingly Sri Lanka today by 8 wickets.
It's a shame it's just a 3-match series. Here's Unadkat to continue. New batter in. Short ball first up, and that was a lethal short ball, really. Sort of halfway down the track. And welcome to the crease, Andy Gorwin. And Andy Gorwin did star the last time these two teams played against each other a little bit earlier this season. He took a career best 5-wicket haul, did Gorwin, in Glamorgan's victory over Sussex at Cardiff earlier this summer. In fact, it was May, if you can call that summer. Here's Unadkat into Gorwin again. Bit fuller this time, thick outside edge on the bounce, and stopped at 3rd slip. A good piece of fielding there, actually, from James Coles, because that ball was travelling.
He's very good. Sussex are lucky to have a good slip chord, and also Clark and Coles all very good in those slip regions, which will of course be cue for them to spill a chance.
Yeah, most certainly.
But
It's also
they're very good.
a cue for me to ask you another trivia question about Hove.
I was rather hoping you'd forgotten about
No.
the trivia questions.
Here is Jaydev Unadkat in again, and this time the ball's been left alone outside the off stump through to the keeper. There is no run. Right, name any test match that's taken place here at Hove.
Well, there would have been a women's test match.
Yes,
Was that not what you were thinking about?
it is, yeah.
Oh, it is, okay.
Yeah, just wanted to double check, yeah.
Okay.
Do you know when that was?
I'm going to say it was in... I don't know, you're going to catch me out now. 2009.
We're on the right line so far. 5. Close though.
Okay.
It's England, Australia.
Right,
Ashes
okay.
test.
Yeah, and we were saying earlier, and you were talking about women's cricket, and you know, I thought, you know, Sussex is just a bit miffed. I think they're right to feel a bit miffed, actually.
Absolutely.
But I would say that.
You get a little cricket here. Good crowd turns up. It's a nice location for it, really. As in comes Jaydev Unadkat. There's a little bit of glove on that down the leg side. Umpire's finger goes up. He's got 2 in this over as Jaydev Unadkat, and he is mopping up this Glamorgan tail now. 4 wickets for 50 runs for him so far. Still a ball to come in his 15th over, and Glamorgan 9 down, 184 for 9. And he was looking uncomfortable, really, was Andy Gorwin, and he goes without troubling the scorers. 4 ball 0 for him. Another catch behind the stumps for Simpson. So well done if you've got him in your fantasy team.
Yeah, so he's taken 4 catches. John Simpson, is that right?
Yeah, that's
he's
right,
got
yeah.
Carlson, Kellaway, Duthwaite, and now Gorvin. Last man out, McElroy, who I don't think he's renowned for his batting. I mean, he may play the innings of his life, you don't know. But, you know, Sussex will be... I mean, you know, all of a sudden we were thinking with that partnership between Duthwaite and Harris maybe guiding Glamorgan. Oh, sorry.
It's
sorry.
Ned Leonard,
I'm
yeah.
sorry. McElroy isn't playing.
No. Yeah,
That's bad.
Ned Leonard is in for this
Thank you.
game.
There we are.
But Ned Leonard is, I don't blame you for sort of mistaking that. He's the only player that's not even featured on the Glamorgan website.
Ah, there we are.
Because I was looking for a shirt number earlier, and
Thank you.
I couldn't find it.
Well, maybe he's a very good number 11.
Oh, we'll find out.
We don't know. It's a bit of a baptism of fire, though, facing a Nudcat who's got his tail up.
Just 1 ball to survive, though,
Yeah.
to get through this over, and then Harris can have a swing the other side. I'm just waiting for him to turn around so I can get a shirt number. I think it's 22
Okay.
for Ned Leonard. I now have a complete set of 22 numbers. Here is Jaydev Unadkat into Leonard, who drives
Shot.
beautifully. Oh, that is a gorgeous shot. Number 11 walks in, plays an on-drive down the ground. Will it go for 4 now? It's going to slow up out towards the boundary. In fact, they're only going to get 2 for it, but that is a lovely shot. It's about as good a shot as you can hope to see. A number 11 play to an opening bowler on his first delivery, with his team at 184 for 9. It's now 186 for 9, with those 2 runs for Ned Leonard, who's off the mark. And well, they're pretty close now, Sussex. They can tell, they can sense it.
Well, it certainly wasn't the shop of a number 11, was it? And we don't know an awful lot about Ned Leonard, but I think Nick described him as a quick bowler who was a little raw. But he's come out and played a lovely shot to get his first couple of runs in the game.
He's from my neck of the woods, from Middlesex.
Right.
And Hammersmith, to be specific. And 22 years of age, played England under-19s, played for Somerset and Devon as well in the minor counties. And, still relatively new to first-class cricket, though. This is his 6th game today. Stats are very much indicating that bowling is his strong suit.
Well, Jack Carson is going to carry on. Is it me commentating?
It is indeed,
yes.
yeah.
From the C end of the ground, he's going to be bowling to James Harris, who's 20 not out. Carson is in his shirt, billowing in the breeze, comes in and bowls, and Harris is beaten outside the stump, taken by Simpson, and there is no run. There's a ship. A ship?
There's a ship? I hope so. I'm going to be on the coast later. I'd like to
probably is, yeah. There's a slip and a
okay.
short leg even, just keeping James Harris company, who's 20 not out.
Slipping forecasters are show waiting to happen.
Here comes Harris bowls, and Carson fields of his own bowling, and there is no run.
Yeah, it's turned into a pleasant day. I know you were saying it's cold. I haven't been outside for a while. I'll find out in a bit shortly, I'm sure. But at the moment, it seems quite pleasant.
There's people with sort of puffer jackets and that sort of thing. And comes Carson again, bowls, and has he picked up a wicket?
Yeah, he's bowled him.
He's bowled him. So we are. Jack Carson has picked up his first wicket of the day, and Glamorgan are bowled out for 186, and that is a bit of a capitulation, because at one stage they were 184 for 7, and they're 186 all out. And Jack Carson picks up a wicket, his first wicket of the match, and well, that all came rather quickly.
Yeah, the last few wickets really did just drop off. It was that over from Jaydev Unadkat where he managed to pick up 2 wickets. He'll finish with figures of 4 for 52. And we've got Jack Carson who's bowled really well without reward up until that last delivery, which just knocked over the off stump. The batter was sort of beside himself. Couldn't quite believe that the bills had come off. But ultimately that's exactly what's happened. 3 bonus points for the Sussex team, and very well deserved. They've put the opposition in and taken all the wickets. The scoreboard is on the big screen at the moment, in fact.
We can't do many more than that, as I'd imagine that Jaydev Unadkat will probably leave Sussex off, having taken 4 for 52, 15 overs and 3 maidens for the left-arm seamer. He's a very popular figure down here at Hove. Well, it does remain to be seen whether there's a bit in this patch for the seamers, how Sussex will bat when it's their turn. Just very briefly, we're going to have a bit of a break for a cup of tea, but just a few eye-catching scores. England women playing Ireland women today. England women making 320 for 8 in their 50 overs. Ireland women are 24 for 5 in reply. So England women looking very much as if they're on course to win that game. That being played at the Civil Service Cricket Club in Stormont over in Belfast. England have lost the test match by 8 wickets against Sri Lanka, and the scores in the second division were of interest to our Sussex supporters. Middlesex 235 for 5 against Gloucestershire at Lords. Who's going along nicely? Jack Davis, the wicket-keeper, 46 not out, and Josh de Kerry's 11 not out. And at Leicester, where Yorkshire are in a positive territory, they're 106 for 4, having bowled up Leicestershire for just 98. Johnny Tattersall not out on 21, and Will Luxton, who's a very good young player, is on 41. So the roller is on, the brushes are out, plumes of dust coming up from the crease. We're going to have a little break and have a cup of tea, and we'll be back with you in about 10 minutes' time to resume the commentary. Yes, indeed, and we're about to resume after tea. Here, the good news for Sussex is they bowled Glamorgan out today for 186. Sussex winning the toss, deciding to bowl first. The stand-up performance from Jadev Nudkat, the Indian seam bowler, who took 4 for 52, couple of wickets for Henry Crocombe and 2 for Tom Clark as well. Elsewhere in the big championship battle, I should say, down at Taunton, Somerset are 203 for 4 against Surrey, and Kent, who desperately need to win their game against Hampshire this week to have any chance of staying in the First Division. Hampshire are batting first. They're 125 for 3 at Canterbury. So, a warm welcome back. Warm probably not being the right word, really, because it's pretty chilly here at Hove today, but we're about to get underway after tea. I'm just going to adjust the headphones slightly, because we've got a bit of music coming up. It's going to be James Harris who's going to get us underway after lunch. I'm Adrian Harms. Sitting next to me is Atif Nawaz. And I don't think we're going to get these 36 overs in, Atif, because it's pretty gloomy already, and we can't get the use of the floodlights here. As Harris makes his way in over the wicket and bowls outside of Tom Haynes off stump. The ball goes through to keeper Cook, and there is no run.
So do tell, what's the rule with the floodlights? Is it like a council thing? Is it a local community thing?
It was a saving money thing.
I see.
So Sussex at the beginning of the season elected not to have. So there's no council thing at all, which is quite surprising here because there's a lot of residential properties around. I mean, it's amazing. Nick was saying in Cardiff they can't have them on because of exactly that reason, and there's really no residents around the crowd in Cardiff. In comes Harris, bowls, and Haynes drives on the bounce back to Harris, and there is no run. So, and at the time when it was announced, there were a few Sussex supporters saying, that's not going to come back and bite us on the backside if we get to the tail end of the season, and we shall have to wait and see. But in terms of Sussex's rivals for promotion, they're having sort of days of contrasting days, it's fair to say. Looks like an interesting wicket at Grace Road as Harris is in and bowls, and Haynes nearly plays that on. Daniel Hughes was slightly in my line of vision here, but judging by the reaction of the slip cordon, it looked like Tom Haynes nearly played that onto his own stumps, but he survives. Yeah, Yorkshire 119 for 5. That in reply to Leicestershire's 98 all out. So whilst Yorkshire would have picked up maximum bowling points, they're a long way short of getting any batting points at all, which will be good news for Sussex. Middlesex faring somewhat better, Atif, you'll be pleased to know. 253 for 5 at Lords against Gloucestershire.
Bonus point secured.
In comes Harris and bowls, and Haynes is forward, plays it down the onside of the track. A very good bit of fielding by Kieran Carlson, who's very lively in the field. Looks like he's hurt his hand, actually.
Nah, he just needs to give it a little ring. He'll be all right.
Do you think so?
Yeah, just one of those bowling ones.
He is one of the most enthusiastic fielders, Kieran Carlson, and a very fine fielder as well. Haynes surveys the field. He'll see there's 3 slips and a point. Well, almost a backward point. Come back to that in a moment, actually, as in comes Harris and bowls, and Haynes defends down the onside of the track, no run. So 3 slip, there's a backward point and a point. Mid-off, mid-on, a square leg and a fine leg. And one of the reasons I just talking about that backward point fielder, that is exactly the area where Tom Haynes scores so many of his runs. And so many times you watch Tom bat, and it seems to take skippers an age to realise that's where he likes to hit the ball. But Glamorgan have clearly done their homework here today. Let's see what happens. In comes Harris bowls, and Haynes are going to clip the ball way onto the leg side. The ball thumps into the pad. There is no run. The opening over has passed by. It is a maiden over, and Sussex yet to open their account in their first innings.
That's an impressive start from Harris. It's a maiden to start with, as you say, but also just very quickly done. It was about a 2-minute maiden, which for a seam bowler is very impressive. So making good time already. Still as many as 37 overs to bowl today. I don't know if it's been suggested that we might not get them all in because of light issues and things like that, but we'll wait and see. I was going to get your insights on these flats, these fancy-looking flats right opposite the ground, because that's got to be premium real estate. Yeah, they do. But the ones. So there's some new apartments being built. So the club owned the ground that the cricketer pub used to be on. That was demolished, and they built these really swanky apartments. I think they're very expensive. But these ones at the top end of the ground would have a sea view, but they look like they're in need of a lick of paint to me, don't they? On the Cromwell Road end, yeah. It does look a bit So,
Yeah.
but
He
that's
needed
value.
some attention.
Well, I'm telling you, that's when you get a value purchase. You're going to watch some of these daytime shows on the BBC, as I often do, due to my self-employed schedule, but these little fixer-upper programs. Anyway, here's Ned Leonard in from the Cromwell Road end with those dingy flats behind him, and bowls a good length ball, and that goes through to the keeper. There is no run. Yeah, that's how you want to buy them, when they're slightly run down. You invest a tiny amount of money and double your price.
Right.
It looks really easy on those programs.
Yes.
I'm sure it's very difficult to do.
Yeah.
I'm not a property owner myself, and it's not really an aspiration of mine. Certainly not achievable with the way things are. Not personally, just economics.
Yeah.
There we go. Leonard, another good length ball, left alone on length that time by Hughes, and well, that was either an exceptional leave or there's a hint of fortune there, because I wasn't a million miles away from shaving that off stump. Slightly discoloured from my angle. It looks like the off stump, the middle and leg stump look a similar shade, but the off stump just looking a little bit faded. Maybe it's been pulled from the bottom of a bag, or it's seen too much sunlight or not enough sunlight. 3 slips in place for Ned Leonard, and a gully fielder as well. He's got a fine leg, protecting in the deep, and in he comes. Very good length, but pushed nicely to cover. There is no run. It's been 9 dots to start this inning so far for Sussex. Of course, they've got all the time in the world. They've bowled out the opposition in 2 sessions, less than 2 sessions, and now the ball's very much in Sussex's court. A chance to push home this advantage. So far, not dissimilar from their effort against Derby. They did bat first against Derbyshire, but similar total as this. As sure, it's been worked away. That's going to be the first runs, and what glorious runs they are. Carved away through the covers. That is 4 runs off the blade of Daniel Hughes, and Sussex off and running. 4 for no loss. 2 balls to come in the second over. And just to go back to that match against Derbyshire, previous game which Sussex won by an innings and 59 runs. They scored 607 for 8, albeit in slightly better conditions than this here at this ground at Hove. And Daniel Hughes in that game, 144 for him in 142 balls. This time back of a length from Ned Leonard and defended to backward point. There is no run. So yeah, 144 in the previous game and double quick time. Strike rate of over 100. That's exactly what you like to see. And then down the order, John Simpson also got runs. He got 121. So, and in between that, Adrian, 72 for Tom Haynes, 37 for Tom Clark, 70 for Tom Alsop, James Coles with 31, and 97 for Jack Carson. So lots of runs accumulated almost through the lineup. This ball's been driven nicely, not timed it perfectly, but past the fielder extra cover, who's going to give it chase, and they're going to get the throw back in. They will get back for 2 runs though, so good bit of running between the wickets by Hughes and Haynes takes the Sussex total to 6 for no loss after 2 overs. They're still a long way adrift of where Glamorgan ended up, but with a bit of aggressive batting, they could get quite close by the end of the day.
Yeah, I mean, Daniel Hughes has been in terrific form in the T20 Blast. He's the leading run scorer in the competition. So I've got to be honest, Atif, I didn't know a huge amount about him when he arrived, and but you know, Paul Farbrace, I reckon he's got a little book that he keeps a note of all these numbers in, and he's just really well connected in terms of who he's brought in, and they've all performed. There's not one of them who's come in who you think, oh, was that a very good signing? They've all been really good. In comes Harris, bowls to Tom Haynes, who drives handsomely into the covers. There's a slight misfill, but that's probably being a little harsh. It was probably, in fairness, a pretty good stop in the covers, and Tom Haynes picks up his first run. So let's go to 7 without loss.
That was Ben Callaway, wasn't it, at cover, and he's a big guy, Ben Callaway. He's got giant hands, so you can sort of get behind them. Sometimes, I don't know if you ever had this feeling when you're in the field and you're playing cricket and the ball's driven towards you, you just think, no, don't come towards me, that's really going to hurt.
Yeah, oh, totally.
You know, and but like when the bigger your hands, when you get these big mitts, you almost don't worry about it at all.
Harris, 3 slips go down. He's in a bowl to Hughes, who's solidly forward, bat and pad close together, punches out into the offside, and there is no run. Just a reminder for those who are joining us on BBC Radio Sussex, BBC Online. You may be watching via the Sussex Cricket Club live stream. I hope things are going well for Harry on the camera today. And you can also listen on your smart speaker. Just have to say play BBC Sounds, Sussex v Glamorgan, day 1, and there we should be as in comes Harris over the wicket bowls, and it's a slightly loose drive from Daniel Hughes, who straight to Kieran Carlson at mid-off. There is no run, and Hughes just wanders away and rehearses the shot.
I was just looking at Hughes's recent scores, and it's very, very impressive reading. There was that 35 in the game against Lancashire, and then that quarter-final this week, and last week, I beg your pardon, against Derbyshire, that 144 I talked about in the first-class game, and then 53 and 12 against Yorkshire.
In comes Harris, bowls to Hughes, who drills the ball to mid-on, and there is no run. Yeah, I mean, the opening partnership in that game against Derbyshire at lunch, Sussex were 161 without loss.
That's pretty demoralising for any opposition.
Hughes on 91. I did say to him actually at the close of play, did you think about getting 100 before lunch? He said, you know, I was sort of thinking about it. He's a really nice guy.
He's a talented player. 96 not out in a T20 against Middlesex earlier this season as well.
Yeah.
I remember watching that. And played a game in the 100 in between all that as well.
Harris in bowls, and Hughes defends out to the offside. There is no run. Yes, he did. He played a match for the Southern Brave because Finn Allen hadn't arrived.
Yeah.
So Daniel Hughes went and played. And I said to him, oh, was there a chance of playing somewhere? He said, well, he'd already arranged his partner was coming over from Australia, and they wanted to go around Europe, see a bit of the Olympics. So that's what he did.
And he got 45 in that match.
I think he top scored, didn't he?
Yeah, top scored, 45.
Yeah,
so he's played 3 different formats of cricket in his last 5 matches and got runs in all of them.
Yeah. Harrison bowls to Hughes, who defends into the offside. There is no run. It is the end of the over. 7 without loss. Haynes on 1. Hughes is on 6. I think we'll do here because the rotor has got slightly confused with tea and all sorts of things. So I've got to do an update till 4:30. So shall I stay on for another 10 minutes with... Nick's got an update at 4. So if Nick comes back on at 4 with a teeth, does that sound about right?
Yeah. Yeah.
I've slightly lost track of what we're doing.
That's
really.
fine. So I'll stay until 4:30.
So yeah, so some of the commentators do put up, and I probably
Yeah.
ought to do that. Really.
Oh no, you don't need to. That's fine. I
but
quite like it. We like this informal stuff.
We're quite relaxed
We're
here
quite
at home.
relaxed.
We don't need to get too stressed.
It's not Durham, is it? I kid. I love you, Marty, if you're listening, which you almost certainly are right now. But Daniel, I quite like this signing. I mean, it's worth delving into Hughes, and we'll do that momentarily because Haynes is on strike and Ned Leonard is running in, and he's bowled a half volley. It's been driven away beautifully. That is an exquisite cover drive from Tom Haynes, and it's applauded by the crowd here as well. That's his first boundary. Sussex into double figures with that 4. 11 for no loss after 3.1 overs. And yeah, so if you look at Daniel Hughes' sort of career, sort of overview, there's nothing, so it looks quite innocuous really. Yeah, he's played a little bit for New South Wales, played for Sydney Sixers, Southern Brave like we mentioned, but nothing that sort of stands out at you like this guy's going to be a world-class, like a headline-grabbing overseas signing. But when you delve deeper into his T20 record and his Australian first-class record, it is very impressive. And you consider that's a very difficult international team to get into. Here's Leonard again, as this ball just takes off from a length and just passes Tom Haynes at sort of shoulder height almost, and the keeper collects the ball as well up by his chest to give you an indication of the carry. There's no run, but yeah, Daniel Hughes, I mean, this is what Paul Flaberus is so good at, just number crunching, breaking down stats, not getting, just pulling aside all the shiny stuff and getting to the information that's actually relevant and likely to be useful. Back of a length ball. This has been guided away nicely. Is it going to beat backward point? No. Diving stop. Prevents the boundary. But they do get through for a single. There's Ned Leonard just struggling with his length a little bit. Either going too full or too short at the moment. Sussex move on to 12 for no loss. Hughes on 6 off 11. Haynes on 6 off 10. And the runs becoming easier when facing from... facing up to the Cromwell Road end, I should say, at the moment. Here's Ned Leonard with his 3 slips in place. In again. That's a much better length this time. Left alone. Shown some respect by Daniel Hughes through to the keeper. Again, there is no run. 12 for no loss. The score remains. You can just see... I think that's James Harris down at fine leg. Just leaning on the picket fence in front of the hospitality tents. Maybe trying to get in on that auction.
Yeah.
Never seen anybody bid from fine leg.
No, I should have asked actually. What was in the auction?
What was the prize? That's what we want to know. The prize. Here's Ned Leonard in again. Back of a length, keeps a little bit low this time. He gets a bit of bout on that. Does Hughes, just works it down towards deep third, and they'll again rush back for 2. Good running between the wickets again by this pair. The score moves on to 14 for no loss. This run's starting to flow a little bit here for Sussex. And Ned Leonard, he's just sort of one of those, he strikes me as one of those bowlers who can make something happen. Like, he might be expensive in bursts, but he can also bowl that one magic ball in between all of this. He's got the slope to help him with an extra yard of pace. In he comes again. This is short. It's been pulled out towards deep, backward square leg, and the gap has been put down.
Billy Root.
My goodness. It's Billy Root. It was right down his throat. He got himself into the perfect position and tried to take it just in front of his belly button, misses it, and it hits him in the chest, drops to the ground, and that is a let-off for Sussex. And I thought he might have just done exactly what I thought he might do there. Ned Leonard provide the breakthrough with a one-off delivery against the run of play, but as it happens, it's a single to the score for Sussex.
Oh, what a let-off that is.
Wait, hold on, did they take a single? I think they didn't take a single that last ball. No, they didn't take a single, so the score will remain 14 for no loss, but as you say, Adrian, that is a serious let-off. That you just can't put those down when you've been bowled out for 187.
Well, James Harris is going to carry on from this, the end of the ground. He's in and bowls, and Haynes clips this one nicely away through square leg. The ball is racing towards the boundary. Is it going to, he's gathering speed, or seems to be. But a good bit of fielding, but Haynes manages to come back for a 3rd run. And I've asked you to talk for a minute because I've got a frog in my throat there.
Absolutely. It's just fascinating to watch this at the moment, really. Like, it's just...
That's a bad drop. I mean, that's...
Yeah.
I mean, you know, nobody means to drop a catch, but I think Nick will probably agree. I mean, that's a pretty straightforward catch to a fielder at this level. I can see the Glamorgan coach is over there, actually, in a bobble hat.
Yeah, he's not happy.
I wouldn't have thought he would be. Poor old Billy Root. I mean, as I say, no one means to drop them, but it's a bit of a howler. Harris in again. Bowles huge defence down the onside, and there is no run. In fact, Ollie Stone put down a chance yesterday at Lords, which really should have caught. Apparently, Josh Howell dropped a really easy one on Saturday.
He did. There's been a little bit of the butter around at the moment. It's
that could be a really expensive drop, though, because Daniel Hughes has been in great form.
Yeah, you don't want to put down a guy who scored 144 in his last first-class match.
No. Harris in bowls. Oh, it's a lovely shot by Daniel Hughes. That's going to be 4 runs. It was just punched away off the back foot. It was a little too short by James Harris. And he just eased the ball with beautiful timing through the covers for 4 runs. He goes to 12, Sussex to 21 without a loss.
It was just hands, wasn't it? It was all hands, that shot. Just got himself into a lovely position, and as you say, it was just about working it, not hitting the ball too hard, not trying to hit the cover off it or anything like that, or try and do anything too complicated. Just put your hands through it, and once you get it in the gap between point and cover, you're always getting runs.
Harris again. In and bowls, let go outside the off stump, taken by Chris Cook, and there is no run.
There's a bit of shape on that last one from Harris. It just felt like it might be doing a tiny bit more, just moving across. But as you say, it is a challenge to try and read seam movement when you're kind of off centre.
Yeah.
And we're at a proper diagonal. This would be a great seat at a test match if you were just watching as a spectator. This would be lovely.
In comes Harris again, bowls, and uses 4 bat and pad close together, plays to Coulson, a mid-off. There is no run.
And it is indeed lovely today as well, I should point out. It is lovely. It's just a slight challenge when you're trying to pick up the trajectory of the ball. Length, very good, very easy to pick up.
It's actually quite gloomy now, and there's just the odd patch of blue above, well, away in the distance towards the Downs, actually, outside of Brighton. It's a very overcast day. The breeze seems to have dropped a little as Harris is in, bowls to Hughes, and he thought about pulling that and pulled out the shot at the last minute. It goes through to keeper Cook, and there is no run. It is the end of the over, at the end of the 5th over, and Sussex are 21 without loss. Haynes on 9, Hughes has had a reprieve when he was on 8, he's on 12. The Glamorgan backroom stuff, I think, Nick, is this David Harrison is away to our right hand side, Nick? Yeah. He's a big chap. He looks like a sort of a rugby coach. I probably wouldn't want to be sort of looking in his direction if I dropped a catch like Billy Root just has.
No, you don't. I wonder if Billy Root is going to end up in the same fielding position. He is. He is. So he's not backing down. I'd like to see that. There's a fielding coach having a little chat with James Harris offers him a bottle of water. Have a few sips, mate. Here's Ned Leonard running in again. Just another good length ball. Push to backward point. Lots of noise from the fielders for Glamorgan, trying to make something happen, trying to create a little bit of a vibe out in the middle. It's challenging, as you say. Your shoulders can drop when a chance goes down.
Yeah.
And they'll be acutely aware of Daniel Hughes' form as well. It's the kind of thing teams prepare for, look into before these matches. Here's Ned Leonard sprinting in rhythmically, back of a length, nearly takes the outside edge. A beautiful delivery.
Yeah.
It just moved in the air as the keeper Cook just moved ever so slightly to his right hand side to adjust the take, and well, that was lovely. Everything about that was great. Did everything perfectly except take the edge.
Neil was saying he's quite sharp, and he is.
He's getting really getting that slope to work for him. Is Ned Leonard, and he comes again, and this time again nearly takes that outside edge. There was a bit of fizz on that one as well. It was that length ball, just in fact just a teeny tiny bit back of a length, and it's really taking off for him off that length right now, because the ball's passing the batter at sort of waist height as it goes through to the keeper. Not comfortable this for Tom Haynes. Leonard, after a few sort of inconsistent lengths in his first couple of overs, has really found something with these last couple of balls. Can he go one step further? Looking for a release shot on that occasion. Haynes miscues a drive into the covers. There is no run.
That's very much a favoured area of Tom Haynes, so that sort of backward point region. But it's been an impressive over.
It has. He's ramped up the pace as well. We don't have a speed gun, so we can't tell you how quick it is, but it certainly feels quick, and the carry and the pace that he's delivering is it's quite something to watch at the moment. Ned Leonard, and he comes again. This is a little bit fuller, and Haynes able to get forward in defence to push that to cover, and there is no run. And well, it might be an idea. I know it's not a lot of runs to defend, but to be a tiny bit more attacking, possibly. Sam Northeast, maybe a short extra cover, something along those lines. A slightly attacking fielder, just to give the batter something else to think about. Here's Leonard. He's responded well after having that catch dropped off his bowling, and he comes again a bit fuller and defended back to him by the batter. That was an excellent over from Ned Leonard. It's a maiden over, in fact, and Sussex remain 21 for no loss after 6 overs. Still 32 more overs to come today, as many as. We'll find out exactly how many we get.
Yeah, I would guess that we're going to fall about
10 overs short?
yeah, maybe maybe not quite that many, but it's... I mean, actually, there are some brighter skies drifting in now, Steve, so you never know. The Glamorgan... I'm not sure if he's the health of the strength and conditioning coach or who he is, David Harrison, but he's got a bobble hat on, which doesn't augur well as it's sort of early September.
No.
In comes Harris, bowls to Hughes, who's just a lovely languid player. He plays it easily out into the covers, and there is no run. I did ask Daniel, actually, I was saying, because it's 25 is actually quite late to make your first class debut.
It is.
And I said, did you ever think that you perhaps weren't going to make it? And he said, well, I could do was just try and score as many runs as I could in grade cricket. And he's you know, he's come to the fore. But it's interesting that at his age, he's not old, crumbs, 35, but he hasn't had a stint over here in the Championship. You would have thought someone would have picked him up. Harris in bowls. Hughes placed firmly down the track, no run. I think there was some... I think Paul Farbrace from memory knew Brad Haddon or something. You know, these things are all about recommendation, aren't they?
Well, we talked about Shoaib Bashir a little bit earlier, and that was an offhand conversation between Brendan McCullum and Sir Alistair Cook. And, you know, had Bashir not bowled that day to Sir Alistair Cook, how different the trajectory of his career could be. It really is a lot of happenstance, and you know, not a lot of people are looking at stats.
In comes Harris, bowls, and Hughes got a bit of a tangle there. He was going to punch that away through the offside, and the ball rather dribbled in front of him. There is no run.
So I don't think people do that sort of drilling into stats as often. I mean, there are a lot more statisticians in the game, but a lot of these things are still and stats are important. But again, there's so many other factors you want to think about: where the gap is in your team, and what kind of personality is going to fit into the team, what it is you're trying to accomplish what you're trying to strengthen, and there's a lot to consider.
Harrison bowls. Hughes clips this one away down to finally. He's very quick between the wickets. He's looking for 2. There isn't 2 there though. Harris goes. No, he doesn't. Hughes goes to 13. The total of 22 without loss. I think that's pretty important to full far brace. Actually, just the character of the people. Do they fit into the dressing room? All those kinds of things. Interesting. I was listening to Rob Key on Test Match Special the other day. He was talking about Josh Hull, and Jonathan Agnew said to him, well, his first class average isn't great, and Rocky said, well, we think it may not be great, but we think he's the sort of guy who can get it down at 90 miles an hour, and that's why we're giving him a chance. So obviously the stats didn't matter too much in that case. In comes Harris bowls at balloons over the head of Tom Haynes. Through to keeper Cook, there is no run, and Luke Wright, formerly skipper here, is an England selector, or the England selector. He goes round the counties and identifies people who he thinks can do a job and fit into the plan that McCullum and Key have. But that'd be a setback though, losing to Sri Lanka today. I'm not demeaning Sri Lanka in any way.
No, of course.
But that's a thumping. 8 wickets at home.
And it's their first test loss to Sri Lanka in 10 years.
Well, there you go. And fully deserved. In comes Harris bowls, or he beats Haynes outside the off. That's a good lever, just slanting across the left-hander. Through into the gloves of Cook. There is no run. Ended there, but 22 without loss. Haynes 9, Hughes 13 in reply to Glamorgan's 186 all out.
So I'm really impressed with Harris's speed, and I don't mean speed as in the pace at which he's delivering the ball, but the speed at which he's getting through his overs. He really nips through them really quickly, almost like those spinners who deliver the ball, collect it in their follow through, and then are right back in on top of you again. They can be so difficult to they never really let you settle as a batter, and this is what James Harris is doing at the moment. It's great to see him in good form and bowling well. I had a sort of nice little cameo a little bit earlier, 20 off 68 for him for Glamorgan with the bat in what was a generally disappointing performance really from Glamorgan. Already Kieran Carlson aside, nobody else impressed. Here's Ned Leonard though. He's been impressive so far, and this time just to beat the batter for a little bit of pace. Hughes didn't know too much about that. There's no run scored, there's no shout for LBW, but flirting with danger at the moment is Daniel Hughes. And Ned Leonard, it feels like again he's on the verge of something right now. He's got his 2 fielders in the deep and the leg side, deep backward square leg and deep fine leg, and, 3 slips, point, extra cover, mid on and mid off. Here's Ned Leonard, and there's a stifled appeal for LBW. There wasn't enough from the bowler really. The slips were interested, but the bowler just wasn't. He sort of abandoned the appeal very quickly in his follow through and just turned around and started going back to walk, but still making life difficult for Hughes, struggling to get him off the square at the moment. There's the opener for Sussex, and he's just sort of standing there with the bat leaning on his shoulder, awaiting the next ball. Very high backlift from Daniel Hughes. Here's Ned Leonard in again. Daniel Hughes steps across his off stump and drives with a thick inside edge towards mid-on, who makes a tumbling stop. They get through for a single. Not a very convincing stroke, if I may say.
No,
with
very
no
flat-footed.
Yeah. Sort of Dan Lawrence-esque.
Yes. Yeah, totally yesterday. I mean, Lawrence was, it was like watching a T20 innings.
Yeah. I mean, I watched a lot of Dan Lawrence in the 100. He was given the captaincy of the London Spirit team in the 100, and then obviously got the call up for England, but well, Ned Leonard in again. That ball's defended in a more convincing manner to extra cover. There is no run, and I don't know, it just felt like, I don't know if everybody was watching him play when they picked him. It sounds like a bizarre thing to say, but it just didn't make sense. It felt like you were trying to get a square peg in a round hole. Or the other way around. Is it
Yeah. And that's why I was saying at the top of the order, there's an opportunity for an opener to force the way into the side.
There's so many great opening batters in England this season, so many runs being scored. Here's Leonard again as that ball's worked just wide of the fielder at mid-on. They'll get through for a single.
Well, Tom Haynes is one who a couple of years ago was being talked about. Now, I think it was detrimental to Tom's career that he was then awarded the captaincy here. I don't think that helped his development.
No.
But now he's had that burden removed from his shoulder, and he's a player who can get his head down, make some runs in the final month of the season. You just have to put yourself in the conversation.
You do. I don't think it's a a gamble that's going to continue for England. Is Ned Leonard in again, down the across his stumps. He steps again, does Hughes. He doesn't get anywhere near as that ball goes down the leg side. Well taken by the keeper. It's Cook, and there is no run. So 24 the score after 8 overs. We're going to have a little rejig in the commentary box. In fact, you're going to hear...
I will talk for a minute,
thank you so much.
And I'll let Atif pass the headphones to Nick, and then I'll pass my headphones to Atif.
Thank you.
I've completely
Seamless.
lost track of what we're doing, but there you go.
Absolutely seamless, Adrian. Just tell him all is going according to plan.
There we go.
24 for naught, Sussex in reply to Glamorgan's 186. Things not going according to plan, definitely for Glamorgan here in these grey conditions. The brief hour or so we had of sunshine in the afternoon is no more. And Andy Gorvin is into the attack from this CN to replace James Harris. Gorvin coming back into the side after slightly surprisingly being omitted from the last game. He's got 15 wickets so far this season at 24.8, and he is bowling around the wicket, and that is defended back to him by Tom Haynes, and there is no run. Glamorgan with obviously the opportunity to get rid of Hughes. Billy Root dropping that boundary catch off the bowling of Ned Leonard, and also in the first over Haynes nearly played on to James Harris. I'm not sure what view you got from this end, but I was side on, and he didn't seem to know much about it, Haynes, as it dribbled back past his stumps. Gorvin is in to bowl, and that's noodled away on the leg side for a single, as Root, throwing himself around enthusiastically in the field, does the chasing to try and make up for that dropped opportunity. 25 without loss.
Well, there was disappointing news for England in the Test match, but the women's team have recorded their highest margin victory in terms of runs in women's ODIs. They've beaten Ireland by 275 runs. They bowled out Ireland for 45, and after setting them a 321 run target, and only one Irish player making it into double figures.
Gorvin is in to bowl, and Hughes on the defensive on the offside, no run.
More wickets for new captain Kate Cross. She got 6 in the first ODI, she got 3 in this one. 3 for 8 from 4 overs. That's a return. Take that most days, wouldn't you?
You do. It must be a fine balance, I suppose, about what sort of England side plays Ireland. Obviously they want to make progress, but a margin by that, a defeat by that sort of margin. Gorvin bowls, that's driven away through the offsides by Daniel Hughes for 4 runs. Heard the thud of the ball into the advertising hoardings away to our right at cover, and a rare loose ball from Gorvin, and very firmly dispatched by Dan Hughes.
Yeah, lovely shot that. It's over pitched, as you say, and punished for it. And even though it's quite overcast, the ball not doing a huge amount. When it's fuller, you get more value for length here at Hove than you do for full length deliveries looking for swing.
Gorvin dashing in once more, and his next ball is run away by Hughes, but well saved at backward point. I think it was Tribe running round from the slip position to make the save.
Yeah, just to go back to that women's team, I mean, they have experimented a lot with their batting order. You know, Holly Armitage, Paige Schofield in that lineup for England, Emma Lamb as well.
Gorvin in to bowl to Hughes and beats him outside off stump as Hughes poked forward. Gorvin, arm upraised as he went through, but no appeal as such, but at least he got one past the edge of the Aussies' bat. 29 for naught.
Well, runs in that game for England anyway. Tammy Beaumont 150 not out of 139 balls. I mean, that is something that you sort of expect to see anyway, but even so, a very dominant performance from England in that second OD. A very good start to Kate Cross's career as captain. Kate Cross, one half of the No Balls Cricket podcast on BBC sounds, which you can...
Get your plugs in.
Yeah, you can indeed. Here's Ned Leonard for a 5th over now. And this time just straying onto the pads of Hughes, who works the ball in front of square on the leg side, and they get through for a single. 30 for no loss the score now. Hughes is on to 18 off 31 balls, and Haynes on 12 of 24. And Sussex have made a very steady start here. There was one big let-off, a drop chance by Billy Root in the deep, in the leg side. Other than that, it's been smooth sailing for Sussex. Here's Ned Leonard in again. This time the ball's been guided away nicely behind point. That's going to run away to the boundary for 4. It was short. Again, just put his hands through it so nicely, did Daniel Hughes. That is 4 more to the score. He's on to 22. Sussex 34 for no loss. And 4 balls to come in the 10th over of this innings as it starts to get a little bit darker, a bit more gloomy. Even though there aren't that many grey clouds above us now, it's still quite gloomy and it's getting dark. Nighttime. Nighttime is approaching. If this was a horror movie, this would be the time to go home. It's the time to go home. Right, here we go. Ned Leonard. And he comes. Oh, there's a horrible bouncer. Not horrible in its execution, just horrible as a batter to face, because it was short and well directed. But he was able to duck underneath it, and that ball sails over his head through to the keeper. There is no run.
But if you go home early, who might be lurking behind your front door?
A little bit of Vincent Price. I like that. I thought you might have plans for this evening with a bit of football, maybe Montenegro Wales. Will that be taking up the viewing?
Yeah, I'll see if I can find it.
There's there's a slight appeal there. Leonard hitting a back of a length ball, very striking the batter quite high up on the pad, so no real danger of an LBW, but a little token appeal there anyway.
Yeah, I'll have to work out how to try and watch it on my tablet.
I think I'm sure somebody will be broadcasting it. Maybe BBC Wales.
I think
like
we've
that.
only got the television highlights these days, to be honest.
I see. Here is Ned Leonard. And again, that length just troubling Hughes a little bit. Gets squared up, gets inside the line, outside the line, but never really comfortable. He's just flipped his bat up in the air and caught it in frustration. Because at the moment, Ned Leonard is getting the better of him. And he's been finding it hard to score runs off him. There was a boundary off the second ball, but these last 3 have put him back in the box. Hughes, you get the feeling, wants to get on with it. As we mentioned, better than a run a ball 100 in the previous game. Here's Ned Leonard in again. This time Hughes leaves the ball on line outside the off stump. And it goes through to the keeper. There is no run. 34 for no loss, the score. After 10 overs, 3.4, that is the run rate. I can tell you that, because it's very easy to divide when it's by 10s.
Yeah, Leonard playing just his 3rd first-class match for Glamorgan, 3 for Somerset as well, obviously very early in his career and unable really to get much red ball cricket with Somerset, so joined Glamorgan on loan for the final 5 championship matches of the season as Gorvin starts his 2nd over and bowls turned away off his legs by Haynes down to backward square, and they go through for a single. 35 for naught. Has shown some initial promise, Leonard, but obviously he looks raw. He's got to be picking up first-class experience. Spoke of the help he was getting from Tim van der Hoogten, who's being rested for this game. As Gorvin into bowl. Oh, that's a poor ball down leg side, and it's been well taken by Chris Cook, diving across a long way to his right.
Yeah, umpire Sue Redfern gave that little nod as well. I think she was considering widing that, so wide it was, but she's let it go. Maybe she's got an eye on that Wales Montenegro game as well.
As Gorvin is on his way, bowls and knocked away on the leg side by Hughes, and there is no run. It's not been an entirely smooth process for Wales, that particular match, because the venue was switched at relatively short notice, away, I believe, from the capital, because either the pitch or the stadium wasn't in the right sort of condition. Gorvin in bowls. Hughes pushes it on the offside, thinks about taking the single, and there is no run. So some of the supporters travelling out were hit by technical difficulties with an aircraft, and the game itself switched to Niksic, which is 53 kilometres away from Podgorica. Gorvin bowls. Hughes defends again on the offside. No run. 35-4. No wicket.
It's a very impressive accent, by the way. Have you spent time there? In
Nope.
Montenegro?
No.
Big fan of Montenegrin cinema? That's probably what it is.
There is coverage on BBC Radio Wales and BBC Radio Cymru.
There we go.
Live kick-off 7:45. Gorvin bowls, and blocked on the offside by Hughes. So just the single off the Gorvin over. Hughes, unlike his previous exploits, willing to take his time, and maybe with an eye on an early close tonight, just concentrate on being there tomorrow. 35 for naught in reply to 186.
Just looking at Glamorgan's last game against Leicestershire, Ned Leonard, who I think is going to continue for a 6th over. Well, he bowled 16.2 overs in the second innings before he managed to get himself a wicket, 1 for 58 there. And then in the first innings, he bowled 15 overs again for 50 without taking any wickets. So I just worry that those stats will start skewing one way, and it's not an accurate representation. He's got a talented young man as Ned Leonard. Been very impressed with his performance so far today, despite not taking a wicket. In he comes now to Haynes, who, well, he didn't know too much about that ball. Just sort of half played at that, really, as it trickles to gully, and there is no backward point, really, and there is no run.
I think he hit that one without looking at it. I'm not sure if it hit in the body or the top of the bat. Doesn't seem to know much about it, as you say.
Well, they're in the game still. Our Glamorgan, they know that. Just need to take the next chance, because surely there will be one in the not too distant future. Here's Ned Leonard in again. He bowls, and this time a more conventional defensive shot from Haynes. Back to the bowler. There is no run.
Yorkshire 6 down against Leicestershire, 142 for 6 after bowling out the Foxes for just 98. They were 15 for 7 at one point, but Yorkshire obviously being in the vantage in the pound seats puts the pressure on Sussex a bit.
Yeah. Here's Leonard, as this is short and wide, and he's had a big swing at that one as Haynes, and he's not connected. If he did connect that, he might manage to send that into the neighbouring town. I would have guessed, but I don't know what's in that direction. I know that Brighton is behind us, and maybe towards Eastbourne. Is that Eastbourne?
No, Eastbourne's
the other way.
Shoreham.
Shoreham, there we go. Shoreham, a nice beach town? Yeah. Here we go. Here's Ned Leonard, and again, nearly gets the outside edge. So close. He's really been honing in on that. Just gets closer and closer with each attempt. And these 4 dots in a row have put a little bit of pressure on Haynes, not in terms of scoring rate, but just in terms of a productive defensive shot. Because right now that ball is talking.
I believe Shoreham is where the former Glamorgan and Sussex batter Tony Cotty has his seaside business.
Oh, lovely. What kind of business is it?
Ice cream.
Oh, nice. Good weather for it today. Here's Ned Leonard, and again, good length and good shape, but well left on length by Haynes as it goes through to the keeper. It sort of dies on the keeper on that occasion, not as much carry. The crucial thing is there is no run. 35 for no loss. The score remains 5 dots in a row here from Ned Leonard, who might be about to complete his second maiden over of his spell. He's another one from Millfield School is Ned Leonard. It is first team debut as an 18-year-old. As his next ball is just on the hips of Haynes, who works it down towards fine leg for a single, and the score moves to 36 for no loss after 12 overs.
It is such a boon to Somerset, isn't it, that they have those sporting public schools within the county, and are able to benefit from the facilities and the players produced on the doorstep, if you like.
Yeah, you got to find those schools where the parents can afford 160 quid for a ticket to Lord's. I jest, of course, but
oh, it is a problem.
There is
a
a bit of a problem. I mean, this is a problem for mine. I used to play cricket, and I went to state school, and it was always sort of understood that you were at a disadvantage to those who went to public schools, and particularly sort of the 3 or 4 major schools that were like a production line.
Gorvin is in to bowl, tucked away off his legs by Haynes. I'll just take the single down to fine leg, 37 for no wicket. Well, there are just so few state schools which play the game these days. It's just a question of getting the opportunities, getting teenagers with bat or ball in their hands. Gorvin in to Hughes and pushes forward defensively. Hughes just making a gesture with his glove, maybe to show Haynes that it is moving a little bit.
Now that he's getting ready for a funky dance move or two, practicing for his TikToks later on. But he, yeah, it is still wobbling a little bit. I didn't think Gorvin was getting as much from it, but he did take a 5-wicket haul in the last match between these two sides.
He'll have that in the back of his mind, maybe, as oh, that's almost caused an error from Hughes as he, well, played back. Not sure whether he's trying to force or defend, but only just got the bat on it, inside edge.
Just as they play that shot, it did get a little bit darker as well. And,
we're not going to be playing at 30 overs time or whatever it is. It's 25 overs
25
left,
They
theoretically.
are whistling through them, though, it has to be said.
Gorvin bowls and it's left by Hughes, even though that one did come back a little bit, but his off stump remains undisturbed. The other main promotion challengers, Middlesex, they're going reasonably well with the bat against Gloucestershire, 278 for 5, with Jack Davis, the second man, past 50. He's there 66, no doubt. Max Holden made 77.
He's really stepped up this season and last season, Max Holden.
Gorvin in from the C end. Bowls. Hughes plays slightly tentatively on the leg side, straight to mid-wicket. No run. 37 for naught. Glamorgan just managing to cut the run rate a little bit at the moment, over the last few overs, and maybe put a pressure on Sussex, so there isn't much scoreboard pressure with a score of 187 in the first innings of the match. Gorvin, legs pumping. Balls driven through the leg side. That one might well run away for 4. It's being chased down the hill, but it will go away for 4. Probably a little bit more leg sidey than was intended, but Hughes won't worry about that. Looking maybe to play straight. Got a good enough contact, and it's not the area of the ground that favours fielders particularly. 41 without loss are Sussex after 13 overs, so 25 remaining. If they go at this sort of rate, they'll be on 120 or thereabouts. Will have made substantial inroads into Glamorgan's total, but as I say, I'd be surprised if they got through those 25 overs, albeit the lights aren't on yet. No, of course they're not allowed to use them. Silly me.
Today.
Ought to be used to.
Cost-cutting measure.
Used to that from Cardiff and council regulations in Cardiff for some inexplicable reason.
Yes, we were talking about this earlier, Adrian and I. Well, I mean, so there's residents? Because there's no residents in Sophia Gardens. Is it the River Taff? Do people live in there?
Oh, it's to disturb the fish. No, I mean, Cathedral Road is some distance away from Sophia Gardens.
Yeah.
And frankly, if it's that dark in the daytime, they might benefit from a little bit of extra light. And given that they've got lights that can be used for The one-day games, in fact, they came on in one of the one-day games in the daytime, so it can't be that that tight a restriction.
I can understand sort of for environmental reasons, but if you're using renewable energy, it should be a given, really. This is short, it's been cut nicely, but only as far as backward point. It's Harris who's back into the attack from the Cromwell Road end, and there is no run.
Yeah, Welsh listeners are probably fed up with me banging on about the lights. But I think the restriction's been in place for about 20 years, and I'm surprised that there hasn't been pressure to revisit it, shall we put it that way.
Yeah, we'll write a letter.
I did contact my counsellor about it.
Were they sympathetic?
Yeah.
Good. This is back of a length, pushed to cover. There is no run. Tell you what, if I was ever going to write a letter to a cricket administrator,
an email rather than
if I was going to put pen to paper, it would have to be about creating the first cricket stadium in the country with a roof on it.
Yeah.
I feel like that's an absolute must now.
Yeah.
Especially as our season gets longer and we're playing further into the likes of September and October and what have you. We need stadiums with roofs on them, and I understand that's a challenge. As here is Harris again. This time the ball's been sort of driven to mid-off. There is no run. 41 for no loss. The score remains. Yeah, I think there's so many days of rained-off cricket, bad light, things like that. They have the Docklands Stadium in Melbourne, don't they? I think it's called the Marvel Stadium, based on a sponsorship deal, and that's got coverage. I feel like it's achievable.
Is that the only one in the world?
I think it's the only
Indoor
major
cricket,
one in the
yeah.
world. I think so, as they play big bash games in there. There's Harrison again. This is short. This has been cut beautifully. Lovely shot. Great placement as well from Tom Haynes. It was short. He just had to wait on it and guide it between point and cover, and it runs away to that boundary in front of some appreciative spectators for 45 for no loss, the score for Sussex. 2 balls to come in the 14th over.
Yes, it's starting to look a bit ominous for Glamorgan, isn't it, with the lack of the early breakthrough. Hughes dropped on 8. Haynes nearly played on before he scored. And since then, they've started to flourish.
You have indeed. Here's Harris in once more. It's one that keeps a little bit lower. It's just been watchfully defended into the covers by Haynes for no run. And they're absolutely flying at the moment at Sussex. Going out well over 3 and over at the moment. And, well, if they do play these 24 overs today, which we think is unlikely, but if they do play them, they'll make a huge dent in that lead, that first innings score from Glamorgan. Well past halfway anyway. Here he comes again as Harris, as that ball's flicked out towards deep backward square leg, and they will jog through for a single. So 14 overs bowled in this innings. Sussex are 46 for no loss, with Tom Haynes on 20 and Daniel Hughes on 26 not out.
I think we've possibly got another radio update coming up.
Oh yes,
Adrian?
we do. Yes, that's right. Yeah. I'm gonna be replaced momentarily.
Atif can go and hit the gin bar or whatever.
Oh yeah, no.
Not your cup of tea.
I'm a teetotaler, so
Fair enough.
But I'm gonna go hit the club shop, which is in that direction. And let's go buy some Sussex merchandise.
Lovely, a major financial boost, outside investment from visiting commentator. It's all right, boys, you can afford to buy an extra overseas player for next season. Atif is going to hit the merch shop. 46 for naught as Gorvin is into bowl, and forward comes Haynes and defends back to the bowler.
That could prove an expensive drop, that one by Billy Rootnick.
Looking that way already,
no
isn't it?
one means to put them down, but that was a... I don't know, sometimes you can lose the ball here on a gloomy day, maybe in the background, but it looked like it was in, didn't it? And then it just sort of popped out.
Gorvin to Haynes, oohs and ahs, but he's deflected it perfectly competently to Gully. There's no run. Couple of slips, point, cover, mid-off, mid-on, mid-wicket, fine leg. Have I missed someone on the boundary somewhere? Oh, there's
yes,
deep
deep
mid-wicket,
mid-wicket.
yeah. Hiding in front of the stand. Gorvin into bowl, dispatched through the offside by Tom Haynes. An elegant swing off the bat, the ball racing away to the boundary to bring up the Sussex half century in 14.3 overs.
Yeah, shot by Tom Haynes, and these two are a very effective opening partnership. The last game here against Derbyshire, they put on 100 and should have it sort of straight to hand, and I don't. They put 196, which Tom Haynes made 72. Daniel Hughes made 144.
Got a quarter of the way to that as Gorvin bowls and Haynes defends.
I was looking slightly ahead here because Yorkshire look like they're not going to get 4 batting points at Leicester. They're 158 for 7, but that looks like the wicket's doing a bit. So I think Sussex probably have to assume Yorkshire are going to win that game, but they can only take a maximum 19 points from
they
it.
Might get a batting point, 190 odd for the last 4
yeah,
wickets.
I mean, there were 20 points behind Sussex at the start of play.
Gorvin bowls, that's a better delivery. Haynes plays it out on the offside, no run. Middlesex going reasonably well as well. I think Sussex are going to have to, well, they don't have to win obviously because they've got that big gap, but if they want to maintain that and make it moderately comfortable going into the last couple of weeks, then Sussex, well, they're so well placed already, they don't have to change tactics or anything. Gorvin sprinting in, legs pumping, played into the offside, take a single. Will Tom Haynes. Kieran Carlson scampers round and does the fielding in competition with Ben Kellaway. 51 for no wicket after 15 overs, replying to Glamorgan's 186. And knowing what we know about the Kookaburra ball is that the dependence on early new ball wickets is even greater than with the Duke's ball, it appears. Then Glamorgan are really behind the 8 ball.
Yeah, I mean, that does seem to be the way of things with the Kookaburra. It just gets harder and harder,
or softer and softer.
Or softer and softer, and easier for the batting side. 51 without loss. In comes Harris bowls, and that's a poor shot by Tom Haynes. He's just a little inclined to do that. I don't know if that's just a lapse in concentration, but you'd be annoyed if you're out playing I guess it's like a lot of shots, Nick, that if he crunches that through backward point, I say, oh, brilliant shot for 4 runs, but he didn't. But he's still there on 25, Sussex 51 without loss. No extras so far. But it's really quite gloomy here at Hove. Harris in again, bowls, and Haynes defends solidly down the track, no run.
Is this slightly tinted glass?
It is. Yes, it is a little bit, Nick. Yes, it is. Yeah, so you tend to get an idea of when the light really is going when you start to see some of the lights coming on in the Spencama Pavilion, and normally the temporary stands aren't there at the far end, and you can see the groundsman's hut and his light comes on, and then you know it's our own little personal light meter. I mean, it's playable at the minute, there's no question of that, but you can't think it's going to get any better. Harrison bowls, Haynes drives down the ground, there is no run. The forecast for tomorrow I don't think is great, actually.
No.
Earlier on over the weekend they were saying that Tuesday tomorrow, that the rain would clear through later on in the day, but I think now it's saying that, of course it can always be wrong, the weather forecast is quite often wrong, but it does look as if we may get some interruptions tomorrow. Have a look what the sort of latest is.
Not sure how much of a downpour you had back end of last week. It was horrible in Cardiff.
Oh yeah, we had a lot of heavy rain. Yeah. Harris around the wicket bowls, and Haynes defends with a high right elbow, punches that to mid-on, and there is no run. Yeah, I'm just looking here. God, yeah, it doesn't look good for tomorrow at all, does it? It's Brighton and Hove. This makes me laugh. It's saying, this is the BBC weather forecast that says today is sunny intervals and a moderate breeze. Well, we've seen a glimmer of sunshine.
Yeah, I suppose we had about an hour of sunshine. A sunny interval.
Yeah. Comes Harris bowls to Haynes, who plays that without timing to backward point, no run. Well, the suggestion here is that it's not a washout, that it's going to be dry until lunchtime, and then sort of showers, the odd showers doing. So I don't think it's a washout tomorrow. Drizzle and a fresh breeze, they're saying. I don't know how much notice to take of that, to be honest.
Yeah. Met Office suggests, a bit dodgy tomorrow.
Does it?
Nice on Wednesday and Thursday, so plenty of time in this match.
Harris around the wicket, bowls, and Haynes cuts firmly, and that's a lovely shot by Tom Haynes. That's what he intended to do earlier on in the over. It's very strong air for him, belting the ball away through backward point. He goes to 29, and Sussex at the end of... Oh my gosh, I finished. Did I miss my up, or didn't they come to me? I don't think they came to me, did they?
I'm not sure I've got the
No,
headphone position, which doesn't tend to hear
yeah, no, they didn't come to me. Well, I haven't yet.
the radio feed anyway.
That's only had a quick sort of palpitation there.
55 without loss. Unlike the time where we did a BBC Radio Wales broadcast without any cue whatsoever, and the listeners were treated to the 30 seconds of the late BBC Radio Bristol commentator Bob Hunt and myself talking about the cakes we expected at the tea interval. Here's Gorvin then to bowl to Hughes, who pushes that one to root at mid-wicket. No run, off the back foot. 55 for naught. The words on the scoreboard and letters, figures starting to shine out a little bit more in the evening gloom. But as I say, it's a little bit of latitude, I guess. We are a little bit darker in here as Gorvin bowls, tucked away off his legs by Hughes. Will take a single and come back for the second.
Well
Fine leg as the throw comes in from Harris. It was a little bit wide. Probably have got home even if it had been straight. 57 for naught.
Interesting with Jay Devon cap, because Sussex have only played with the one overseas in the blast, which is Daniel Hughes. But Jay Dev has played a lot of T20 cricket. Played in the IPL final.
Yeah.
So I don't quite know if he's why that is.
As that is defended by Hughes, no run.
You can see a light now on Nick up on the players' balcony. So that's a sign that the light is a bit. I mean, I think it's actually improved slightly in the last few minutes.
Thank you to various contributors, Oracle and Derek Evans, for pointing out that I can get hold of the Wales game tonight on S4C as well as on BBC Radio Wales, which may well be on iPlayer as well. As Gorvin will have a crack from over the wicket for the first time to the left-hander. Sussex having a plethora of left-handers in their top order. Gorvin's bowled around the wicket exclusively so far. Now he's going to try over the wicket. And the first ball is dispatched by Hughes for 4 through the offside. So he hasn't got his angles right. Straight up. 61 for no wicket. Hughes moves to 32 not out. Ian Holmes says, I can assure you that the floodlights are invisible from my property on Cathedral Road, switched on or off.
Yeah, it's bonkers, isn't it?
And Rob Williams was asking about an earlier picture I posted of Ollie Robinson bowling to Kieran Carlson, and yeah, there was no one in front of the bat apart from a short leg. It's a brief experiment by Sussex. Gorvin bowls through low outside off stump. Hughes plays no shot.
We were asking about the auction that was held at lunchtime. Teef was thinking of bidding at the auction, but decided not to. The auction item at lunch was Ted Dexter's Sunningdale Golf Club leather holdall. The money raised went to the Sussex Cricket Museum,
All right.
where the Gillette Cup is proudly on display at the moment till the end of the season. First won by Sussex in 1963 under Ted Dexter.
Forward comes Hughes, plays on the offside, fielded at point, no run. And the over, 61 without loss. We are through 17 overs, 21 potentially remain. Glamorgan in desperate need of a breakthrough now. Haynes has 29, Hughes has 32. The ball has only beaten the bat very occasionally, thanks to Duncan Evans in Kent for pointing me the right direction for the Hove weather, which may be all right until tomorrow evening. I don't know. Percentage of showers looks likely at some point during the day.
Yeah. So I wonder what Ted Dexter's, wonder what a leather holdall is. Do you think that's sort of a bag that it's not his golf bag, is it? Maybe it's the bag he sort of carries his shoes in or something, I don't know. Anyway, that was in the auction. Around the wicket comes James Harris, bowls to Tom Haynes, who plays this beautifully away through point for 4 runs. That's a lovely shot right at the middle of the bat. Haynes goes to 33. And Sussex just 65 without loss. Simon Goodman has been in touch. Hello, Simon. He says, hello, Adrian and Latif. Just tuned in the workshop here in Iford. Great to hear Latif on Radio Sussex. I had the pleasure of meeting him at Lord's on finals day. What a lovely man.
Oh.
Have you paid this person?
Mate of yours?
Well, yeah, I do wonder when we get emails like this. I too was at the Oval on Saturday, Adrian. A bit of a dull affair all round. I was there yesterday, Simon, which was a good day to be there. In comes Harris. Haynes ducked underneath a short one, no run. He says, bit of a dull affair all round, but my wife's first test match and she thoroughly enjoyed it. As I said, a bad day at the cricket is better than a good day at work. Absolutely. I'd like to get over to Hove in the next day or so, but likely after tea time. It might be I fold, I'm not sure. Simon, thank you for getting in touch. Yeah, yesterday was a good day. I mean, it was wickets and runs and didn't go England's way, but it was an exciting day. In comes Harris. Bowls. Again, Haynes ducks underneath a short one. There is no run. And just as we were saying how awful the night was, there was a bit more blue sky drifting in, and the light has definitely improved. Martin Mahoney is in High Wycombe, and he's listening via his smart speaker.
Good. I'm glad someone's got it working.
That's good news. I'm going to forward that to the powers that be.
Yeah. They want to know whether it's working, don't they?
So that I know that I'm actually doing what I'm meant to be doing. In comes Harris round the wicket. Bowls. All Haynes is beaten. That's a good delivery by James Harris. So Tom Haynes was playing forward slightly down the wrong line. It just nipped away from the left-hander and through into the gloves of keeper Cook. And there is no run. There's a message here about minimising from Phil Pennicott. Were you talking about expenses and things earlier on, or costs?
We mentioned the cost of the floodlights, I think, in passing.
In comes Harris bowls. Haynes defends, bat and pad close together, punches into the offside, no run. If you or Nick wish to minimise your own personal and BBC expenditure on meals, may I recommend the tactic where service is optional of adding, e.g. 10% to the food and drink, the only element of the bill pre-VAT, on the basis that no services have been provided by the government. Oh.
Oof.
Well, yeah. This 10% is readily calculated by dividing the pre-VAT figure by 12. Easily done on your smartphone, says Phil. In comes Harris, bowls to Haynes. It works that down to third man. That seems quite complicated to me. Haynes picks up a single. He goes to 34. 66 without loss. Thank you, Phil, for getting in touch. Jeremy's been in touch. And he says, I should give you the score and the over. Yeah, 66 without loss. Haynes 34, Hughes 32, still no extras. Jeremy says, great to see Sussex making so much progress. Everyone who follows the clubs deserves it after so many fallow years. Ollie Robinson, if England don't want him, it's their loss. Ollie can get on a winter T20 franchise circuit travelling the world for possibly more money. Also impressed by Henry Crocombe. And I've just lost the email as my... just break off, Nick.
Gorvin is in to bowl to Haynes, who looks to work it away on the leg side. I think that's whacked him on the pad from the sound of it, and the fact that umpire Redfern is now raising her left leg towards the scorers, 66 for naught.
Jeremy also says he's been impressed by Henry Crocombe. He says, as for next season, I'd be delighted if Kieran Carlson could join Jack Carson at Sussex. It would certainly make commentary easier. There was speculation he would join us last summer. I don't know anything about that. He says, what are your Glamorgan colleagues' thoughts on this?
Gorvin bowls, tucked away on the leg side by Hughes for a single, down towards mid-wicket. I thought so, that Glamorgan would be extremely loath to see Kieran Carlson depart anywhere, since he's been at times the only Welsh-born player in the Glamorgan 11. I think he's got another season or two. I'll check that for you. There's Gorvin Bowles, and that's played on the offside by Haynes. No run.
I'm finding Steve Oxford. Thanks for your email, Steve, who was saying actually Sussex have lost 3 points, not 2 for slow over 8s, and very much hope that's not going to come back to bite Sussex at the end of the season.
I'm afraid that Kieran Carlson, well, I'm pleased from a Welsh point of view, but afraid from a Sussex point of view, Kieran Carlson's got another 2 seasons at least at Glamorgan. Cut but not timed by Haynes on the offside, bounces up to point, no run.
I don't quite understand because in football players are often under contract and they move, don't they? I don't quite understand what happens with cricket, whether it's the same or what happens. You get quite cynical about contracts, don't you, these days? But,
yeah, it's not very often that players have a contract cut short, unless it's because of injury, is it? There's Gorvin, who's back round the wicket now. It's in. Bowles. Defended by Haynes, no run on the offside. Carlson dashes in. Players quite often know by mid-season whether they're likely to be retained, and there is a date in mid-season after which they are allowed to talk to other counties if they're not under contract for the following summer. But sometimes players move on loan and that becomes a permanent move. Gorvin Bowles on leg stump. Haynes misses out slightly there as he tries to hit it through square leg. Was struck on the pad, 68 for naught at the end of the over. 1 off the bat, 1 off the pad during the course of that over. But Sussex sailing along quite nicely at the moment. For example, Glamorgan signed Mason Crane on loan for this season, and then it's a permanent move for next season. And basically, the only difference was that Crane wouldn't have been allowed to face Hampshire in the T20 Blast, but that game wasn't played because of the rain anyway.
He's been a good signing, hasn't he, Mason Crane?
Yeah, by and large, yeah, averaging nearly 40 with the bats. Had a couple. He's going to have some expensive days with the ball. Being a leg spinner has provided some valuable wickets, but 44.8. We'll be looking to get that bowling average coming south.
James Harris is carrying on from the Cromwell Road end of the ground. In and bowls to Daniel Hughes, who's back on his stumps and plays defensively to mid-on. There is no run. There are 2 slips, a gully. Well, no, there isn't a gully, it's a point. So there's 2 slips, point, cover, mid-off. Mid-on, mid-wicket, 2 men set back on the leg side. There's a deep backward square and a fine leg. The light is improving in the last 10 minutes or so. A bit more blue sky around. And you can almost make out the shadows of the players on the pitch as Harris is in. Over the wicket bowls, and Hughes works this one down. I think he got a bit of bat on that one.
Yeah, it sounded
down
like it.
Signal. Down towards fine leg. They're coming back for a second run. Gorvin Fields down in front of us. No, leg byes. Hence the loud appeal from Chris. It did come very fine, I have to say. So Hughes doesn't get the benefit of that. He remains on 33.
Yeah, I think that one would have probably hit him outside the line of leg stump.
Yeah.
Would probably have gone on to hit the stumps, but of course you cannot be given out if it pitches outside leg.
Harris again. In and bowls. Oh, Hughes rather got away with them where he was looking to cut that one away through backward point. He got a big thick inside edge and could so easily have played on. In the end he picks up a single. He goes to 34 on the total to 71 without loss.
Mentioned Shakib Al Hassan being drafted in by Surrey for the one game.
Yes.
But flying slightly under the radar is the fact that Somerset have signed a Kiwi bowler who's making his debut by the name of Brett Randall, who is not an international.
Well, it's a big game, isn't it, down at Taunton this week? If Surrey win, I think they're pretty much home and hosed. But if they don't, it could be quite an interesting end to the season. In comes Harris. Around the wicket bowl, short Haynes weaves out the way. Through to keeper Cook, there is no run. I almost sort of heard someone in a studio then. Did you pick that up on? Oh no, you've got your headphones out, Nick. It's all right. I just saw Ben Kellaway warming up in the covers.
Which arm, though?
Ah, yes, because he bowls with... But yes, now he really caught me out at Neath. I thought I was almost imagining that. Explain more in a moment as... Here comes Harris, bowls, and Haynes is forward, plays to mid-wicket, there is no run. Ben Kellaway bowls, right arm and left arm. And at Neath, I was completely... I didn't even know he did that. And I thought I was almost imagining things. Or I'd missed a ball, or I'd gone to sleep, or missed it or something. But it was, yeah. I mean, presumably he has to just say to the umpire,
yes.
I'm now bowling left arm round,
Yep.
or whatever.
Yep.
But it's
Tell the umpire tells the batter.
amazing skill. Harris in again. Bowls, Haynes drives, a beautiful shot through the covers by Tom. I'm not sure it's going to go all the way for 4. In fact, he's picking up speed. Kieran Carlson's very quick across the ground, but it's even too quick for Kieran Carlson. Lovely shot by Haynes. He goes to 38. And Sussex at the end of the over are 75 without loss. We've got another 18 overs scheduled to be bowled tonight. It's anybody's guess whether we'll get all of those in. But Sussex making a very good response to the Glamorgan total of 186, of which Kieran Carlson top scored with 56, and J. Devon Cat took 4 wickets for Sussex.
You know, the cinema industry is quite keen on sequels these days.
Yes.
Last year we had The Great Escape from Glamorgan.
Go on.
Great Escape 2.
Well,
They might
well,
be
you-
a long way behind on
you
first
never-
innings if
you
the
ne-
game
you
continues the way it is.
You never know.
And then they made 700 odd in the second innings.
The only thing is you don't have Mr. Labuschagne.
No, indeed. But Mr. Ingram scored 250 in the last match.
Well, there you go. Yeah, it's never done till it's done, and you know, possibility of a bit of rain tomorrow. You never know.
So it is going to be Ben Kellaway to bowl from this C end. Looks, yeah, he's going to be bowling right arm off spin. That's a little bit of a drag down to start with, and Hughes plays it through the offside. Gorvin is sweeping out on the cover boundary. It's just the single, 76 without loss. Ben Kellaway did take wickets with both arms on a couple of occasions in the one-day cup. I can't remember him having bowled left arm in the championship so far, so but watch out for it. Kellaway bowls, fired through, and played again comfortably through the offside, this time by Haynes for a single. 77 without loss. Kellaway maybe needs a bit more loop, as those first two were a bit short of a length. Did turn a bit. That one is another ball played into the offside for a single.
Carlson loves being in the action, doesn't he, in the covers? He's hurling himself around.
Yeah, keeps himself busy, doesn't he?
He does keep himself busy.
Given that at least one hand is fairly severely taped up. He was hit on the hand while batting from a throw from Daniel Hughes. Kellaway in to bowl, and well, repeat. That's 4 singles taken through the offside. This is not what Glamorgan need.
No.
Haynes has 40, Hughes has 36. It is the Aussie on strike now. Kellaway jogs in, bowls. That's a better line from Kellaway, and Hughes is forward respectfully and defensively. Tall young man Ben Kellaway, just his second season in the first team squad. But his final ball produces another single to Hughes, who'll therefore retain the strike at the end of the over. 5 off the Kellaway over without having to work too hard. And I think Kellaway will need to just pitch it up a little bit more. That was too short of a length. 80 for naught, Sussex.
That game done at Taunton at the top of the first division. Somerset probably having a better of the first day. 289 for 5. in the
Sure they
87th over.
settled for that, but there's pressure on Somerset to win it.
Yes, interesting that they won the toss. It does tend to spin, doesn't it, down at Taunton. They won the toss and batted Tom Banton, 125 not out. I'm sure how much Championship Cricket Banton plays, but that's a very good knock. James Harris is going to carry on from the Cromwell Road end. And he's coming in with 2 slips in place. Down the hill, bowls, and Hughes is very languidly forward and punches the ball into the covers. And there is no run in the second division, just keeping an eye on those games influencing the promotion race. Yorkshire 188 for 6, I think of a recovery from Yorkshire, who now lead by 90 runs. Johnny Tattersall, 55 not out. Don Bess, formerly of Somerset, of course, and England, 33 not out. He's rather slipped off the radar, hasn't he, Don Bess, in the last couple of years. In comes Harris, down the hill, bowl, short to Daniel Hughes, who just swayed out of the way. And there is no run.
They like bright, shiny new things, don't they, in England selectors?
They do.
New toys to play with.
Meanwhile, Middlesex going along very nicely at Lords, which will please Teef. 315 for 5 after 80 overs, so they'll be on course, thinking about maximum batting bonus points there, will Middlesex. Jack Davis, the wicketkeeper, 87. Josh De Carey's on 50. In comes Harris over the wicket, bowls, and Hughes again defends into the offside, no run. And that against Gloucestershire, who will be Sussex's opponents in the second semi-final of the T20 Blast on Saturday. Pleased to say the weather forecast looks set fair, nothing worse than a finals day that drags on into a Sunday. And Surrey and Somerset, who play each other this week, are in the first semi-final. That's a tough game to call, Nick. As is the Sussex-Gloucester game. In comes Harris, down the hill, bowls, and Hughes again defends into the offside. It's been a good tight spell this by James Harris in his 9th over. Figures of 0 for 20. We'll have a change round in the commentary box in a moment. I think it's time for me to go. I think, was it Nick to go? Tomorrow we're going to have a schedule. I don't want you blokes complaining to the union that you've been sort of, that you haven't been on enough or not paid enough or whatever it is.
It would help if I could be off for the last bit, so I can do some writing.
Lovely. In comes Harris, bowls. Oh, well, Daniel Hughes is going to get a very fortunate boundary, and that's bad luck for the bowler. He sort of edged that through the slip cordon, and it's one of the vagaries of cricket. You play an impromptu shot, you get a boundary, and the poor old bowler is left to rue what's happened. Hughes goes to 41, and Sussex is going along very nicely here. 84 without loss in the 22nd over. 16 overs remaining after this. How about, Nick, if would it help if you did till, say, about 20 past 5 with Atif, and then you can call it a day and I'll finish off with Atif. Does that sound good?
Yeah, fine.
Cool. Harris down the hill and bowls, and Hughes this time placed firmly to cover point. There is no run. It is the end of the over. James Harris, 9 overs, 1 maiden, 0 for 32. Sussex 84 without loss. Haynes on 40. Hughes on 41.
And that, dear listener, is what passes for a production meeting on the BBC Sport Online commentaries.
Honestly, I can't believe it. Barely been used today. Been used too much today. What is this treatment? Do you know what? I'm very optimistic we're going to get these 16 overs in today.
Yeah, it hasn't been going downhill quite as I expected.
I think we might get the whole shebang in. Let's get them in.
Patches of blue sky here and there, and with Callaway bowling, there may well be a chance for the over rate to speed up, and Callaway is bowling, and again it's just a little bit short of the length, and Haynes plays it into the offside, doesn't quite time it. Root does the fielding. Douthwaite is warming up, so he will be the next into the attack. As Callaway just moving one of his fielders, short fine leg. James Harris is going across to reinforce the offside, so he goes to backward point. Another man brought in on the offside. Billy Root is going to field on the drive at short cover, and Kieran Carlson is going to also field at cover. Callaway Bowles turned on the leg side by Haynes. Douthwaite is dashing down to the boundary to hand his shades to David Harrison, Glamorgan's assistant coach. Callaway bowls, and there's turn there, and that's beaten the bat of Tom Haynes poking forward. Douthwaite's warm-up gets ever more vigorous. You're going to be knackered by the time you get home, mate. Number 8, Ben Callaway bowls, and it's cut to backward point by Haynes. No run. David Harrison's perambulations this time accompanied by the 2 other members of the coaching team, the head coach Grant Bradburn and assistant Toby Bailey, former Northants player. Callaway bowls, nice flight there. Haynes forward, defence into the covers, and there's no run. 84 without loss here on BBC Sport Online. As Callaway in and defended by Haynes again. Callaway finding a tighter line towards the end of that over. In fact, you're in the whole of it because it's a maiden over. Callaway, having conceded 5 singles off his first over, has been rather more parsimonious with his second. 84 for naught though. Sussex just 102 runs in arrears.
Yeah, and a few more overs like that, and they really will whistle through these overs. It's been very, very economical stuff and very rapid stuff, really, from Callaway. And, well, it just helps to put a little bit of pressure on. Long gaps where runs aren't coming easily usually results in a wicket. At the moment, both these batters well set in the 40s, both eyeing up half centuries. And there we go, as was expected. Dan Douthwaite, fresh off being the second top scorer for Glamorgan, got 41 with the bat, is now going to be bowling from the Cromwell Road end here at Hove, as we are now into the final hour of play today.
Douthwaite 13 wickets at 37.9 in the championship.
Yeah, and he's got Daniel Hughes to bowl to, who starts pounding his bat into the crease as he awaits Douthwaite, who runs in. Oh, it's all arms and legs, that action, as that ball's been pushed right back to the bowler, and there's no run. There's a lot going on there. There's a bit of anglage. Oh, it was a no ball, I beg your pardon. Right, that was a no ball. He's going to have to do that one again. And yeah, there it is on the scoreboard. 2 no balls. You get 2 runs for no balls in the county championship and the T20 Blast. There we go. Dan Douthwaite into Hughes once again. This time the ball's been driven nicely right back to the bowler, who gets a very crucial hand on the ball and ricochets it to mid-on to prevent any runs being scored. There were 2 off that first illegal delivery from Douthwaite. I suppose just getting his footing right is sort of somewhat understandable, although of course nowadays the players mark out their run-ups ahead of the play with those sprays all over the surface. Here's Douthwaite in again. That's a much better length. It's been defended to cover. There is no run. And yeah, it's turning into a sort of pleasant late afternoon here in at Hove. Looking forward to my stroll on Brighton Beach a bit later. Might dip my toes in the water again. But this time I shall purchase some flip-flops.
Yeah, I brought my swing trunks just in case. Not sure if I'll be using them though.
So I was going to buy some Sussex branded ones, but Douthwaite in. This ball's been punched nicely out towards deep extra cover. There is a fielder at behind square in a sweeping position who does well to make up some ground. They only get a single. Score will move on to 87 for no loss. I went over to the club shop.
How was your raid on the merch?
Well, I went over to the club shop,
yeah?
And they were shutting up shop, and I said, what's going on? They said, we close at tea. And they said, well, are you around tomorrow? I said, yeah. They're like, we'll look after you tomorrow. I said, all right, no problem, I'll be back tomorrow.
Okay.
Then I considered getting an ice cream, and I thought that would be a little bit too indulgent. So, I tell you what, I'd love to pick up some rock a bit later. I like a bit of rock. Here we go. Full. Driven. No. Swing and a miss, in fact. Shaping up to drive that through the covers was Tom Haynes, but only makes contact with thin air.
Any idea what you might have your eyes on in the merch shop?
Well, like I thought about some branded flip-flops, something like that, or maybe a little hat, maybe one of those air balls, those wind ball thingies that have the logo of the team on them. I actually like to collect those miniature cricket balls that you get at some I don't know if they have them here. Hopefully they do, but you can get them at various stadia. As the ball's pushed back to the bowler, there is no run. Yeah, they're just, you know, those little round souvenir type balls. I've got them from various grounds. Inevitably the big 8. I've got all of those, but there's a few grounds that I haven't picked up yet. So it'd be nice to add those to my collection today.
Yes, Chris Cook's testimonial collection of products includes a rug. Very good for cricket fans these days.
Here's Douthwaite in again. This is full driven beautifully out towards deep extra cover. It might run away to the boundary. It will. Fielder wasn't a million miles away from it, but it was struck with such precision and fierceness that it reached that boundary in no time at all. 91 for no loss. There's a tidy over that after the 2 no balls up until that last over pitch delivery, which has been punished, and Douthwaite's first over goes for 7. Sussex 91 for no loss. Earlier today they bowled out Glamorgan for 186 just before the tea session. Tea was taken early, and now we have a further 14 overs remaining today.
Yeah, it was up by the dressing room area when Glamorgan were all out, and there was utter confusion as to whether it was tea or not. Callaway bowls, and oh, that's up in the block hole and almost got through as Hughes chopped down on it, hit his boot, wasn't quite sure where it was for a moment, and had to turn to make sure the ball wasn't rolling onto his stumps. Callaway in, bowls to Hughes, floated, driven back to the bowler, and there's no run, so Callaway seems to have settled into a better length fairly quickly after dropping a little bit short in his first over. Callaway bowls, forward stretches Hughes, defends on the offside, Root picks it up, tosses it back to the bowler. This will do Glamorgan's over 8 some favours. Anyway, they sometimes struggle a little bit with the seamers as Callaway bowls, nurdled away on the offside by Hughes, but it's another dot ball. Trying to see whether the over 8, yeah, it's blank basically, so means it's probably level. As forward presses Hughes, defends, although they don't always change them during the course of a session in the first innings of a match. I'm not sure what the local practice is here. Glamorgan getting through them in decent time at the moment, as driven back to Callaway by Hughes. Now the maiden for Callaway, his second in a row. He has 0 for 5 after 3 overs. Sussex though 91 for no wickets, and the 0 the key factor, given that they are almost halfway to Glamorgan's total of 186 all out.
They most certainly are. Been pretty smooth sailing. There's a couple of moments which I'm sure Glamorgan will rue and discuss in their team meeting later. At the moment, these two batters looking very comfortable. Yep, had a couple of overs, maiden overs in a row from Callaway, but even that not too troublesome for the batters. If they maintain their patience, there's lots of runs here for the taking at Hove, and lots of time in which to score them as well. As Douthwaite will continue from the Cromwell Road end. He's in, he bowls, that ball's been slapped straight to extra cover on the bounce. Good bit of fielding, even though it was a nice connection from the middle of the bat, but he's just practicing his placement there a little bit, is Tom Haynes. He's very quick onto anything short and wide, and he's all over it, never going to miss out. A well-disciplined player, a very effective one for Sussex as well. Here comes Dan Douthwaite, just joggling in this time as this is full and driven, but only as far as mid-off, and there's no run. And that sequence of dots continues. 9 in a row now for Glamorgan. The light's just about holding at the moment. It hasn't dropped off as we feared it might. We might manage to get all of these 12.4 overs in today, and wouldn't that be remarkable if we did? Here we go. Dan Douthwaite running in slightly clunkily, I'm going to say, and bowls another good length ball driven back towards him. It'll be fielded by mid-on, and there is no run. He just doesn't look very even when he's running in, if I'm honest. It just sort of feels like he's swaying from side to side, a bit like the lead singer in the Bittersweet Symphony video for the Verve. don't know if you remember that. Yeah.
Richard Ashcroft.
That's him. That's him.
I think he's a bit wider than Richard Ashcroft, who was a skinny sort, wasn't he?
Yeah, I suppose so. Put a leather jacket on him, they look the same. In he comes again, swinging delivery on a good length. It's defended to mid-off, and there's no run. I mean, that's the first time Dan Douthwaite's been compared to Richard Ashcroft. I don't know if you'll find that.
Well, he's about twice the width across the shoulder, I think, and Douthwaite's got light brown hair, and I think Ashcroft was fairly dark-haired.
You know what? It's been a while since I've seen Ashcroft. We haven't hung out for a while. We had a falling out, but I don't want to talk about it. 91 for no loss. Here comes Dan Douthwaite into Haynes, who works that ball out towards mid-wicket, and they'll get a run after a very long spell of dot balls. In fact, they're going to get two of them. Good running between the wickets by this pair. Appreciated by the crowd. You can hear the gentle applause. The score ticks on to 93. That was a first scoring shot for almost 3 overs. Yeah, absolutely. Douthwaite's kept it tidier in this over after overstepping and overpitching in the previous one. Also getting through them fairly quickly. Here he is into Haynes again, who ducks underneath a bouncer. It was pitched halfway down the track, that one, and somewhat telegraphed with the grunt that you heard from Douthwaite on the effects mic. And yeah, relatively straightforward leave for Haynes, who's on 46. Hughes is on 42. Sussex 93 for no loss. There are 12 overs remaining today.
Yeah, Douthwaite fond of a short delivery. His mixing it up is very effective in white ball cricket when batters are more inclined to take chances. In red ball cricket, he's learning, I suppose, as he gets more experience in the longer form, that has to work harder for those wickets. Here's Ben Callaway. And that first delivery is played into the offside by Hughes, but fielded at cover by Carlson, and there's no run. Morgan probing away, looking for a first wicket, looking for some sliver of consolation from a poor day, really, after being put into bat. As that is an attempted cut shot by Hughes, but misses. Chris Cook takes the bails off just in case, almost as a reflex action. The South African-born keeper, now firmly a Welsh resident with the big yellow gloves, and that's cut through slip. That one will race away for 4 to Daniel Hughes, but that certainly wasn't where he was looking to play it. He moves on to 46 and total on to 97 without loss. Just looking at the replay of that one, did Ingram get a fingertip to it?
Well, I don't even think
maybe
you can call
not.
that a drop even, really. It was just hit so hard. A shot fraught with danger.
Flew away for 4. Callaway bowls. Hughes props forward and defends, and there's no run. Might have been just a fingernail on it if he hasn't cut them recently. Slow its progress to the boundary though. Callaway over pitches that one. It's driven through the leg side. It's being chased down by Ned Leonard, who makes good ground to it. Slides and does the fielding.
It's the first bad ball Callaway's bowled in about 4 overs. First sort of full toss that he
first
figured
over
out.
pitch ball, yeah.
He's been keeping things very tidy. Maybe getting a little bit greedy, getting a bit frustrated.
Single taken by Hughes. Callaway to Haynes, who's beaten by the turn there as he presses forward. Well, 5 runs off the over, but 4 of those were off the edge, and Ben Callaway is just starting to find a few signs of encouragement now for Glamorgan.
Yeah, just turning the ball nicely as Callaway gets appreciable turn. Just taking a look at the replay, it sort of pitched. It was angling in towards off and then turned past a second set of stumps. where a second set of stumps would be. So he's getting turn, he's getting bounce, and he's bowling very flat as well. So one to watch as well. Kellaway, very efficient off-spin bowler.
Yeah, 3 for 59 in the only previous innings he's bowled in the championship this season, the first innings at Derby.
Now then, it's going to be Dan Douthwaite to continue. Figures of 0 for 9 from his 2 overs so far. Here's Douthwaite into Hughes. It's over pitched, it's been driven, but only as far as a diving extra cover fielder who makes the stop. And that effort is applauded by the crowd here. Very fair crowd, I would say, in Sussex. Very balanced. Been to a lot of parts of the country where it's not the case anymore. There's a lot of sort of tribalism amongst fans and just partisan crowds everywhere you go nowadays. But lots of sporting fans here in Sussex, which is wonderful. Here's Douthwaite into Hughes again, who steps across his off stump and nearly feathers an edge through to the keeper. He just stepped across, looked to drive that through the covers, and connected with nothing, fortunately for him. If he managed to get anything on it, it would have been the faintest of edges, which would have been gobbled up by Cook behind the stumps. And there is no run.
Not that I'm going to tell anyone how to play an off drive, because I can't myself, but that one looked completely off balance from Hughes, didn't it?
Yeah, his position was sort of all over the place. Here's Dan Douthwaite in, as there's another attempted cover drive by Hughes, I beg your pardon, where he doesn't connect and the ball goes through to the keeper. It's another dot ball.
Not sure why quite looks as though he's getting frustrated, but surely at this time of day, 10 overs left, he's already got 47. Doesn't really need to be playing those big shots.
Yeah, you really don't. There's plenty of time left in the game, as you say. They've made steady progress, these two opening batters. No blemishes for Sussex so far. Here's Dan Douthwaite, another short ball. An effort one again from Douthwaite, which Hughes ducks under relatively comfortably as it goes through, sailing over his head through to the keeper. There is no run.
Yeah, I think Kieran Carlson needs to look lively just in case Hughes tries to hook. That's what Douthwaite is obviously hoping for, with backward square and fine leg back on the boundary ropes. Won't need an awful lot of contact to send it over their heads, though, in that corner of the ground.
I suppose not. Especially with the pace Douthwaite's bowling at. Here he comes again. And this time he's tied up Hughes in a bit of a knot at the crease. Couldn't get forward, couldn't get back, and the ball just ends up dropping into his pad flap. And there is no run. There's one ball to come. And this, the 28th over of the Sussex innings. They're on 98 for no loss. There's a slight change in field with mid-on going wider, almost into a mid-wicket position. Here comes Douthwaite as that ball's been punched just wide of the backward point fielder. Cover sweeper running in, he won't need to do anything. The fielder from backward point will do the fielding. It's another single to the score. 99 for no loss is what Sussex are on, with Hughes on 48 and Haynes on 46. 10 overs to go in the day's play.
Yeah, Glamorgan are missing their main man in the seam bowling force, Tim van der Hoogten, being rested for this game, having had a heavy workload since he made his seasonal debut after injury at the end of May. He really has been playing a lot of cricket. He's been bowling a lot of overs, and Glamorgan deciding to leave him out at least for this one. We'll see whether he returns next week in Cardiff. Maybe he'll need to get back in rhythm before the One Day Cup final. Not quite sure how it'll work for the seamers, as Callaway bowls to Hughes, who presses forward to defend. Back to the bowler. No run. So just the one slip in. Billy Root is very close at cover on the drive, crouching, as that allows Hughes the space to step back and cut. And that brings up the Sussex 100 of 28.2 overs. Partnership is obviously 100 as well.
171 balls.
as Callaway is in to bowl to Haynes, who's back on his stumps and defending. Both players potentially on the verge of 50s. Haynes has 46. Hughes has 49. Callaway bowls. A quarter of an appeal for LBW died away very quickly indeed as Haynes was well forward and they decided it was not an inquiry worth pursuing. Callaway then round the wickets bowls. Back on his stumps goes Haynes, content to defend anything on target and potentially wait for the bad ball. Callaway bowls and stepping back and cutting is Tom Haynes, getting a little bit tangled up. It was a fraction too close to him to try to play the cut shot through to the gloves of Chris Cook, those familiar bright yellow gloves. Sussex though 100 for no wicket in reply to Glamorgan's 186 all out, and with 9 overs left that deficit could be very small indeed by the close of play, and Sussex at the moment with all their wickets still standing, it really has been the home side's day in spades.
Yeah, most certainly has. They've just dominated really. There were sort of little phases of defiance from Glamorgan, but it's Sussex who've had this game on a leash really so far on day one. Here's Douthwaite in as that ball's been driven off a thick inside edge to mid-on. There is no run. Hughes one shy of a half century. He'll be keen to get over that mark quickly, keep this rich vein of form going. Been scoring so many runs of late. We've talked about his magical season across formats. First class cricket has 29 half centuries to his name. This would be his 30th if he can pinch a single. It's Douthwaite into Hughes, who drives. In fact, he doesn't need a single, he's going to get a boundary. A beautiful cover drive. It was full, it was given the treatment, and what a way to reach your half century. Terrific shot from the opening batter for Sussex, Daniel Hughes, who brings up his half century of 91 balls, 9 fours in an innings that's taken just short of 2 hours. His 30th first class half century. So terrific innings from him. Sussex on to 104 for no loss. And, well, right now, Glamorgan just wondering how to make something happen as Douthwaite into Hughes once again, as this time nearly gets an outside edge. In fact, the ball just takes a bit of pad and trickles towards the keeper, and there's no run. He's looking for a big sort of ambitious shot outside the off stump on that occasion was Hughes, and just again didn't really make any contact, any meaningful contact anyway. He got some off his pad.
Was that inside edge onto pad possibly?
Yeah.
It was dribbled past leg stump in the end.
He's done well.
He's having his moments of Dan Hughes.
He is indeed. Douthwaite into Hughes again, who defends that more conventionally into extra cover, and there is no run. 104 for no loss. 8 overs to come after this one. 2 balls to come in this over, and you wonder what tact these guys will take. These 2 batters for Sussex. Maybe they'll shut up shop and try and come back tomorrow and really make the most of what they'll hope will be better batting conditions. Although it's a gorgeous sky now. Coming up to 5:30. Probably the best conditions of the day. This is short and ducked underneath that at Hughes as it goes through to the keeper. There is no run. Yeah, there's loads of blue sky in the air. It's like that song, Mr. Brightside. Good song, that. Good song. It's in sort of, I would say it's in about 30% of all movie trailers. Mr. Brightside. Makes good background music. Uplifting. That and the Few Release. There we go. Dan Douthwaite in once again to Hughes, who guides this ball nicely down towards deep backward point and get a single and pinch the strike off his teammate as well. He'll keep facing. He's on 54, 105 for no loss the score. 8 overs to come today, and Adrian Harms is smiling.
Are you
What's
sure
going
about
on?
Mr. Brightside? Its lyrics are quite gloomy. It's a bloke being betrayed by his partner.
Oh, is it really?
Yeah.
Are
you thinking of Mr. Blue Sky?
Blue Sky, that's correct. Yeah. Thank you very much. Yeah.
There we are.
Yeah. Do you know what? It's 5:30. It's only 5:30. My game started at 5 a.m.
It has Mr. in the title.
Yeah, there you go. It's almost the same thing.
Callaway is into bowl, driven. They'll take a quick single up towards mid-on. Leonard has a shy, doesn't hit. Through for the quick single. I've started this over, so I'd better finish, as the saying goes on. And Adrian Harms will replace me for the final 7 overs of play. I was just blindsided.
Who sang Mr. Blue Sky?
ELO, Electric Light Orchestra.
Oh, I see. Okay.
As that's driven by Haynes on the offside, no run, 106 without loss. Rather different generations and style. I know a youngster like you, it's all different time.
Stop listening to music after Craig David.
Callaway bowls, cut firmly by Haynes. It'll be a dash round the boundary for Gorvin, but he's collected well on the run at backward points and kept them down to a couple of runs. 108 for naught as Haynes approaches his half century. In turn, Glamorgan's highest score is Carlson, 56, but looks likely that will be 2 half centuries from the Sussex openers as Callaway bowls and Haynes pushes forward, defends back to the bowler, and there's no run.
Yeah, they are quite dark. I was just reading the lyrics off your tab. I don't think I want to listen to that song.
As back on his stumps goes Haynes and defends. Well, it's quite upbeat musically, isn't it? But if you listen to it, it is a dark tale of deception and betrayal and potential violence.
Somebody ruined one of my favourite songs for me recently by explaining to me what it was about.
As Callaway bowls and forward presses Haynes the end of the over. It's like when you hear Every Breath You Take being played at a wedding and you realise that's about a stalker. So if you sling those headphones over Atif, and I will say my goodbyes for the day and hope that you two boys can take a wicket for Glamorgan in the last 7 overs.
Well, we shall see, Nick. Thank you so much. We ought to go through. We ought to quiz Atif actually on songs from the Electric Light Orchestra.
Oh goodness!
As he was quizzing us earlier on,
but
Nick.
they're your specialisms. Your specialisms.
No.
You've spent your lifetime here at Sussex. I've just heard of the band.
Douthwaite is going to come in from the Cromwell Road end, around the wicket, comes in and bowls to Hughes, who plays into the offside. He thinks about a single, it isn't there, needs to get back in his ground sharpish, and then there's an overthrow. That's kind of... Well, that was crazy.
Get 2 overthrows. No,
well,
just the one.
Well, they got the overthrow, Callaway threw at the stumps and missed, but then the throw came in, and Haynes was rather dawdling as he took... They say never run on an overthrow.
No, but they...
And they did.
It was like they were playing the world's biggest game of Pong.
Pong?
Pong was the first video game, wasn't it, where you had those 2 dots?
Oh crumbs! Do you know? I really wouldn't know.
It's from the 60s.
Not Space Invaders.
No. I know it looks like myself and it looks like me and Nick are doing Space Invaders.
Before Space Invaders, yeah.
I'm so grateful we don't have Comcam here.
In comes Douthwaite around the wicket, bowls, and Haynes has a wild slash at one outside the off stump, goes through to Chris Cook. There is no run. There's some quite dark clouds coming in now, and if they come this way, we may not get these final few overs in. Oh well, yeah.
I know, 6.4. I think they're winning the race, and I think they'll get them in comfortably before 6 as well.
Well, you've said for quite a while that you think they're going to get these in. A few wickets have gone down in other games, affecting the Division 2 promotion race. Yorkshire, in reply to the Leicestershire total of 98 all out, break offers. In comes Douthwaite, round the wicket bowl, short, and Haynes ducks underneath that through to Simpson, no run. Yorkshire 209 for 7. Dom Bess is out for 33. Johnny Tattersall, the skipper, going on very nicely on 68. He was one of those players who was in the Question of Sport quiz.
Oh, I see.
So he was there, and his dad was on the dad's team. Meanwhile, at Lords, Middlesex are 346 for 7, so they're 4 runs shy of a third batting bonus point, and they're all going to be really important. Jack Davis making 91, Josh De Carey's 64, but a couple of wickets have gone down there. As in comes a Douthwaite bowls a full toss that Haynes clipped straight to mid-wicket, fielded there by Billy Root, who'll be feeling awful the fact that he dropped that catch. It's very unforgiving. Every run that Hughes scored must feel like a dagger, mustn't it?
It's like that song, isn't it? Every run you take.
Well, very good.
Goodness.
Sung by?
The Police?
Well done, yeah. Yeah. Now that would have been before your time, Latif.
Yeah, I've heard the remake.
In comes Douthwaite bowls. Oh, Haynes very nearly plays on. Plays forward, the ball bounces over the stumps, no run. I've told the, I think we're going to do an update in a moment. Thank you. Did we miss the half 4? Because I didn't hear anything.
We came to you and it was just dead.
Well, I didn't hear anything at all. There was nothing at this end. So anyway, I can hear you. I can hear you now. Anyway, all right. Oh,
There we go.
there we go. I'll make sure I turned up the right one. And there is no run. End of the over. 109 without loss. Actually, I went to see a Police concert back in 1980. This is an old story, probably bore the listeners. But it was in the days, Latif, when you didn't have to, no internet. So there was none of this palaver trying to get tickets.
Oh, you could just go and buy tickets.
Well, I queued up in Shaftesbury Avenue all night. So I got in the queue at like 10 in the
wow.
evening. Tickets went on sale the next day at 9 o'clock. So we were at the front of the queue. We got tickets and we were in to see the Police. And that was in a circus tent on Tooting Common. 5,000 people in there.
Wow.
Brilliant. It was just, it was in the, I mean, health and safety wouldn't let you get away with it now.
No, I suppose not,
But it was amazing.
simpler times.
Yeah.
Here is Kellaway in, and that ball's defended to cover. There is no run.
I just think it's a much fairer way. If you want to get tickets to see somebody, then, I'm just not very good at getting tickets online.
Yeah, it is hard work, and there's also a lot of frustration involved as the next ball's been driven just wide of the fielder at mid-off. They'll jog through for an agreed single. Score will tick on to 110 for no loss. Like, I don't know if did you try and get Oasis tickets recently?
I didn't, but Rita Green, who was here last week, if you come across Rita, she did get them.
Oh, well done her.
Did you?
I didn't, but I
Did you try?
I didn't try, but I have.
You've got one.
No, I've got like a contact that
Okay.
can facilitate them.
Okay.
Kellaway in again, just really quickly in on the batters. They're really struggling to get him away. Really, it's in his 7th over, and he's only gone for 15 runs so far.
You strike me as being quite well connected, Teef.
I'd say somewhat well connected. In certain very specific areas. Here's Kellaway. He's also... Oh, has he got the edge? He's got the outside edge. And that's the wicket they've been waiting for. It's Hughes. I beg your pardon, it's not Hughes, is it? It's Haynes. Who's been dismissed short of his half century as well. He's on 48. And a turning delivery has just caught him on the back foot. Takes the outside edge. Excellent catch at slip. And Sussex have lost their first wicket with just over 5 overs to go to the end of the day as well. That'll be really frustrating for Tom Haynes. Batted really, really well, but he's got to go for 48. 7 fours in that innings. And 98 balls it's taken. Ingram with the catch there. I'm just taking a look at the replay. Yeah, really sharp work there at first slip from Colin Ingram. It was dropping short of him. He had to respond very quickly, instinctively really. And he did so to ensure the catch. So finally, some respite on a very, very difficult day for Glamorgan. They pick up a wicket right towards the end of the day. If they could squeeze another one in here, Adrian, then that would give them a little bit more, a bit of fire in their belly overnight.
Yeah, I'm just wondering who's going to come in now. Now Sussex has sent in the night watchman.
Henry Crocombe.
So Henry Crocombe is going to come and do his bit. Do you mind if I take over, Atif? Because I think this...
Sure thing.
They're just doing the travel. And then we'll hand the microphone back. Tom Haynes will be disappointed. He's batted really nicely today. Just to get out, you're probably thinking, oh, I'm really looking forward to tomorrow. I've, got a half century to my name almost.
Yeah.
So he'll be disappointed. But him and Daniel Hughes have done their bit. But well done to Kellaway. I think he's bowled very nicely, actually. In his 7th over, 2 maidens, 1 for 15. And there has been a bit of turn, which will interest Carlson and Coles when Sussex come to bowl again. And now we've got his helmets being brought out. Yes, I think they are. And pads.
It's got very dark.
Yes, some all sorts of protective gear, but it has got very dark, hasn't it, all of a sudden? But there are some brighter skies behind this. But we have got a delay. The over 8 isn't shown on the scoreboard today. I don't quite know why.
It was showing earlier. I think it's even. When it's even, they don't show it.
Right, okay.
Presumably.
Oh, here we go. Yes, and you join us, Adam, just as Sussex have lost a wicket. Tom Haynes, the man out, caught at slip for 48. But after an excellent opening partnership of 110 with Daniel Hughes, the Australian, still there on 57. All this in reply to Glamorgan's total of 186 with 4 wickets for Jaydev Anudkat. Down at Taunton, late wickets for Surrey. It's been a good day. Somerset bowled out for 317. 3 wickets there for Dan Worrell. They finished there for the day. And meanwhile, at Canterbury, Kent are playing Hampshire. Kent really needing to win that game to have any chance of avoiding relegation. They've got Hampshire 206 for 6. There we are, just in case they don't turn us off. We haven't missed a ball, actually, Atif. That was very well timed.
Oh, yeah, we didn't. It's been a while. This helmet kerfuffle's been going on for a while. There's a short extra cover and a short mid-wicket in place. And Kellaway into the night watchman, who defends watchfully. In fact, he plays the ball into a gap at the deep third area. They'll get a single to get off the Crookham. And the score for Sussex is all the ones. 1-1-1 for 1.
I shouldn't sort of admit to this, but I will. But I'd started writing my copy for the morning news bulletins, and I'd written at the close, Sussex were 100 and without loss, with Haynes and Hughes both making half centuries.
Yeah, now you got
it did rather look like that, didn't it?
It did indeed. Kellaway in once more. Again, just pushed defensively. I beg your pardon, he's missed it. Went through to the keeper. There is no run. So, the score with 5 overs remaining today is 111 for 1. The umpires just having a little chat as they cross over. In fact, both batters are very keen to get off, aren't they?
Yeah.
They're very keen. They're just having a chat about the light. I think the umpires are saying that we're going to be okay. And I can see the it's Chris Cook who's just standing in his keeping position, waiting to see if we can proceed.
Well, I think
there's only 5 overs to go.
Yeah, and
it depends on the seam bowler.
Yeah, I thought now they took a light meter reading, and then this will be the light meter reading for the rest of the game. So presumably that's what they're discussing.
I don't think they have taken a reading, have they? I think they're continuing.
Right.
Yeah, they are continuing. Well.
So will you take a reading and say if it gets any worse? I don't know. No, well, anyway, I thought that was... You know, the bad light situation is something that needs sorting out in cricket, isn't it, really? So everybody knows what on earth's going on.
Yeah, they're going to continue.
But he's bowling a spinner. Is he...
yeah, Carlson.
So as the umpire said, it's too dark to bowl the seamers, so you have to bowl your spinners?
Yeah, possibly. And I think they're thinking...
But you know,
let's just get through it.
But I'm a great believer in communication, because people who watch cricket regularly think, oh, that's what happened. If you were coming here for the first time, that's hang on, why is he going to bowl? And perhaps they should say the umpires have deemed it's too dark for the fast bowlers to bowl, so now Glamorgan is bowl spin. It's not difficult, is it?
No, I suppose not. Well, let's see if Carlson can match his teammate.
And it's not a criticism here. It's in general terms, I think, that just communication needs to be better across the game for spectators.
Yeah, absolutely.
Anyway, here comes Carlson. He's going to bowl to Henry Crookham, who's 1 not out, the night watchman. And he comes, bowls, and Crookham turns that one down to fine leg, and they've declined the single.
Well, that's interesting, isn't it?
Obviously, Crookham is doing what he's meant to do, which is to eat up as many balls as possible and leave Daniel Hughes at the non-striker's end. But
they need to protect Daniel Hughes from Carlson, Kieran Carlson.
We've still got 4 and a bit overs in the day.
Cricket is weird sometimes.
Comes because it is really quite gloomy bowls, and Crocombe crunches that one away through it off for 4 runs. Nothing wrong with that. Over pitched, and Crocombe belts the ball away. He's got a top score of 46, Henry Crocombe, in first-class cricket, and that was a lovely shot. Drilled it away through mid-off for 4 runs.
I think we were wrong. He's not there to protect him. He's there to farm the strike.
Well, there we are.
That's a glorious shot.
It was, wasn't it? Crocombe goes to 5, 115 for 1. Carlson back to his mark, and is in and bowls, and clipped away by Crocombe. There's a cry of catch, but not entirely sure why, and again they decline at the single.
It's really bizarre, this.
Played out to deep backward square leg, and Sussex electing not to take the single. 3 more balls to go in the over. Crocombe waits, and driven down the ground, and that's a good stop by Carlson, who really is one of the best fielders on the circuit. That was excellent.
Without a doubt, he puts everything out there, doesn't he?
He does, really good. It's really gloomy now, isn't it? This is really pretty dark. Now, the deep backward square leg is coming up to a 1 saving position at the square leg. As in comes Carlson bowls, and Crocombe is going to get more runs, so he might get 4 actually. Plays it through backward point, he's running towards the boundary. Will the fielder overhaul the ball? Yes, he does. Well fielded. Dan Douthwaite. That was it, and then he slips as he tries to pick up the ball. Well, he's got himself a nice green splodge on his trousers, and he apologises to Kieran Carlson because he probably should have fielded it, in fairness. But they come back for 3. That's the second 3 we've seen down to this corner of the ground today. It's not a very long boundary.
Yeah, it just tends to trickle. Maybe the grass is a little bit longer there, or is absorbing a little bit more moisture, so the ball slows up as it approaches the boundary.
Crocombe goes to 818 for 1.
It's interesting they took 3 there and not 2.
Yes.
Mind you, I guess there's 1 ball to come in this over, so he can block out 1 ball, can Daniel. This is so bizarre, honestly. You got a batter on 57 off 100 balls, and he needs to be protected.
In comes Carlson. Around the wicket bowls, and Hughes defends down the track. Carlson fields off his own bowling. It is the end of the over, 4 overs to go. I'm not sure whether we're going to get them all in or not. We shall see. 118 for 1, 8 to Crocombe, 57 to Tom Haynes, and it looks like the umpires, are they going to have a natter, or no? I mean, you can bowl the spinners. You can bowl the spinners here, can't you?
Yeah, they can. They certainly
We've
can.
all played games of cricket where it's virtually car headlights are on, so I'm sure they can play here with the slow bowlers on. It's not dangerous.
Almost exclusively. Just listening to Nick typing there. He types with purpose, like he's punishing his keys. Here's Kellaway now for his 8th over. It's been very impressive today, I have to say. 1 for 16, his figures from his 7 so far. Full ball, driven and... Oh, that's come off. I think it's come off the fielder at short extra cover and trickled back to a sort of leg slip position. They get no runs from it. It was a big swing. If you're trying to move the short extra cover fielder out of the way, that's a good way to do it, I suppose. Here's Kellaway again. This is short and worked to mid wicket. There is no run. If you're short extra cover and you're short leg, you probably don't like seeing your slower bowler drop short ones. Watch your life flash before your eyes. Here's Kellaway again. That's much fuller. That's somewhat better. Driven out towards a deep backward point. But again, they decline the run. It just feels like I sort of understand in certain scenarios declining singles, particularly when you're batting with the tail and you're trying to farm the strike and things like that. This feels a bit bizarre, if I'm honest. There's a quality top order batter in form you should want to face as much as you possibly can. Here's Kellaway in again as that ball's been worked out towards deep backward square leg. They might get a couple here. They definitely want a couple. As Daniel Hughes not interested in the strike right now. And they do, and Crocombe very quickly has moved into double figures. 10 off 10 so far for him. Sussex 120 for 1, with 3.2 overs remaining in the day's play.
Well done, Glamorgan. They've rattled through these overs.
They really have. They might finish ahead of time. Wouldn't that be something as the next ball takes a thick inside edge, trickles towards the fine leg region. They jog through for a single. Score moves on to 121, I believe. Yeah, indeed. Scoreboard uncharacteristically slow to update. But it'll be 1 ball to face here for Daniel Hughes. On 57 off 101 balls. He's just tinkering with his field a little bit at the moment. It's Sam Northeast. He just wants to let a few games play in the mind of Hughes. It would be quite something to get rid of Hughes at this point. Fly to delivery, and Hughes doesn't mess about. He just blocks it back to the bowler, and there is no run. 121 for 1 with 3 overs remaining as the skies get a little bit darker here at Hove. Starting to look like something out of a Tolkien novel.
Yorkshire 231 for 8 in reply to Leicestershire's 98 all out, leading by 133. Middlesex 366 for 7.
Going very well.
Toby Rowland Jones, he's a good cricketer, isn't he? 9 not out. Luke Holman on 22. 3 overs to go. The first of those to be bowled by Kieran Carlson from the Cromwell Road end of the ground. The light has slightly improved, actually. And he's coming in over the wicket to bowl to Henry Crocombe, who drives stylishly to mid-off. And there is no run. There's a slip, a leg slip, and a short leg. A backward point sweeper on the cover boundary, mid-off, mid-on, mid-wicket, and a deep backward square. There's Carlson in again. Bowls Crocombe right in behind it. He's doing his job, playing it to the offside, fielded by Carlson off his own bowling. There is no run. You'll be out in Pakistan, you were saying, Atif, for the Test series coming up, which is very soon, actually.
Yeah, in October. 3 Test matches, England versus Pakistan.
That should be terrific.
Now, my 3rd consecutive series for England and Pakistan.
In comes Carlson bowls, play down the track, no run. Pakistan not in great form, you were saying.
No, they've just lost a series 2-0 to Bangladesh. Prior to that, they hadn't played any Test cricket since earlier this year against Australia, whom they also lost 3-0 to. Tough times.
Carlson in bowls to Crocombe, play down the offside of the track, no run. Got some decent players, haven't they? I mean,
they do. They're some of the world's best players, but sadly they've not found any form recently. And well, the hope was that this Bangladesh series really was there to help them find form. It was kind of organised late in the day to help prepare them for that England tour, and it's rather gone the other way.
silly mid-off now instead of a leg slip as Crocombe prods forward again to mid-off, no run.
But it's worth saying Bangladesh played some excellent cricket in that series, really applied themselves. Their fast bowling, their top order batting, and their experience. They're at a very different stage in their development as well, Bangladesh at the moment, and that historic win was very much earned.
In comes Carlson and bowls. Crocombe plays down the ground and picks up a single. No, he doesn't. It's a good bit of fielding and mid-off, prevents the single. There is no run. The umpires are now looking at each other. I think we might be going off here because suddenly in the last sort of 2 minutes it really got very gloomy. 121 for 1, Hughes 57, Crocombe 11. I suspect this is going to be it for the day. We'll wait and see. They're just nodding at each other and we are indeed going off. And I think that's the last bit of cricket we're going to see today. 121 for 1, Crocombe 11, Hughes on 57. Just picking up on that very briefly as well, because I mean, and the amount of people watching out in Bangladesh, that would have been huge for Bangladesh.
It would have been enormous. It's their first ever Test match win over Pakistan, immediately followed up by their first ever Test series win over Pakistan, and they did it away from home. They did it with a lot of question marks over their coach as well, who's expected to be ousted very shortly. They've got a series coming up against India, a 2-match Test series, so there's a lot going on there, and within those circumstances for them to win a series 2-0 against Pakistan is very, very impressive. Although Pakistan, they've got a domestic tournament that's been, again, hastily organised in order to give the players a little bit more confidence ahead of a difficult tour of England, because of course 2 years ago when England toured Pakistan, they completed a 3-0 whitewash in 10 days of Test cricket. So 3 tests completed in 10 days.
Wow.
So yeah, it was quite conclusive on the last occasion. I vividly remember being on commentary the very first day of that tour, where England scored more than 570 runs in 1 day of Test cricket.
Well, plenty to look forward to. Atif will be there. I should say the umpires haven't officially called it off. They're waiting out in the middle, but I rather think with the cloud pretty much... Has it
yeah,
come
they
up?
said play suspended on the big screen.
Oh, suspended.
Suspended.
It might mean it's not off for the day, though. I'm just... I'm sure they are going to call it off in a moment. Quick summary of the day. Some very good bowling from J. Devon Nugcat. A good toss to win for Sussex.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, they made that toss count really quickly. Early doors, the ball was swinging around a lot. I thought there was a terrific spell from Ollie Robinson, even though he doesn't have the flashiest of figures. He bowled really well, very, very consistently. 1 for 29 for him. But Jaydev Unadkat, the pick of the bowlers with, in terms of figures, took 2 early wickets and then 2 later wickets, both in 1 over, to try and really snuff the momentum out of the lower order of that Glamorgan innings. I also thought Henry Crocombe bowled a couple of really nice deliveries, and Tom Clark and Jack Carson, the other wicket takers. From a batting perspective, Kieran Carlson, top scoring with 56. He was looking good. I think he got out at a bad time. When you're that in, you kind of want to cash in at that point. Dan Douthwaite, some valuable lower order runs, 41 of 67 for him, but no one else really contributing. There was a start for Colin Ingram, but again, a player of that quality, you expect more once he started. And 186 was always going to look like a light score. It looks like a light score anywhere in the 4-day game. And Sussex with the bat, you know, they've had a couple of chances, a couple of let-offs. The big let-off was Billy Root dropping Daniel Hughes in the deep, and Daniel Hughes continues to bat. He's on 57, not out. That could turn out to be a very costly drop. Of course, towards the end of the day, Tom Haynes fell for 48 of 98 deliveries. Kellaway with a really nice spell there. Ben Kellaway, 8 overs, 1 for 19 for him so far. And Henry Crocombe, the night watchman, on 11, not out of 17, 121 for 1. Are Sussex. They've been very, very much the better team today, and they're 65 runs behind with 9 wickets ahead. I'd say they won this day on points.
I would as well. Well, the stumps have now been taken out, so we've officially finished for the day. So it just remains for me to say thank you very much to Nick. Thank you very much to Atif. We will be back tomorrow. Thank you to Ethan Betts, who's our student who's been watching us, and I hope it's been an informative day for Ethan. We're going to go and do our post-match interviews. They'll be posted online probably in the next hour or so, so have a listen to those. In the meantime, thank you for listening, thank you for your messages, and we'll be back tomorrow bright and early for a 10:30 start, and hoping that the forecast rain doesn't materialise. So thank you for listening. From me, Adrian Harms, a very good night, and speak to you tomorrow.